Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I'm 23 now, and the first time I ever saw what I truly believe was a ghost happened when I was in the 3rd grade. I don't remember my exact age, but I remember the night itself like it's stuck in my brain. And I need to say this up front because I know how people can be. I wasn't just a kid seeing things. I wasn't half asleep imagining a shape in the corner. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't in sleep paralysis the way people describe it online. I wasn't on medication. I wasn't sick. I wasn't trying to scare myself. What I saw was as clear to me as daylight, and it felt just as real as anything I have ever seen with my own eyes. That night we were watching Are You Afraid of the Dark? On Nickelodeon. I mention that for a reason. For years I tried to blame that show. It would have been easy, you know? Oh, I watched a spooky show and then my mind made something up. That explanation would have made my life so much easier because I would have been able to move on. But what happened doesn't fit that excuse, and the more time passed, the more I realized the show didn't create what I saw. At most, it just made the timing feel even worse. I was with my brother and my sister. We were all together, just being kids, staying up later than we should have, watching TV, laughing, and then slowly getting quiet as we got tired. At some point we all ended up falling asleep in the same bed. I remember the positions clearly because it mattered when I woke up. My brother was to my right side, close to me. My sister was sleeping at the foot of the bed, down by my feet. The room was familiar. This was my house. These were my siblings. Nothing about the situation should have felt dangerous. Then I woke up in the middle of the night. I've always been the kind of person who wakes up randomly, even back then. It wasn't like I jolted awake from a nightmare. It was more like my eyes opened and I was suddenly aware that I was awake. The room was dark, but not pitch black. There was enough darkness that shadows existed, but enough faint light that I could still make out the shapes of things in the room. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure standing on the side of the bed, the side closest to my brother. It was right there, close enough that it felt like it was in my personal space. At first my brain tried to do what brains do. It tried to quickly label it as something normal. I thought maybe it was my mom checking on us. Maybe it was my dad. Maybe it was my brother sitting up. But within a second I knew it wasn't any of that. It looked like a small boy. Not a grown man. Not a tall shape. The height was what made it so clear to me. It wasn't towering over the bed. It was more like the same height I was at that age, maybe a little taller, but still clearly child-sized. And yet it didn't look like any child I knew. The strangest part was the way it looked dark. It wasn't just the normal darkness of a room at night. It wasn't a shadow caused by the TV or a night light. It was like the figure itself was made of darkness, like someone covered head to toe in black paint standing in a dim room. I could see the outline clearly, but I could not see a face. I tried so hard to see facial features. I stared at where the face should have been, waiting for my eyes to adjust, waiting for some detail to appear, waiting to recognize someone. There was nothing. No eyes. No nose. No mouth. No hair detail. Just a solid dark shape with the outline of a child. I remember blinking a lot because I was trying to force my eyes to focus. I wanted it to be a trick. I wanted to open my eyes and have it be gone. So I closed my eyes tightly and told myself, over and over, "It can't be real. You're seeing things. It's not real." Then I opened my eyes again, slowly, like I was testing reality. But the figure didn't move. It was still there in the exact same spot, facing me. That's when fear hit me in a way I had never felt before. It wasn't like being scared of a scary movie. It wasn't like getting startled. It was deeper than that. It was the kind of fear that makes your stomach drop and makes your whole body feel cold. I wanted to scream for my parents. I wanted to wake my brother. I wanted to jump out of bed and run. But I couldn't. My voice wouldn't come out. I tried to push her out and make sound, and it was like my throat would not work. And when I tried to move, I realized I couldn't move either. My body felt locked in place. My arms wouldn't lift. My legs wouldn't kick. I could move my eyes and I could think, but the rest of me felt frozen. I know people will hear that and immediately say, sleep paralysis. I've heard it 1,000 times. But this didn't feel like the way people describe sleep paralysis to me, and back then I didn't even know what that was. I wasn't drifting in and out. I wasn't hallucinating random monsters. I was awake, staring at something that stayed consistent, in the same spot, not changing shape, not fading. And later, other things happened that made this feel even more physical than a dream. In those moments, as a third grader, I wasn't thinking about medical explanations. I was thinking, there is someone here who is not supposed to be here. And I also had this strong feeling that it knew I was looking at it. It didn't feel like a shadow in the corner that didn't notice me. It felt aware. It felt like it wanted my attention. I kept opening and closing my eyes like a desperate habit, hoping it would disappear. Every time I opened them, it was still there. The outline stayed the same. The height stayed the same. It didn't walk away. It didn't lean closer. It just stood there, as if it was waiting. Minutes felt like hours. When you're that scared, time stretches. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I could hear the soft breathing of my brother and sister sleeping, which made everything feel even more unreal, like I was trapped in a nightmare while everyone else was safe. Then something happened that changed the fear into full panic. The figure moved. I can still remember the exact second it happened because it sent a shock through my entire body. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't something I saw out of the corner of my eye. I watched it shift away from the side of the bed, and it started moving across the room. Slowly. Smoothly. Like a person walking, not like a shadow changing on the wall. I lay there frozen, staring, unable to scream, unable to move, watching this dark boy-shaped figure go toward the door. My door was across the room. I could see it clearly enough. As it got closer, I remember thinking, it's leaving. Please just leave. Even though I still didn't understand what it was, a part of me hoped that if it left the room, the whole thing would stop. It reached the door and lifted its arm toward the doorknob. This is another reason I have trouble accepting the simple explanations people give. It didn't just stand by the door. It interacted with it. I watched the figure's hand go to the handle, and I heard the handle squeak when it turned it. That sound is burned into my memory. It was a real sound in my room, not a dream sound. It was the same squeak that door would make during the day when someone opened it. It was familiar, which made it even worse, because it meant what I was watching was affecting something physical. At that point I felt like I was dying of fear. That's the only way to describe it. Total, absolute fear. I remember thinking, if it opens the door, then what? It made no sense, because part of me still wanted it to leave. But another part of me was terrified of what would happen if it opened the door, like it would bring something else in, or like it would prove even more that this was real. The figure stopped with its hand on the door handle. Then it turned its head toward me. The movement was slow and deliberate, like it knew exactly what it was doing. I got this strong feeling that it was checking if I was still watching. And I was. I couldn't do anything else. It felt like the moment we locked onto each other, me staring at it, it staring back, was exactly what it wanted. Like the whole point was for me to see it, and to know it was there. Then it let go of the door handle. I heard the small sound of the handle returning, and even now I can still hear it in my head when I think about that night. After letting go, the figure turned away from the door and slowly walked back across the room to the exact spot where I first saw it, right beside the bed. It didn't rush. It didn't sneak. It didn't fade away. It walked back like it had decided. No, I'm not leaving. It returned to the side of the bed and just stood there, facing me again. The feeling I got from it was almost like a message without words. I'm not leaving yet. I know you see me. I also remember the sound of its footsteps, and that might sound crazy to some people, but it's true. Our floor had carpet, and when someone walked on it, you could sometimes hear the soft drag and press of feet against it, especially in a quiet room. I remember hearing that slight sound as it moved. It wasn't loud like boots, but it was there, and it matched the movement I was watching. That was the longest night of my life. I don't even know when I finally fell asleep again. I just remember being trapped in fear, staring until my eyes hurt, then closing them, then opening them again, and it still being there. At some point I must have passed out from exhaustion, because I woke up later to daylight and normal morning sounds. When I woke up, it was gone. The room looked normal. My brother and sister were there, and for a second it felt like maybe it really had been a dream. But the fear didn't disappear with the daylight. I sat up with that sick, shaky feeling still in my body, like my system was still recovering from the night. I told my brother, my sister, and my parents what happened. I expected them to be shocked, or worried, or at least to take me seriously because I was so scared. But the response I got was the typical response people give when something like this doesn't fit their understanding of the world. They told me the house was built from scratch, so it couldn't be haunted. They told me I was imagining it. They told me I must have been dreaming. They told me it was because of the show I watched. They told me I was too young and I didn't understand what I saw. I remember feeling frustrated and helpless, even as a kid. Because I knew what I saw. I didn't want attention. I wasn't trying to be dramatic. I was terrified. And hearing the people who were supposed to protect me tell me it wasn't real made me feel alone with it. I really wish that had been the end of it. If it had only happened once, maybe I could have eventually convinced myself it was some weird childhood moment. But it didn't stop. I saw the figure multiple times after that night. It wasn't every single night, but it was often enough to ruin my sense of safety. The hardest part wasn't even the sightings themselves. It was not knowing when it would happen again. I would go to bed and lie there thinking, is tonight the night I see it again? That kind of fear changes you, especially when you're young. For about 2 years I lived with that fear. 2 years is a long time when you're a kid. It felt endless. I started sleeping with my brother in his bed because I was so afraid to be alone at night. I didn't sleep with him because it was fun or because we were having a sleepover. I slept there because I was trying to survive the night without seeing that figure again. Even then, the fear followed me. I would lie awake listening to the quiet. I would watch the doorway. I would stare at the dark parts of the room. Sometimes I would think I saw movement, and my heart would race. Sometimes I would keep my eyes open until they burned because I was afraid to close them. Other times I would force my eyes shut, thinking if I didn't see it, it couldn't hurt me. But the fear was always there. The weird thing is that my brother didn't see it. In fact, he used to tell me he would stay up sometimes hoping to see it, because he didn't fully understand why I was so scared for so long. From his point of view, it was almost like a challenge. If it's real, show yourself. But from my point of view, it wasn't a challenge. It was a nightmare I couldn't control. I don't fully understand why it seemed to show itself to me and not to everyone else. That question has stayed with me into adulthood. Why me? What made me the one who saw it? I didn't do anything to invite it. I was a kid watching TV and falling asleep with my siblings. I wasn't playing with a Ouija board. I wasn't looking for ghosts. I wasn't even thinking about ghosts until it gave me a reason to. And the fear it caused was not small. It wasn't spooky. It was real terror. That's why I get frustrated when people try to label it as something harmless, or tell me it was a good spirit. If it was good, why did it scare me so badly? Why did it leave me unable to scream, unable to move, feeling trapped in my own bed? Why did it make nights feel like torture for 2 years? Before this happened, my idea of a ghost was the typical movie idea, a bright white shape floating across a hallway, or some transparent person glowing in the dark. That is not what I saw. What I saw was dark. Solid. The shape of a small boy. And the creepiest part was that there were no facial features at all, like the face was erased. It didn't look like fog or mist. It looked like a figure made out of darkness. Another thing that has always bothered me is how physical it seemed. People ask questions like, "If you're dead, how can you touch things?" I asked the same question. How could it grab a door handle? How could I hear the handle squeak? How could it walk like a living person across the room? And how could it leave impressions in the carpet? I know that last part sounds strange, but I remember looking at the carpet the next morning. The carpet had that typical texture where you could see the direction it was brushed or stepped on. After that night, I remember staring at it, looking for signs that something had moved. And in my child mind, it felt like proof. It felt like there were marks, like the carpet showed where feet had pressed. Maybe an adult would argue that carpet always looks like that. Maybe it was from us moving around in sleep. I've heard all the arguments. But at that age, after what I saw and heard, it felt connected. It felt like the room itself had been affected. There was also another incident during that 2-year period that I can't forget, because it crossed a line from being seen to being felt. One night, when I was trying to sleep, I felt something grab my foot. It wasn't like the blanket shifted. It wasn't like my own leg jerked. It felt like fingers closing around my foot, enough pressure that I instantly woke up fully. I remember pulling my leg back hard, like a reflex, and sitting up with my heart pounding. I can still remember how my stomach twisted, because the feeling of being touched in the dark is a different kind of fear than just seeing something. Seeing is terrifying, but touch feels like you've lost control of your own space. After that, sleeping became even harder. Because now it wasn't only the fear of seeing the figure at the side of the bed. It was the fear that it could touch me again when I was least expecting it. I spent so much time trying to make sense of it. Even as a kid, I tried to reason. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination. I tried to tell myself it was stress. I tried to tell myself the show put images in my head. But none of those explanations matched how real it felt. What made it even worse was the fact that I didn't feel like I had support. My parents didn't want to believe it. I don't blame them completely, because it's scary to think your child is seeing something you can't explain. It's easier to say, "You were dreaming." It's easier to say, "The house is new." It's easier to say, "That's not possible." But for me, it was happening anyway, whether they believed it or not. I remember begging to sleep in other rooms. I remember staying close to family during the day because nighttime felt like something I had to prepare for. I remember the feeling of dread as the sun went down, because in my mind darkness was connected to that figure. And I remember being embarrassed too, because I didn't want to be the kid who was scared of the dark. I wasn't scared of the dark itself. I was scared of what I had seen in it. People also like to say, "Oh, you were young." Like being young means your eyes don't work. Like being young means you can't tell the difference between a dream and being awake. I know the difference. I knew it then too. I wasn't in the middle of some dream story where things change and don't make sense. I woke up, saw something standing there, watched it walk across the room, watched it grab the handle, heard the squeak, watched it come back, and felt it staring at me. That's not a random dream feeling. That's a clear memory. Over time, the experiences became less frequent. Or maybe I just became less aware because I tried so hard to block it out. Eventually, those 2 years passed, and I was able to sleep without being terrified every night. But the memory never went away. And even when I wasn't seeing it anymore, I still had that question in my mind: why did it happen at all? As I got older, I started looking for answers in other places, because I wasn't getting them at home. I read stories from other people. I listened to people talk about dark figures and shadow people. Some people described things that sounded similar, and that both comforted me and scared me. Comforted me because it meant I wasn't alone, and scared me because it suggested something real might exist beyond what we understand. After I did more digging, my mother eventually told me something she either didn't know at the time or didn't want to talk about when I was younger. She revealed that the house was built partially on Indian burial grounds. I'm not saying that like it's a proven fact that explains everything, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just repeating what I was told. Hearing that gave me a possible reason for why something might have been there. It gave me a way to connect the experience to a place, to history, to something beyond a kid's imagination. Even with that information, I still didn't fully know what to do with it. Because knowing a place has history doesn't automatically explain why a dark boy-shaped figure would appear by my bed, stare at me, and terrify me. It didn't explain why it seemed to pick me. For a long time, it felt like I was the only person who ever saw it. That was one of the most isolating parts. If nobody else sees it, you start wondering if you're crazy, even when you're sure you're not. You start questioning yourself even when you don't want to. You start thinking, why would something show itself to me and not everyone else in the house? Then something happened that shook me all over again, years later, when I was older. My cousin from England came to visit us in Florida. He was about 16 at the time of the visit, and he slept in my room. He slept in my bed. I wasn't even in the house thinking about ghosts anymore the way I did as a kid. I had grown up. I had tried to move on. I had tried to put those memories into a box in my mind and leave them there. But 2 years ago, when I was in England, my cousin finally told my mother something that made my blood run cold. He told her that while he stayed at our house, he saw a dark figure of a boy while he slept in my room, in my bed. He described it without being prompted. He didn't know all the details of what I had seen as a kid, at least not in a way that would let him invent the same story. And according to my mom, he described it perfectly, like he was explaining the exact same thing. When I heard that, even as an adult, it scared the life out of me. Not because it was a new ghost story, but because it confirmed something I had carried alone for so long. Finally, someone else had seen what I saw. Finally, there was another witness. Finally, it wasn't just me. My cousin described it. To the T. Exactly the way I remembered it. A dark figure shaped like a small boy. No clear facial features. Standing close to the bed. Watching. That kind of match is hard to ignore. After my cousin told her, my mother finally accepted that what I saw might have been real. For years she had told me the house was built from scratch, that it couldn't be haunted, that I was seeing things. But hearing the same description from someone else, someone older, someone not raised in our house, someone who wasn't that third-grade kid, made it different. It forced her to consider that maybe I hadn't been imagining it. Even then, she still didn't understand why it happened to me, why it didn't show itself to everyone, and why it appeared in my bed specifically. And honestly, I don't understand it either. But knowing someone else saw it took away one of the hardest parts of the whole experience, the feeling that I was alone and nobody believed me. I still think about the questions that have never been answered. Why did it choose me? Why did it show itself in a way that caused so much fear? Why would something that looks like a child be so terrifying? Was it actually a child, or was it something else using that shape? If it was a spirit, why did it act so physical, walking across the room, touching the door handle, making sounds, touching my foot? How could it do that? And I think about how my idea of ghosts changed because of it. I don't believe in the clean, glowing movie version. What I experienced felt darker and heavier. It didn't feel friendly. It felt like being watched by something that didn't care about my fear, or maybe even fed off it. That's a scary thing to admit, but it's the truth of how it felt to me as a kid. I also think about how long it lasted. 2 years of fear is not a small thing. It affected the way I slept. It affected the way I felt in my own home. It made me cling to my brother's presence because I didn't want to be alone. And even though my brother tried to stay up to see it, he never did, which made me feel even more singled out. Now, looking back, I can admit something else. I wish it never happened. I didn't want to see it. I didn't ask for it. People sometimes act like these stories are fun, like they're just creepy entertainment. For me, it wasn't entertainment. It was real fear, real nights, real helplessness, and years of trying to convince people around me that I wasn't lying. I'm sharing this because I still want to understand it, even if I never fully can. I'm also sharing it because I know there are other people out there who have seen dark figures, who have had experiences that don't match the simple explanations. And if you've gone through something like that, you know how frustrating it is when people dismiss you with one sentence. So that's what happened to me, starting in 3rd grade, in my own bed, after a normal night of watching TV with my brother and sister. A dark figure shaped like a small boy appeared close to the bed, stared at me, moved across the room, grabbed the door handle, made the handle squeak, came back like it wasn't done with me, and left me frozen with fear. It didn't stop after one night. It happened again and again over the next 2 years, and in at least one moment it touched me by grabbing my foot. Years later, my cousin from England slept in my bed while visiting Florida and saw the same thing, described the same way, which finally made my mother believe me. And after learning that the house was built partly on Indian burial grounds, I had at least some idea, whether it's right or not, of why something might have been tied to that place. I still don't know what it was. I still don't know why it chose me. All I know is what I saw, what I heard, what I felt, and the fact that someone else saw it too. If anyone has had a similar experience, especially with a dark figure shaped like a child, I'd honestly like to hear it, because even after all this time, a part of me is still trying to understand what happened in that room and why it happened the way it did. When we first moved into this house, my youngest was only 4 years old. Almost right away, my child started talking about someone named Sean. At first I assumed it was an imaginary friend, because a lot of kids create characters when everything around them is new. We had just moved, the rooms looked different, the sounds were different, and the whole routine of our lives had changed. But it didn't take long for me to realize this wasn't the usual kind of pretend play. My child didn't talk about Sean like a made-up character. It was more like Sean was a real person who showed up at a certain time, in a certain place, with a certain kind of presence. My child would mention him at night, and it started happening so consistently that it became a pattern. Every evening, when the lights went down and the house got quiet, Sean would appear. My child would look toward a doorway or a corner of the room and speak as if someone was standing there. Sometimes my child would answer questions or react like someone was trying to get attention. The worst part wasn't only that my 4-year-old was seeing and talking to someone I couldn't see. It was the disruption that came with it. The nights became chaotic. Sleep was broken constantly. There were noises, odd movements, and a feeling in the house that I can only describe as unsettled, like the air was crowded. The stress built up quickly, because as a parent you can handle a lot. But when your child is involved and you can't explain what's happening, it hits a different nerve. Eventually it got to the point where the disruption was so intense that I made a decision in the moment. I spoke out loud and told Sean he had to leave. I didn't whisper it or say it like a joke. I said it clearly, like I was speaking to a person who could hear me. I asked him to go and not come back. And after that, it did seem like he left. My child stopped bringing up Sean the way they had been, and for a brief time it felt like the pressure in the house eased up. But even though Sean seemed to go away, the incidents did not stop. What followed was almost harder to deal with, because now it wasn't one name and one pattern. It was different things at different times, and it started affecting more than just the kids who were small enough for people to dismiss their experiences. The activity became so extreme that some of our friends and relatives refused to come over anymore. At first they would laugh it off, or they would try to be polite and change the subject. Then certain people began to make excuses for why they couldn't visit. Eventually a few just said it straight. They didn't feel right in our home, and they weren't coming back. One of the incidents that really pushed people over the edge happened in a bedroom, and it involved a stuffed animal. It wasn't a mechanical toy. It didn't have batteries. It wasn't one of those stuffed animals that sings or walks if you press a button. It was just a normal plush toy, the kind you'd expect to be tossed on a bed or left on the floor. More than one person saw it move on its own across the floor. Not a tiny shift like the carpet was uneven, but an actual movement across the room. Seeing something like that in person is different than watching a video online. When it happens in front of you, in your own home, it's hard to explain away. After that, our oldest child started seeing things too, and what scared me most was that my oldest described the same figure that I had already noticed myself on multiple occasions. I hadn't fed my child details. I hadn't sat them down and told them what I believed was happening, because I didn't want to plant ideas in their mind. But they still described the outline, the size, and the feeling of it in a way that matched what I had experienced. There were times when I would walk past the doorway and catch a shape in the corner of my vision, like someone had just moved behind a wall. Other times I would be in a room and sense that I wasn't alone, even if it was quiet. I know people say that's anxiety, that it's the mind looking for patterns. I've heard all of that. But there's a difference between being nervous and feeling watched, and we started to feel watched often, especially late at night. At one point we contacted a ghost hunting team. They came to our home and brought a lot of equipment and cameras. They took loads of video, and they were here long enough that we thought, if anyone can at least document what's happening, maybe they can. We weren't looking for fame or a TV show moment. We were looking for proof, or at least confirmation that we weren't imagining everything. They never came back. That alone told me a lot. It wasn't like they came, didn't find anything, and politely said, "Sorry, there's nothing here." They acted disturbed by what they experienced in our house, and after that they refused to return. The feeling I got was that something happened while they were here that shook them, even if they didn't want to put it into words. We also started dealing with constant electronic problems that didn't match normal issues. Toys that require physical handling to make noise would suddenly go off by themselves. Not once in a while, but often enough that it became part of life in this house. We would put a toy away, and then it would start playing sounds as if a child had picked it up and pressed the right spot. Sometimes it would happen when no one was even in that room. It's one thing when a cheap toy glitches, but it's another when it happens again and again, with multiple toys, in different places, at different times. The TVs would do strange things too. A TV would be turned off, the room would be quiet, and then it would turn back on by itself. We checked remotes, checked timers, checked settings. We tried to be responsible and logical about it. But after a while, when you keep dealing with the same type of issue, it stops feeling like a simple malfunction and starts feeling like a pattern. On top of that, we have a family history that makes all of this even more complicated. Clairvoyance runs in my family. I know that's a word some people hear and instantly roll their eyes, but it's something we have dealt with for generations. Some people in my family have always been unusually sensitive. They pick up on things others don't. They have dreams that turn out to be warnings. They feel changes in a room before anything happens. Whether someone calls it intuition or a spiritual gift, it's been present for a long time. Our children seem to have some of that sensitivity too. Our 2-year-old, in particular, has done things that are hard to ignore. There have been mornings when she will speak as if she's talking to someone who isn't in the room. She will look across the hall or into another room and talk, room to room, like she's carrying on a conversation with someone standing out of sight. Sometimes she'll wake up and say hello, like she sees people near her bed. She'll smile, speak softly, and respond like there's someone there speaking back. It has become such a pattern that it almost feels like a routine in this house. My oldest and I are often awakened around 3 a.m. by strange sounds. Sometimes it's a noise that doesn't match the normal settling of a home. Sometimes it's footsteps that don't fit with anyone being awake. Sometimes it's a bang, a scrape, or a sound like something being moved. Other times it's not only sound, but a feeling, like the air suddenly changes and you know something is about to happen. Even people who do not believe in ghosts have walked into our home, spent time here, and then quietly admitted they felt something was strange. Some have seen things they couldn't explain. Some have heard things. Some have simply become visibly uncomfortable and wanted to leave quickly. When skeptics start looking around and asking questions, it changes the whole atmosphere, because it tells you this isn't only inside your own head. We tried to research the house. We tried to find out if anyone had died here, because that's the first thing people ask. To this day, we haven't been able to confirm any deaths that occurred inside the home itself. That was frustrating, because it would have given us a simple story: someone passed here, and now there's a presence. But we couldn't find that. What we did validate, though, was something that added another layer. We confirmed that someone named Sean, who fit the description of the Sean my child had been seeing, lived in this house in the 1980s. We learned he was the son of a minister. That detail stuck with me. I don't know what it means, but it's strange to have a child describe a name and a presence, and then later discover a real person by that name lived here and matches what was described. About the ghost hunting team, I've often thought that we didn't get much back from them because they were disturbed while they were here. The strongest piece of evidence they did share with me was a snapshot where a strange circular orb appeared on the basement ceiling. It wasn't something that matched any light source, any reflection, or anything in the environment. It showed up in a way that none of us could explain by looking at the surroundings. There was also another photo that, to this day, upsets me to think about because we no longer have it. It was taken on my daughter's birthday, in broad daylight out on the patio. In that photo, there appeared to be a gray childlike figure following our daughter. It wasn't a shadow from a tree. It wasn't a person standing behind her that we could recognize. It was blatant, clear enough that anyone looking at it felt that shock of, "What is that?" And somehow we lost it. Whether it was accidentally deleted, misplaced, or lost during a transfer, I don't know. I just know it's gone, and it feels awful to have had such obvious proof and then not have it anymore. The team also used EVP equipment, and it resulted in a lot of activity, according to them. But we were never allowed to review it. That has always bothered me. If there was so much recorded, why not let us hear it? Why not let us see what they captured? The only information we were given was their observation that in certain rooms the EVP equipment either never shut off the way it normally would if there were no activity, or it stayed on most of the time. They described it like the equipment was constantly reacting to something in the environment. One of the sensitives who came through our home at one point focused on a very specific spot and said he saw many red millipedes there. That might sound random, but it was one of those details that didn't leave my mind. I later looked into it and discovered there are people who connect red millipedes with paranormal activity in certain traditions and stories. I'm not saying that's scientific proof. I'm just saying it was strange to have someone point out that exact thing, and then for me to find connections to it in the kinds of paranormal research people do. What made it even more unsettling was that the area where the millipedes were seen is also one of the most active areas of the house, the place where we tend to hear the most noises and experience the most odd events. The electronic issues never really stopped either. Toys will suddenly start making noise even when no one is near them. Some toys require pressure on a button or squeezing a certain spot. We've watched them go off when they weren't being touched. There have been nights where we double-check that a toy is turned off, or we put it away, only for it to start again later. And the TVs, like I said, will turn themselves back on after being switched off. Sometimes it happens right away, sometimes later, which makes it feel less like a simple power glitch and more like something is choosing when to do it. Over time, we started reaching out to different kinds of help, including people who claim they are gifted or sensitive. Recently, one gifted person told us that we have 5 entities in the home. According to this reading, they are all male, and the ages range from about 9 or 10 years old up to adult. The message wasn't that they were here to hurt us, but that they were seeking help. That idea came up again in a very unsettling way through a family member who lives in another state. This family member has been having intense nightmares and what they described as being tortured in sleep by one specific presence. They said it felt like one strong entity, a child named Adam, and also a man who does not have good intentions. The fact that someone not living here, someone far away, was describing specific names and types of entities connected to our situation was disturbing. It made the whole thing feel bigger than just our house, like something had reached beyond our walls. In our daily life, the kids' behaviors have continued to raise questions. Our 2-year-old's conversations still happen. She'll greet people she sees, and it doesn't sound like she's pretending. She speaks naturally, like it's normal. There have been moments when she has said hello and then laughed at something, like someone made a joke. There have also been moments when she has looked uncomfortable for no clear reason, like she suddenly sensed something in a room and wanted to leave it. The 3 a.m. pattern has continued as well. My oldest and I both wake around that time often enough that it's become almost expected, which is a strange way to live. Some nights it's just the sound that wakes us, and we lie still listening. Other nights it's the sense that something is nearby. Sometimes one of the kids will wake up and say something that doesn't match the situation, like greeting someone or complaining about someone being in the room. We are a Christian family. We do believe that there are things in this world that cannot be explained in simple ways. We don't go looking for this kind of activity, and we don't treat it like entertainment. To us, it has been stressful, exhausting, and at times frightening, mainly because our children are involved. Each night I pray over my children. I pray for protection, and I pray to bind any evil spirit or harmful energy away from them. I pray out loud sometimes, because it helps me feel like I'm actively taking a stand in my own home. We have blessed the home many times ourselves. We have asked for God's protection. We have sought help from our church. One thing about me that has grown stronger through all of this is that I have a strange ability to just know who I can talk to. Even among people I don't know well, I can sense who will listen seriously and who won't. I can sense who has the right kind of calm and strength to handle this topic without turning it into gossip or a joke. I took a step at our church and opened up to someone that most people would never guess had any kind of spiritual ability. He doesn't talk about it openly. He doesn't advertise it. But he does have a gift for cleansing, and he has helped people without seeking attention for it. When we have asked a spirit to leave, we often get a positive result. The activity will calm down for a while. The house will feel lighter. The nights will be quieter. But then, after a period of relief, we will be confronted with a new entity or new entities, almost like something else steps in to fill the space. That cycle is one of the reasons I've started to wonder if our home has a portal, something like an opening that makes it easier for energies or spirits to come and go. I don't say that lightly. It's not a word I throw around for drama. It's just the only way I can explain the pattern. We address one presence, it leaves, and then another shows up. It doesn't feel like the same single spirit causing all the activity. It feels like the house attracts different presences, and we can't fully shut the door. For years we noticed that the activity seemed stronger from September to January. It was almost seasonal, like it ramped up in the fall and stayed intense through the winter. But recently that pattern has changed. Now it feels more like a year-round level of heightened activity, as if whatever was limited to certain months before is no longer limited at all. The most recent major incident was one of the clearest, and it involved my oldest child. She woke up at 3 a.m. and saw a dark outline of an adult-sized figure standing over her. Not at the door, not across the room, but close enough to feel like it was looming. Then, according to her, it knelt down by her bedside. She didn't describe it like a dream. She described it like she opened her eyes and it was there. What surprised me was her reaction. She closed her eyes and started to pray. She told me she didn't feel terrified the way you might expect. She felt more annoyed, like, not again, like she was tired of being disturbed in her own space. Hearing my child describe something like that so calmly broke my heart in a way, because no child should get used to anything like this. Another entity appeared about a year ago, and this one was different. It seemed female, and what stood out was the behavior. It seemed interested in a laptop in my daughter's room. Not interested in us, not standing and staring, but drawn to the laptop specifically, like it was curious about it. It didn't return after that, and we haven't seen that same female presence again. We had a reading done more recently, and it concluded that the woman was seeking help from my oldest child and has since moved on. I don't know how to confirm something like that, but I will say that after that reading, the sense of that particular presence did seem to fade, which matches the idea that she left. At this point, I don't know what to expect anymore. We've already gone through the experience of bringing in one ghost hunting team and having them refuse to return. We've tried blessings. We've tried prayer. We've tried asking spirits to leave. We've involved church support. We've spoken with sensitives. And while we sometimes get short-term improvement, the overall situation continues. I'm more open now than I used to be to the idea that our family has certain gifts, or at least a certain kind of energy that draws these things in. I don't say that to sound special. I say it because it's the pattern I can't ignore. The children seem to see and respond. I have relatives with sensitivity. Other family members even from far away have described names and presences connected to us. And the house itself has a history we're still trying to fully understand. More than anything, I want to protect my family. I want my children to feel safe in their rooms. I want them to sleep through the night without being woken by sounds, shapes, or presences. And at the same time, if it's true that some of these entities are seeking help, I don't want to respond with fear alone. I want to know how to handle it in a way that protects us, keeps our home peaceful, and helps whatever needs help move on to a better place. That's where I am now, trying to accept that something real and unexplainable is happening here, trying to stay grounded and faithful, and trying to figure out how to set stronger boundaries so our home is not a place where new entities keep showing up. I'm willing to learn how to harness whatever sensitivity exists in our family, not to chase paranormal experiences, but to make sure we are protected and not harmed, and to make sure our children can grow up without living in constant nighttime disruption. I was 12 years old the first time it happened. I remember that part clearly because I was still in that stage where you're old enough to know what fear feels like, but young enough that nighttime can still mess with your head if you let it. It was well past midnight, probably later than I was supposed to be awake, but being up late didn't feel unusual to me. I've had insomnia for as long as I can remember, so staying awake while the rest of the house slept was almost normal. I was used to the quiet. I was used to the darkness. I was used to that slow, boring stretch of time where you stare at the ceiling and wait for sleep that won't come. But that night felt different from the start, and the strange thing is I still can't point to a reason why. Nothing happened earlier that day that should have scared me. There wasn't a scary movie, no ghost story, no argument, no nightmare that I woke up from. The house was the same house. My room was the same room. My bed felt the same. The shadows on the walls were the same ones I'd seen 100 times. And yet, from the moment I got into bed, I felt this creeping fear building inside me, like something was slowly tightening around my chest. At first it was just a small feeling, the kind you can ignore. I tried to treat it like a random mood. I told myself, "You're fine. There's nothing happening. You're just tired. Your brain is being dramatic." Usually, that works on me. Usually I can talk myself down. I've always been good at reasoning with myself, even when I'm anxious. If I can explain something, I can calm down. That night, logic didn't work. I kept telling myself there was no danger, no reason to feel different, and no threat in the room at all. But every time I tried to settle my mind, it was like another voice inside me argued back. It didn't feel like my own thoughts. It felt separate, like someone else was listening to my calm reasoning and then immediately saying, "No, you're not safe." It wasn't a clear voice at first. It was more like a heavy pressure of certainty that pushed against everything I told myself. The fear didn't hit me all at once. It rose slowly, minute by minute, like a tide coming in. My body started reacting even though nothing outside of me had changed. My skin felt too sensitive, like the air was colder than it should have been. My heartbeat kept jumping up for no reason. Every small sound in the house felt sharper, like my ears were hunting for something. Even the normal creaks that houses make at night made me flinch. I tried to distract myself. I grabbed a book and started reading under the covers and lamplight, because reading has always been my way of stepping out of my own head. If I could focus on words, on a story, maybe my mind would stop creating this sense of threat. I told myself that in a few pages I'd calm down, and then sleep would finally come. But the fear stayed with me, sitting right under my ribs like a living thing. I kept reading anyway, forcing my eyes to move line by line, even when I wasn't absorbing the meaning. Every few seconds I'd pause and listen. I'd hold my breath like I expected to hear something else in the room. I'd look up from the page and stare into the darkness beyond my blanket, trying to prove to myself that nothing was there. I don't remember seeing anything unusual at that point. I just remember the feeling. It was like my body was reacting to a threat that my eyes couldn't find. The strangest part, and the part one still have trouble describing, was that inner argument. It was like I had two tracks running at the same time. One was my normal mind saying, "This is irrational. You are safe. You're in your own bed." The other track was this darker, stubborn certainty that something terrible was going to happen. It didn't give me a reason. It didn't show me an image. It didn't point to a shadow and say, "That's the problem." It just kept pushing the feeling of danger into me, and every time I tried to fight it, it pushed back harder. Time dragged. I kept checking the clock because I thought if I could measure time, it would make me feel more in control. Midnight passed. 1 o'clock passed. 2 o'clock passed. With each half hour that went by, the fear didn't fade the way it normally does when you get bored of being scared. It grew. At some point I stopped reading because I realized my hands were shaking too much to hold the book steady. My fingers felt stiff. My mouth felt dry. I swallowed again and again, like my throat was trying to prepare for a scream that I hadn't made yet. Around 2:30 in the morning, everything got worse all at once. It was like the fear I'd been carrying suddenly doubled, then tripled, then hit a level I didn't even know was possible. The idea of having any part of my body outside the blanket became unbearable. It wasn't just, "I feel safer under the covers." It was a sudden, overwhelming certainty that if I left even my head exposed, something would grab me. The thought wasn't a calm thought. It was pure terror, like an instinctive warning. I felt like if my face was visible, I would be dragged away into something horrible, like straight into hell or into some place where I'd never come back. I didn't gently pull the covers up. I dove under them, all the way, like a person hiding from something that's about to burst into the room. I tucked my knees in, trying to make myself small. The blankets felt hot and tight and hard to breathe under, but it still felt less scary than being exposed to the room. That's when the other voice became louder. Until that moment, it had been like a feeling or a pressure, like a thought that didn't sound like words. Under the covers, it started turning into something more real. The sound built gradually, like the volume knob on a radio being turned up. At first it was a faint noise, then it became a clear presence, then it became impossible to ignore. It's hard to explain what that sounded like because it didn't sound like a normal voice. I couldn't tell you if it was male or female. It didn't even feel human in the way voices normally feel. It had the sharp edge of someone shrieking in terror, but it also had this roaring, rushing quality, like an extremely strong wind. It was like a scream and a storm at the same time. And then the wind was there too, not just in sound. I felt it. A powerful rush of air, like a blast coming from somewhere near the top of my bed, north of my head. I don't know why my brain labeled the direction as north. But that's what it felt like it came from above my pillow area and pushed downward along my body. The wind felt real, heavy, and forceful, like it had weight. It wasn't a normal draft from an air vent. It was too strong, too focused. It pressed down on me so hard that I couldn't open my eyes. I tried anyway. I tried to open my eyes under the covers, and it felt like my eyelids were glued shut by pressure. My face felt pushed down into the pillow. The wind wasn't just blowing around me. It felt like it was trying to pin me in place. At the same time, I felt another sensation that scared me even more because it came from inside my body. It felt like my middle was being pulled downward. Not like I was falling off the bed, but like a vortex had formed around my stomach, a twisting pull that wanted to drag me down through the mattress. The pressure was centered in my gut, and it felt like gravity had changed. My body felt split, like my chest was pressed down, and my stomach was being sucked in. I couldn't breathe right. I started hyperventilating, fast and shallow, but even that felt hard, like the air was thick. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst. The fear was no longer just that strange, creeping fear from earlier. Now it felt like pure terror that belonged to me completely, like my body had finally decided this was real danger, and was reacting the only way it knew how. The screaming sound got louder and louder until it was all I could hear. It wasn't outside noise the way thunder is outside. It felt like it was in the room, in the bed, in my head. It swallowed everything else. I couldn't hear the normal night sounds anymore. I couldn't hear the house. I couldn't hear my own breathing clearly. It was just that screaming wind sound, crushing and endless. I remember clenching my fists under the blanket so hard my nails dug into my palms. I remember pressing my tongue against the roof of my mouth because it felt like my jaw was trembling. I remember thinking, very clearly, "This is it. Something is happening. Something is trying to take me." I didn't have a better way to describe it at 12. I just knew I felt attacked. I tried to pray, but my thoughts were scattered. Every time I tried to form a sentence in my mind, the screaming sound cut through it. I tried to call out, but my voice wouldn't work. I don't know if I actually tried to speak out loud or if I was too terrified to even try. It's all blurred by panic. I just know I felt trapped in my own bed, pinned down by wind and sound, being pulled from the middle like I was falling without moving. It felt like it lasted forever. If I had to guess as an adult, I'd say it was probably only a few minutes. But fear stretches time into something huge. In that moment it felt like an hour, like the night had stopped moving forward and I was stuck inside this horrible storm that existed only around my bed. Then, abruptly it stopped. Not slowly fading, not calming down. It cut off like someone flipped a switch. The pressure lifted. The wind vanished. The screaming sound disappeared so suddenly that the silence felt loud. For a second I lay there stunned, because my body was still in panic mode and the quiet didn't feel normal either. My chest kept rising and falling too fast. My whole body felt shaky and weak. The blanket was damp with sweat. I was still terrified to move. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to confirm that something was in the room. I just lay there, frozen, listening to the silence, waiting for the wind to come back. Waiting for the screaming to start again. Waiting for that downward pull to grab my stomach. Somehow, despite all of that, I eventually fell asleep. I don't remember choosing to sleep. I think exhaustion won. I think my body couldn't keep producing that much fear forever. And at some point my brain shut down and forced sleep the way a computer shuts off when it overheats. When I woke up the next day, I remembered everything. It didn't feel like a dream. It didn't have that dreamy, broken quality where you can't remember details in the right order. I remembered the time on the clock. I remembered the way my fear had grown. I remembered the sound in the wind and the feeling of being pulled from my stomach. But in daylight, the room looked harmless again, which made me doubt myself just enough to feel confused. I didn't tell many people. I don't even remember if I told anyone at all right away. Part of me was embarrassed, because what do you say? I was attacked by wind in my bed. It sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. And part of me was afraid that talking about it would make it come back. I hoped it was a one-time thing. I told myself it was a strange panic episode, or my insomnia messing with me, or some weird half-dream even if it didn't feel like one. I tried to move on. But it happened again. I'm 17 now, and I've had episodes like that since I was 12. They're not always identical, but the core of it is the same. Late at night, the fear starts creeping in without a reason. Sometimes it starts the moment I lie down. Sometimes it begins after I've been awake for hours. Sometimes it builds slowly, sometimes it spikes suddenly. But it always feels like it comes from outside me first, like something is pressing fear into me, and then my body takes over and turns it into full panic. The wind sensation has returned many times. The screaming sound has returned many times. The feeling of being pulled from my middle has returned too. Sometimes it's weaker, like a smaller version of the same thing. Sometimes it's just as intense as that first night. Sometimes it ends faster. Sometimes it keeps going long enough that I feel like I'm losing my mind. There have been a few times where something happened right after the wind stopped, and those moments scared me in a different way because they felt more intelligent, like something was present and reacting to me. One time, right after the wind died down, I heard voices talking. Not distant voices like neighbors outside, and not muffled like a TV left on somewhere. These voices sounded close, like they were right above my head, almost hanging in the air near the top of the bed. The weirdest part was that one of the voices sounded like mine. It wasn't like I was speaking out loud. I was lying there silent, trying to breathe. But I heard my own voice as if it belonged to someone else. And there was another voice too. One I didn't recognize, and it was saying that the way I reacted was funny. Like it was amused by my fear. That made me feel sick. It wasn't just terrifying, it was humiliating in a way, because it felt like I was being watched and judged while I was powerless. I forced myself to look toward where the voices were coming from. I turned my head and stared, even though everything in me wanted to hide. The voices seemed to be coming from right above my head, like someone leaning over the top of the bed. There was nothing there. No figure. No person. No shadow shape. Just empty air and darkness. And yet the voices had sounded real, and they had sounded close, and I knew what I heard. When the voices stopped, the silence felt wrong again, like a room after someone has left it but their presence lingers. Another time, I managed to open my eyes during the wind. It took effort, like pushing against a heavy force. When I finally forced my eyes open, the room looked wrong. It's hard to describe because it wasn't like objects were flying around or furniture was moving. Nothing was actually being blown away. The bookshelf stayed where it was. The walls didn't move. The door didn't slam. But visually, it looked like the reality of my room was blowing in the direction of the wind. Everything was blurred, smeared, stretched, like the air itself was dragging the room sideways. Imagine looking through a window covered in rain that's being pushed hard by a storm. The shapes are still there, but they streak and wobble, like the world is trying to peel away. That sight only lasted a few seconds because the fear of seeing more made me squeeze my eyes shut again. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. It felt like I had looked behind a curtain that wasn't meant to be pulled back. Another time, I opened my eyes again, and that was the last time I ever wanted to open them during an episode. In that moment, through the wind and the blur, I saw something that looked like a woman, but I couldn't fully accept her as human. She was huge, very obese, and she had long red hair. The hair wasn't neat. It looked wild, like it was being pulled and lifted by the wind. Her body looked like it was melting into the wind, like her edges were dissolving and being carried away. She didn't appear solid in the normal way a person does. She looked like she was halfway formed and halfway breaking apart. Her face was the part that froze my blood. I couldn't tell how old she was. She didn't look clearly young or clearly old. She looked like a thing wearing the shape of a person without fitting perfectly inside it. Her skin appeared covered in giant warts, big lumps that made her look diseased or rotten. Her eyes were yellow, the kind of yellow that doesn't look natural, and they stood out against everything else like glowing stains. And the edges of her body flickered as if she was made out of fire, not flames that warmed a room, but that harsh, unstable shimmer you see at the edge of heat or burning paper. She looked like she was the one screaming. When I saw her, the screaming sound suddenly made sense in the worst way. It wasn't just a noise anymore. It felt like it had a source, like the storm in my room had a face. I shut my eyes immediately. I didn't want to confirm what I saw. I didn't want to see her again. I didn't want to see if she was closer than I thought. I didn't want to see if she was looking at me. I pressed my face into the pillow and kept my eyes closed until the episode ended. After seeing her, I stopped trying to fight the wind by opening my eyes. I learned a new kind of fear, the fear of what I might witness if I look. When you're trapped in something like that, sometimes ignorance feels like the only shield you have. Since then, when the episodes start, my instinct is to close my eyes and stay under the covers. I focus on surviving the moment instead of understanding it. But even that doesn't make it easier, because the sound and pressure and pulling sensations still feel real, and the fear still feels like it's being forced into me from somewhere else. Over the years, the episodes have had minor differences. Sometimes the wind feels like it comes from the same direction, from above my head. Sometimes it feels like it comes from the side. Sometimes the screaming is louder. Sometimes it's lower, more like a roar than a shriek. Sometimes the vortex feeling in my stomach is so strong I feel nauseous afterward. Sometimes it's weaker but still there, like a hand gripping my insides. What never changes is the feeling that it isn't random. It doesn't feel like a simple bad dream. It doesn't feel like normal anxiety. I've been anxious about real-life things before, and this is not that. This is a fear that arrives without a reason, builds with a sense of inevitability, and then turns into something physical that seems to attack my body and senses all at once. The first night, when I was 12, I couldn't understand it at all. At 17, I still can't, but I understand my own reaction better now. I understand how helplessness adds gasoline to fear. I understand how the body can panic so hard it feels like you're dying. But understanding my body doesn't explain the voices I heard, especially my own voice speaking without me speaking, and another voice laughing about my reaction. It doesn't explain the way the wind felt like a real force pressing against me. It doesn't explain the way my room looked like it was being pulled apart visually even though nothing moved. And it definitely doesn't explain the woman I saw melting into the wind, with yellow eyes and flickering edges, screaming as if she was part of the storm itself. I still remember that first night in a detailed, step-by-step way. I remember the slow rise of fear that didn't belong to any thought I was having. I remember reading and trying to argue with myself, trying to force calm into my brain. I remember the inner argument that felt like someone else was insisting I wasn't safe. I remember the moment around 2:30 a.m. when the fear became so extreme I felt like I couldn't even let my head stay above the blankets. I remember diving under the covers like I was hiding from something that could see me. I remember the scream turning into a sound so loud it swallowed everything. I remember the wind coming down from above my head so strongly it felt like it pinned my eyelids shut. I remember the vortex sensation around my stomach, like a pull downward through the bed. I remember hyperventilating until it felt like I couldn't breathe at all. I remember how abruptly it stopped, leaving silence that felt sharp. And I remember falling asleep with my eyes squeezed shut because I was too scared to look at my own room. The episodes that followed over the years have kept that fear alive in me, because they taught me it can return. They taught me that even if I go weeks or months without it, it can still come back with no warning. And after seeing what I saw when I opened my eyes, I've lived with the knowledge that there may be a face behind the storm, and I don't want to see it again. I wish I could say I got used to it, but I didn't. I learned how to endure it, which is different. Every time it happens, I still feel that same cold fear, that same sense that something is forcing itself into my space. When it ends, I'm left exhausted, shaky, and angry, because I never asked for any of it. I never wanted to experience something that made me feel like my own room could turn on me at any time. Even now, I can't fully explain why it started that night when I was 12, when nothing was different, and nothing had happened to trigger it. I just know that the fear began the moment I got into bed, it grew all night, and by 2:30 a.m. it felt like I was fighting for my life under my own blankets while wind and screaming filled my room and something tried to pull me down from the inside. And the clearest lesson I took from the night I saw that red-haired woman melting into the wind is simple. Sometimes, keeping your eyes closed feels safer than knowing exactly what's there. When I was about 18 or 19, I played guitar in a couple of different Southern gospel groups. None of them were famous or anything close to that. It was mostly friends, cousins, people from church, and a few local singers who loved the music and liked traveling to small places to sing. We did it because we enjoyed it, because it felt good to be part of something, and because in that kind of music, everybody grows up around it. You sing at small churches, you sing at community events, you sing wherever you're invited, and you don't really think much about it. You just load up, drive, set up your instruments, sing your songs, shake hands, and go home. At the time, one particular group I played with got invited to sing at a church in Nashville. It was far, something like 800 miles from where all of us lived. I remember being excited the moment I heard about it. I had traveled some, but I had never gone that far just to sing. To me, Nashville felt like a big deal, even if it wasn't a big stage. It was still Nashville, and it still felt like we were going somewhere important. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what the church would be like, what kind of crowd would be there, or how the day would go. I just knew I was young, I had my guitar, I had songs to play, and I was ready for anything that felt new. We traveled in the usual way for groups like ours. It wasn't a fancy tour bus with sleeping bunks and a driver. It was cars and vans, instruments packed in tight, people sitting with cases on their laps, and a lot of talking to stay awake. We left early, stopped for gas, stopped for food, joked around, and tried to keep our spirits up during the long drive. When you're young, a road trip like that feels like an adventure, even if it's uncomfortable. You don't mind the cramped space as much. You don't mind stopping at small places. You just feel like you're doing something special. By the time we reached Nashville, we were tired and a little stiff from sitting so long, but we were still in a good mood. The city felt bigger than home, and even the air felt different. We found the church and pulled up, expecting a normal church building, maybe an old brick place or a small white country church. But this one wasn't like that. It was an older house that had been converted into a church. I had seen that kind of thing before at a few other places. Sometimes a small congregation will buy a house, turn the living room into a sanctuary, and use the other rooms for storage, Sunday school, or a little kitchen area. It's not unusual in some parts of the South. When we got there, the people greeted us kindly. They were friendly in that warm church way, calling us honey and sweetheart, asking how far we drove, telling us they were glad we made it. They acted like they had been looking forward to the day. Almost right away, they told us the church would be observing homecoming celebrations. If you've been around small churches, you know homecoming is a big deal. People come back who haven't been in a while. Families show up. There's usually a special service, several groups singing, and a big meal afterward. It's the kind of day where the building is packed and everybody is dressed up, even if the building is small. They told us there would be 5 groups scheduled to sing. That meant it was going to be a long service. You don't just show up, sing one song, and leave. You sit through other groups, you wait your turn, and you stay for the whole thing because that's the respectful way to do it. I remember thinking it would be a good day, just hot and long. And it really was hot. It was mid-July, and I don't say hot like a normal summer day. I mean unbelievably hot. The kind of heat that makes you feel tired even when you're not doing anything. The kind of heat where you step outside and feel like the air is heavy. The sun felt like it was pressing down, and even the shade didn't help much. That's why what I noticed inside the building stood out to me right away. When we walked in, I expected the inside to feel like an oven, because there was no cooling unit. No air conditioner, no window unit, nothing. I also didn't see any ceiling fans, which surprised me. Most older churches at least have fans running. But this place didn't. The only thing they had was the front entrance door left open, like they were hoping the outside air would move through. But the outside air was hot too, so it wasn't doing much. As I looked around, I noticed something else that felt strange. All the windows had been nailed shut. I don't mean painted shut, or stuck. I mean nailed shut. It was obvious if you looked closely. It was like they didn't want the windows opening at all. Maybe there was a reason. Maybe the windows were old. Maybe they were worried kids would open them. Or maybe they were trying to keep the building secure. I don't know. I just remember thinking it was odd, especially in that kind of heat. You would think they would want all the airflow they could get. The inside had been nicely furnished and decorated for what it was. You could tell people cared about the place. There were chairs set up, a pulpit at the front, and church items that made it feel like a sanctuary even though it used to be a house. I was mostly just looking around, getting used to the new surroundings, waiting for things to start. The service began with the first group singing. They did what most gospel groups do, a few songs, a little testimony or short talk between songs, and they kept it moving because there were other groups waiting. People were fanning themselves, wiping sweat off their necks, shifting in their seats. I remember feeling warm and sticky, and I remember thinking, "This is going to be a long day." Then something happened that I didn't understand. While the first group was singing, I felt frigid air around my ankles. Not cool air, not a small breeze. I mean cold, like the air you feel when you step too close to an open freezer. It stirred around my feet and ankles like a little swirl. At first I didn't react strongly. I assumed maybe the floor was cooler, or maybe there was some draft coming from somewhere low. Old houses can have strange airflow. Sometimes air comes through gaps under doors or through vents you don't notice. Still, it was strange because the whole place was hot. People were sweating. The air felt thick. Yet right there, down at floor level, it felt cold enough that it made me notice it. I didn't even get the chance to think about it too long, because the lead singer from the first group suddenly stopped in the middle of his song. Just stopped. Music cut off. Everyone looked up. He looked confused and irritated and surprised all at once, and he shouted out loud, "Where is that cold air coming from?" The way he said it wasn't playful. It wasn't like he was joking with the crowd. He sounded genuinely bothered, like something had just hit him and he couldn't ignore it. When he yelled that, a weird silence fell over the room. It wasn't the normal respectful silence you get during a church service. It was the kind of silence where everyone is suddenly alert. For a minute or two, nobody sang, nobody spoke, nobody moved much. People just looked around. You could see heads turning, eyes scanning the room, folks glancing down at the floor, then up at the ceiling, then toward the open front door. Some people shook their heads like they were trying to find an answer and couldn't. Others looked at each other with raised eyebrows, as if asking, "Do you feel it too?" I remember looking around myself, trying to find a logical source. The front door was open, but outside was hot. The windows were nailed shut. There were no fans. There was no AC. There wasn't any obvious vent blowing cold air. And still, there it was, cold air at our feet in the middle of a July heat wave. Even then, I didn't jump to anything paranormal. I didn't think ghost. I didn't think spirit. I didn't think haunted. The truth is, at that point in my life, I did not believe in that kind of stuff. I believed people told ghost stories to scare each other, or to make a place seem more interesting than it really was. If someone told me a ghost story, I would listen politely, but later I would question them in my own mind. I would think, do they really expect me to believe this? I had never seen anything that made me wonder if those stories could be real. So when the cold air happened, I filed it under odd, not supernatural. The service kept going. The first group finished, things returned to normal, and everybody tried to move on like it hadn't happened. But I noticed the room had changed a little. People seemed more jumpy, like they were paying attention now to things they might normally ignore. Some folks whispered. Some looked around more than they did before. The mood felt slightly tense under the normal church warmth. Then it was our group's turn. The speaker announced us and asked us to get ready. We moved to a side room to strap on our instruments and wait to be introduced. In a house church like that, the side rooms used to be bedrooms or sitting rooms, so the layout felt different than a normal church backstage area. It was tighter. You could hear everything through the walls. You could smell old wood, old carpet, and the mix of perfume and sweat from people packed inside. We stood there adjusting guitar straps, checking tuning quietly, making sure cables were where they needed to be, and mentally running through the songs we planned to do. Even though it was hot, I remember feeling a strange chill of nervousness that wasn't normal stage nerves. I didn't have an explanation for it. I just felt uneasy, like something in the air was off. While we were waiting, something caught my eye in another side room that we were facing. The doorway was open enough that I could see into it. At first, I thought it was some kind of reflection, maybe light from outside bouncing in at a certain angle. But then I realized it wasn't connected to any lamp or window. It wasn't sitting on a surface. It was hovering. It was a bright, white, neon-looking light, floating in the air. It wasn't a normal round ball of light like you might imagine when someone says, orb. It had a shape. The closest comparison I've ever found is that it looked like a small comet, or like a Nerf football in size. The front end was rounded, and the back end tapered into a tail, like a hazy point. The tail wasn't long like a movie comet, but it was there, like the light was moving even when it was still. It didn't glow softly. It shone sharply, like an intense white that didn't belong in that dim room. For a second, my mind refused to accept it. I stared at it, trying to make it turn into something normal. A flashlight beam. A reflection. A trick of my eyes. But it didn't behave like any of those. It stayed in the air in a steady way, like it had its own place in the room. The instant my eyes truly fixed on it, like the moment I fully realized, I am looking at something that shouldn't be here. It moved. It whisked across the room fast, not like a slow drift, but like a quick dart, as if it had been caught. It shot toward the back of the room, then rose upward toward the ceiling, and went into the farthest corner. The movement was so sudden and smooth that it didn't look like a bug or dust and light. It looked like something choosing to move. And then the door slammed. It wasn't a gentle close. It wasn't a door swinging from a breeze. It slammed shut hard enough that it echoed. Everyone in our little group jumped at the sound. For a split second, I remember thinking, okay, that part has to be normal. A draft did that. But there wasn't a normal draft in that hot, still building with nailed windows. Right after the door slammed, the door handle began to jiggle violently. It shook like someone was trying to twist it back and forth, like a person on the other side was grabbing it hard and rattling it in anger or panic. It lasted about 3 or 4 seconds. That doesn't sound long when you read it on paper, but in real life, in a quiet room, it feels like a long time. In those seconds I felt like my body was locked in place. I couldn't take a step. I couldn't speak. I just stared. Then it was over. The handle stopped. The room went silent again. I stood there unable to process what I had just witnessed. My mind was searching desperately for explanations. Maybe someone was playing a prank, but nobody was in that room. Maybe someone slammed the door by accident, but the handle jiggling like that didn't match an accident. Maybe the building had some weird air pressure, but that doesn't explain a hovering white light that moves like a living thing. I turned and looked at the other people in my group, and I didn't have to say a word. Their faces told me everything. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were hanging open just like mine probably was. There was a shared look of shock that you only see when multiple people witness the same impossible thing at the same time. If it had been only me, I might have doubted myself later. I might have convinced myself I imagined it. But they saw it too. I knew it in that moment as clearly as I knew my own name. We didn't have time to stand there and talk it out. The speaker was ready to bring us out. We could hear the movement in the main room. We could feel the expectation. We were introduced, and we walked out with our instruments like we were supposed to. I wish I could say we walked out calm and professional like nothing happened, but I was in a daze. My hands still knew how to play, and muscle memory carried me through, but my head wasn't right. As we started our set of songs, I kept asking myself the same thing over and over. What was that? What did I just see? I remember looking out at the congregation while we played and thinking how normal everyone looked, fanning themselves, watching, smiling, listening. Meanwhile, inside my chest, my heart was still pounding from what happened in that side room. I felt like I was living in 2 worlds at once. The normal world where you sing gospel songs in a hot church, and another world where something bright and impossible can hover in a room and slam doors like it has hands. The whole time we performed, my mind kept drifting back to that light. I could still see it in my head, the shape of it, the bright white neon look, the way it moved when I noticed it. I could still hear the slam and the handle rattling. There were moments where I almost missed chord changes because I was replaying it inside my mind, trying to slow it down and understand it. I also felt something else during the performance, a kind of heaviness, like a presence in the building. I don't mean I felt a person watching. I mean I felt the room had something in it that didn't belong to the people sitting there. It wasn't exactly anger. It wasn't exactly sadness. It was more like intensity, like the air carried a pressure you couldn't see. We finished our songs, and people were kind, clapping, saying, "Amen," telling us we did a good job. On the outside, everything looked normal. But inside our group, we were shaken. When we stepped away from the front, we looked at each other again, and the looks on our faces were still the same. We all seemed to have the same unspoken thought. Did that really happen? I can honestly say that moment changed me. Before that day, I would have laughed at the idea of a paranormal experience. I might not have mocked someone to their face, but inside I would have dismissed them. I would have assumed they were exaggerating, lying, or confusing something normal with something spooky. I had never had anything happen to me that forced me to take those stories seriously. After what I saw, I couldn't dismiss it anymore. It was too real. It was too vivid. It was too physical. A light doesn't hover like that. A door doesn't slam like that in a still, hot building with nailed windows. A handle doesn't jiggle like that without someone touching it. And the fact that other members of my group saw the exact same thing at the exact same time erased the last excuse my mind could have used. Even now, years later, I will never deny that it happened. I can't. The memory is too solid. It isn't the kind of memory that fades into a dreamlike blur. It's sharp and clear, and it has stayed that way. After our set and after the service continued, we eventually went outside for lunch. Like many homecomings, there was food. People brought dishes, and there was that familiar church lunch feeling, paper plates, talking in small groups, everyone tired from the heat, but still making the best of it. Stepping outside into the hot air should have felt worse, but in a strange way it felt like relief just to be out of that building. While we were eating, we decided to ask the people who invited us if strange things like that happened a lot. We tried not to sound crazy. We tried to describe it calmly. We asked about the cold air earlier, and we asked about odd things in the building, and we watched their faces while we spoke, looking for any sign of recognition. They acted like they didn't know what we were talking about. They gave us that polite, blank reaction people sometimes give when they don't want to deal with something. They shrugged, smiled awkwardly, and acted like it was news to them. They didn't say, "Yes, that happens all the time," and they didn't say, "We've been dealing with that for years." They basically acted like we were mistaken. But I didn't buy it. Not fully. I don't know if they were embarrassed. I don't know if they were afraid of what we described. I don't know if they thought admitting anything would scare off visitors. I don't know if they had their own experiences and didn't want to talk about them. But in my heart, I felt sure they had noticed something before. That presence felt too strong to go unnoticed. The cold air alone had been strong enough that the lead singer of the first group stopped mid-song and yelled about it in front of everyone. That wasn't subtle. That wasn't someone imagining things quietly in their head. It was a room full of people noticing something that didn't match the heat of the day. We finished lunch, said our goodbyes, and eventually got back on the road. The drive home felt different. People in the group talked about what happened in quiet voices. There were moments where someone would start describing it, then stop, as if saying too much out loud might somehow make it real in a way they weren't ready to accept. Some people tried to laugh it off. Others were quiet and thoughtful. A few were clearly disturbed, staring out the window like they were replaying it over and over. As for me, I kept coming back to the same questions. What was that light? What was it doing? Why did it react the moment I focused on it? Why did it rush away like it didn't want to be seen? And why did the door slam and the handle rattle right after it moved to that corner? I'm not someone who claims to have all the answers. I'm not someone who goes around chasing paranormal experiences. In fact, I can honestly say I never wanted to see anything like that, and I still don't. I didn't go looking for it. I didn't challenge it. I didn't invite it. It just happened in front of me in a normal church setting, on a day that was supposed to be about worship and music and fellowship. Since that day, I've never seen anything like it again. I've never had another experience that clear, that physical, that undeniable. And I hope I never do. Some people would hear my story and say, "That's amazing, I wish I could see something like that." I don't feel that way. I understand curiosity, but what I felt in that moment wasn't excitement. It was shock, confusion, and a kind of fear that doesn't come from a scary story, but from seeing something you can't fit into the world you thought you lived in. I went to Nashville excited to sing, thinking it would be a simple road trip and a good memory. In a way, it was a memory, just not the kind I expected. That day took me from being someone who thought ghost stories were nonsense to someone who had to admit, at least to myself, that there are things we don't understand. I don't know if it was a ghost. I don't know if it was some kind of energy. I don't know if it was something tied to that building, or tied to the land, or tied to nothing at all except one strange moment in time. All I know is what I saw, a bright white neon-like light hovering in the shape of a small comet or a Nerf football, whisking across a room to the ceiling corner, followed by a hard door slam and a violently jiggling door handle, witnessed not only by me but by the other people standing beside me. And after that, I played my guitar in a daze, wondering what kind of world I was really living in. Even now, if I could have one thing from that day, it wouldn't be another sighting. It would just be an explanation. Because the experience was so real that I can't deny it, but it was also so strange that I've never stopped wanting to understand what it was. I have never seen a ghost in my entire life, and to be very honest, I do not wish to see one at all, not even by accident, not even for a second, because I know myself well enough to understand that if I ever clearly saw something like that, I would probably never sleep peacefully again, and it would live in my head forever, playing over and over like a scene from a horror movie that I could not shut off. So whenever strange things happen around me, I always try my very best not to label them as ghost experiences, right away, even when they are unexplainable, because I do not want to scare myself more than necessary. There have been a few weird things in my life that I honestly cannot explain in a logical way, like the sliding windows in our house suddenly opening by themselves even when there is no wind at all, and I really mean no wind, nothing strong enough to move those windows because they are not light curtains fluttering in a gentle breeze but actual solid sliding windows that require a bit of effort to open. Or times at night when I am already lying in bed and the house is quiet, and I would hear this distinct tapping sound on the wall, like someone lightly knocking, tap tap tap, in a rhythm that sounds intentional, not like random pipes or the house settling. Still, even then, I would tell myself it could be anything, maybe metal contracting with temperature, maybe rats somewhere in the wall, maybe neighbors making some little noise. Anything is better than letting my mind say, ghost, and sending my imagination into overdrive. I live on the 3rd floor of a 3-story house, which already gives you that feeling of being high up and a bit separated from everything else, and over the years I have heard a lot of creepy stories about this house, mostly from relatives who have lived there longer than I have or who are more open about these things than I am. My aunt, who owns the house and knows its history better than anyone, has shared several stories about strange things she has seen. She would tell me that she sometimes sees a kid running around, a small figure darting quickly through the hallways as if playing, but when she looks closer, there is no child there and no kid in the house who fits that description. She has also said that she has seen an old lady on the 2nd floor, a woman who does not match any living relative's appearance, and who appears quietly in certain spots, like a lingering memory that never fades. There were also times when my aunt talked about seeing the shadow of a man standing by the kitchen, not a solid figure but a dark shape, like the outline of a person, staying in the corner of her eye, and when she turns to look straight at it, it would vanish or become just a normal shadow from the furniture or light, and she would say these things in a serious tone, not like someone telling a joke, but like someone simply describing something they have come to accept as part of the house. All of these stories formed a kind of background atmosphere for me, a quiet knowledge that other people had seen things here, even if I personally had not, and while they made me uneasy, I still tried to keep a polite distance from all of it in my mind. I always thought, that's their experience, not mine, and I tried not to invite anything more by being too curious. The story I am about to share is not exactly about something I saw with my own eyes. Instead, it is about something that happened in my house, at a time when I was there. But the main experience belongs to my friends, and what they later told me has stayed in my mind ever since. It is strange, because on my side everything seemed simple and normal, and on their side, something completely different was happening, something that I could not see but they clearly did. One night, after a long and fun evening, 3 of my friends offered to bring me home. At that time, one of those friends, who is now my boyfriend, already had this reputation among us, this special ability, because he can see ghosts. He does not boast about it or use it like a party trick, and in fact he sometimes looks uncomfortable talking about it. But there have been enough small moments and stories with him that made me and our other friends believe that he really can see things that most of us cannot. So that night, after we had been out together, laughing, drinking a bit, enjoying each other's company, they decided that before heading home themselves, they would drop by my house for coffee. It was partly because they wanted to make sure I got home safely, since it was already very late, and partly because we simply did not feel like ending the night just yet. Even though we had been drinking earlier, by the time we reached my house, it was already around 3 o'clock in the morning, and we had not had a drink for at least an hour or more. You know that feeling when the earlier fun has settled down, and your mind becomes clearer again, your body a bit tired but your head no longer fuzzy? That was pretty much our state at that time. We were not drunk, we were kind of sobered up, still in a good mood, but also ready for things to wind down. My house at that hour was very quiet from the outside. The street was mostly empty, the neighborhood lights were dim, and most of the other houses were already dark because normal people were sleeping. We parked and went up to the 3rd floor where we live. The living room there is the first place you enter, and it has the usual setup, a couch or 2, maybe a low table, some decorations, and that feeling of being lived in, with personal items here and there. Right next to our living room is a hallway, not very long, but enough to give you a sense of separation between the common area and the bedrooms. At the end of that hallway there are 2 doors, one on the left that leads to the bedroom where we sleep, and one on the right that opens into another room that is unoccupied. That right side room does not have anybody regularly staying in it. It is not used as a proper bedroom, and that alone already gives it a slightly unused, lonely feeling, like a space that remains in the background, present but not really part of daily life. So when we arrived, I let my friends sit and settle themselves in the living room. They took their places on the chairs or couch, and they were talking, still joking quietly among themselves. I told them to wait for me for a bit because I needed to go to the bathroom before I could fix coffee for them. I wanted to be polite and serve them something warm, especially at that hour, and coffee sounded perfect for a late night wind down. I walked toward the bathroom, which is somewhere near the hallway in the bedroom, and as I went, I could still hear them from the living room. They were laughing softly, not very loud, because they were aware that my mother and my kids were fast asleep in the other room. All of my family was already resting, and I had warned my friends earlier not to be noisy so they would not wake anyone up. They obeyed, so their laughter was half suppressed, the kind you make when you are trying not to cause trouble or draw attention, like they were children sharing a secret in a classroom. Their muted giggles made me smile, because it reminded me of how thoughtful they were trying to be even after a long night out. Then, while I was still in the bathroom, their laughter stopped. At first, I did not think much of it. Silence is normal too. Maybe they were just tired, maybe they were checking their phones. Or maybe they were just relaxing quietly while waiting for their coffee. The bathroom itself felt normal. I was focused on what I was doing and thinking of the hot drinks I would prepare after I finished. There was no strange feeling, no cold wind, nothing that would tell me something unusual was about to happen. After I was done, I washed my hands, dried them, fixed my hair quickly in the mirror, and then stepped out of the bathroom, ready to join them and ask what kind of coffee they wanted. But when I walked back into the living room, expecting to see them sitting there, I found the space empty. The couch where they had been sitting was now vacant. The room had that strange stillness that happens when people leave quietly. For a second, I was confused and thought maybe they were playing a prank on me, hiding somewhere, maybe in the hallway or behind the door, since it was the kind of silly thing friends sometimes do at 3 in the morning. I looked around but did not see anyone. No one was in the living room, no one was at the hallway, and the bedroom door was still closed, with my mother and kids sleeping inside. I did not hear any voices or footsteps inside the house. Everything was so quiet that it made my heart beat a little faster. Feeling puzzled and a bit annoyed, I walked toward the door that leads outside to the stairway and opened it. When I looked out, I saw them already in the car, driving away. The car was moving, not parked, which meant they had left quickly and without saying goodbye. They had the window opened, so I could see their faces turned upward, looking in my direction. At that moment, they were staring up at me, watching me as they were pulling away from the house, and I felt this sudden wave of irritation. I had left them for just a few minutes to use the bathroom, and instead of waiting patiently for coffee like they said they would, they had just left without telling me anything, in the middle of the night, after going to the trouble of bringing me home. It felt rude and childish, and I reacted the way someone close with their friends might react. Instead of shouting across the distance, I raised my hand and gave them the finger in a playful but clearly annoyed way. It was like saying, "Thanks a lot for leaving me, jerks," but without words. I did it with the kind of attitude that says, "You'll hear from me later," but I did not think too deeply beyond that. I did not see anything strange beside me, nothing in the corner of my vision, no shadow, no extra person. From my perspective, I was alone at the doorway, my arm raised, my face probably showing that mix of irritation and amusement you give friends when they do something unexpected and slightly annoying. After that, I went back inside the house, closed the door, and assumed they must have had some reason for leaving so suddenly, maybe a family emergency message on their phones or a sudden feeling of tiredness that made them want to go home fast. I told myself I would just ask them about it in the morning. That night, nothing else unusual happened for me. My mother remained asleep in the bedroom with the kids, undisturbed by anything. The house stayed quiet. Eventually, after calming down, I must have gone to bed as well. The next morning, as soon as I had the chance, I messaged or talked to them, asking them to explain what had happened, why they just disappeared from my living room without even saying goodbye, and why they drove off so quickly like they were being chased by something. I expected them to laugh and give some simple excuse, like they were too sleepy or they suddenly remembered something important, but their answers were not light or funny at all. They told me what had happened from their point of view, and it was very different from my simple version of going to the bathroom and coming back. They said that while they were sitting quietly in the living room, talking softly and laughing, trying not to wake anyone, they suddenly heard footsteps in the hallway. The sound was clear, like someone walking with purpose, moving closer, not just a random creak. The hallway, as I mentioned, leads to two doors, the bedroom where my mother and kids were sleeping, and the unoccupied room. At that hour, around 3 in the morning, my friends knew that the only other person in the house who might be walking around was my mother. They thought maybe she had woken up, heard our voices, and was coming out to check on us, maybe to make sure we were not being too loud or to see who was there with me. Not wanting to cause trouble or disturb her, my friends immediately grew nervous and uneasy. The idea of being caught hanging around in the living room at 3 a.m. with laughter and late-night energy, by a mother who might be tired and protective, was enough to make them want to avoid any awkward interaction. So, thinking it was my mom walking toward them, they panicked and decided to leave quickly before she reached the living room. They said it all happened so fast. As soon as they heard the steps in the hallway, they exchanged looks, stood up, and practically rushed out of the house, careful not to make too much noise but moving quickly enough that they did not wait for me to come back from the bathroom. They did not stop to open the bedroom door or check if it was really my mother. They just assumed and left. Once they were in the car and had started driving away, they finally dared to look back up toward the 3rd floor where my living room door was. They knew I would probably come out and see them leaving, and they wanted to at least wave goodbye, to show that they were not abandoning me out of bad intention, that they were just afraid of disturbing my family. As they looked up, they saw me at the door, just like I remembered. They saw my face and my raised hand, the clear gesture of me giving them the middle finger because I was annoyed. That part of the story matched perfectly. But that is not all they saw. According to them, I was not standing alone in the doorway. Right beside me, so close that it looked like someone keeping me company, was a middle-aged woman. They described her as not very old, not young either, somewhere in the middle, and she was standing with her arms crossed over her chest, in a posture that made her look both relaxed and slightly intimidating, like a person who is silently judging what she is seeing. They said she had this sly look on her face, a kind of knowing or almost mocking expression, and she was looking straight at them as they drove away. The clothes she was wearing were indistinguishable. They could not clearly describe the style or color, only that it was not very modern and not very detailed because it was nighttime, and they were looking from a distance, from inside the moving car. But the main points were clear. She looked real, she looked solid to them, and she was right beside me, at the doorway, sharing the frame of that moment. My boyfriend, the one who can see ghosts, was the one who gave most of the details, and his voice was serious when he told the story. There was no hint of joke, no teasing tone. He said the way the woman stood and looked at them sent a chill through him, and he knew right away that it was not my mother, and not any living person he recognized. My other friends, who were with him, confirmed what they saw too. They agreed that there was a lady beside me, not someone they could identify as part of my family. They all insisted that I was not alone in that doorway, and that they were so shaken by this that they did not even think to call out to me, they just kept driving. When they finished telling me this, I felt a strange mixture of disbelief and fear. I told them my side again, that when I got out of the bathroom, the living room was empty, that I went to the door alone, that I saw them in the car driving away, and that when I lifted my hand to give them the finger, there was absolutely no one beside me. I did not feel any presence, did not hear any extra breathing or movement. I was 100% sure that my mother was still inside the bedroom, sleeping deeply with my kids. I even checked later and confirmed that none of them had gotten up at that hour. There was no one else awake in the house besides me at that time. So if I was completely alone, and my mother was asleep, and my kids were asleep, and no other relative was there, then the woman they saw standing beside me could not have been any human member of my household. My boyfriend and friends looked at me with serious faces, repeating their description of the lady. The more I thought about it, the more the small hairs on the back of my neck began to rise. The sliding windows opening on their own, the tapping on the walls, my aunt's stories about the kid, the old lady, and the shadowy man in the kitchen, all of these memories suddenly felt heavier, more connected. It was as if the house, which had always held a quiet background of stories, had chosen that particular night to show a little more of what might really be there. Even then, I still resist saying the word ghost too easily, because a part of me is fiercely protective of my own peace of mind, but the truth is, my friends saw someone standing right beside me that I did not see, and they were all sober enough to know what they were looking at, and one of them has a known sensitivity to such things. I cannot explain what happened in any simple way. From my view, I was alone. From their view, I was not. The house, as always, kept its secrets, and to this day, when I think of that moment in the doorway, with me annoyed and raising my middle finger while they drove away, I cannot help but wonder what it looked like from the other side, standing where that woman was supposedly standing, watching everything quietly with her arms crossed and a sly look on her face, in a house that has, for many years now, held more stories than I have wanted to admit. Some time ago my family and I moved to another house again, and when I say, again, I really mean that it felt like we had been packing and unpacking forever, because this was already the third house we had moved into within just 2 years, and by that point moving had become something like a routine. Even though deep inside we were all hoping that this time it would finally be the last move for a good long while so we could settle down and feel truly at home somewhere. In my other stories I mentioned that in each of the previous 2 houses we had experienced strange, unsettling things that felt connected to spirits, or some sort of unseen presence, not always aggressively negative but definitely not completely normal either, and even though I tried very hard to keep a practical and down-to-earth attitude, I had to admit that there were moments when things happened that I could not easily explain away with simple logic. And now, in this new place, it seemed like the spook, as I sometimes called it, was not completely gone from our lives either, as if something invisible had followed us or was waiting for us wherever we went. The whole moving process to this new house actually started in a rather funny and almost ironic way when you think about it, because on only the second day after we had moved in, while we were still surrounded by half-open boxes and trying to figure out where to put everything, some of our neighbors came over and, in that casual but curious way that neighbors often have, started chatting with us about the area and the house. And they told us that our new home was allegedly known to be haunted, which they said almost like they were sharing a piece of local gossip or a small-town legend. They told us they had heard the sound of young children crying inside the house when it had been vacant, at times when nobody was officially living there, crying voices that seemed to come from inside even though the doors were locked and no lights were on, and they mentioned this as if they expected us to gasp or react. But instead of getting scared, I rolled my eyes inside my own head and thought, "Oh gosh," because I knew that many people in that area were extremely superstitious and liked to talk about ghosts and curses and unlucky places. So I did not take their words too seriously at first and answered out loud, half joking and half trying to set the tone for myself. "Ah, come on, stop it already!" As if I wanted to close that topic right away and push it far away from us at the very beginning so it would not grow into something bigger later. In fact, I made a very conscious and deliberate decision then. I told myself that I would close my eyes and ears to anything paranormal on purpose, that I would refuse to let it affect me, because I did not want any talk of spirits or hauntings to disturb our life, our peace, or the happiness my wife and kids felt about finally moving into a big, nice new house. I did not want to look around every corner waiting for something strange or jump at every small noise, and I did not want my mind to become a constant horror movie, so I firmly pushed the subject aside and decided this place would be nothing more than a normal family home for us. With that kind of mental shield in place, we started spending our first few nights in the new house, arranging furniture during the day, hanging curtains, figuring out where to put our things, telling ourselves how lucky we were after all the stress of moving again, and trying to get used to the feeling and sounds of a different building, because every house has its own way of creaking and breathing at night. However, even though I had mentally decided not to pay attention to anything paranormal, my first few nights of sleep there turned out to be quite remarkable and, in a way, disturbing, not because of something I saw while awake but because of dreams that came to me again and again. Those first nights I started having very vivid nightmares, but they were strange nightmares because even though the content was horrible and in some parts even gory and disgusting, I did not feel the usual terror that people feel in bad dreams. They were more like extremely detailed, dark, emotional scenes that my mind kept showing me, and I would wake up not screaming or sweating but deeply confused and unsettled. The theme of the dreams was something that had never crossed my mind before in my life. It was not connected to any movie I had watched recently or any story anyone had told me, and yet it repeated every single night, always with a slight variation but always clearly the same story underneath, like a series of episodes in a very grim television show that I had not chosen to watch. In these dreams, there was always a middle-aged dead couple, a man and a woman, who were lying in two separate beds in a room of my house. I never knew which room exactly it was supposed to be, because in the dream it felt like part of the house and yet somehow detached, like an in-between space, but I always understood that it was under the same roof where I slept in reality, and they were obviously dead, not just sleeping or ill, but dead and already in a state of decomposition, with skin that looked grayish or greenish and features that were sunken, which should have been terrifying but weirdly did not scare me the way such images normally would. They looked like they had been forgotten there in some sad, neglected way, as if their bodies had been left in those beds long after whatever had happened to them, and no one had come to claim them or give them peace. In the dreams, I always found myself standing near their beds, watching them, and the main feeling I had was not fear but deep pity and a kind of helpless compassion, because I did not understand why they were still there, hanging between worlds like that, not truly gone and not truly alive, trapped in that ugly, decaying condition, and the questions in my mind were always the same. Why are you still here? And, how can I help you? In the dreams I remember asking them these questions, again and again, in different words or with different emphasis, but always with that same intention of wanting to know what kept them there, and what I could do to set them free. They did answer me, both of them, or sometimes one of them, and in the dream I felt like their answers made some kind of sense, as if they were explaining something important, but for the life of me, in the waking world, I cannot remember what exactly they said. Only a vague feeling of sadness and resignation remained when I tried to recall the conversations. I can only clearly remember that despite their decomposing appearance, their presence did not fill me with dread. Instead, I felt this overwhelming sadness for them, as if they had been badly treated, or completely forgotten, or caught in a painful situation that no one had acknowledged, and that pity felt stronger than any fear of their ugly, decaying appearance. Every morning when I woke up after having these dreams, I would lie there for a while, eyes open, staring at the ceiling and feeling very confused, almost like someone who has watched a strange, symbolic movie and is trying to make sense of it afterward. My heart was not racing, there was no cold sweat, but my mind was full of questions, and I kept asking myself why I would dream of such a thing, especially with such detail and repetition. These dreams continued every night for the first 4 to 6 days, each time slightly different but always with the dead couple lying in separate beds. Always with that same mood of forgotten pain and my desire to help, and then suddenly, just as they had started, they stopped. I did not have them anymore, and my nights became normal again, with ordinary, random dreams that I forgot shortly after waking up. I told myself that this whole episode was probably just my brain reacting to the new environment, because moving into a new house always comes with new sounds, new shadows, new worries, and also to the comments from the neighbors about the house being haunted, as if my subconscious had taken all of that and created a story that played itself out until it was done, and then moved on, and I did my best to leave it at that. I never told my family about these dreams, not my children and not my wife, because I knew my wife would be too scared, and just like me she had been very happy and excited about this new big house, with all its space and possibilities, and I did not want to ruin that happiness by pouring heavy, dark images into her mind that she would not be able to chase away at night. I knew that if I told her about the decomposing couple in the beds, she might no longer feel comfortable sleeping under the same roof, so I decided to carry the confusion alone and keep quiet about it. Some weeks passed by and we settled more into our routines, got used to the layout of the house, learned which stairs creaked, where the light switches were, and how the rooms looked at different times of day, and life started to feel relatively stable again, until one day a friend of mine, a local who knew the area much better than I did, came to visit me for the first time in our new home. As he stepped inside and looked around, the very first thing he said in this very casual but honest way was, "Ah, so you're living in the haunted house now, how is it going?" I laughed right away because I thought he was joking with me, trying to tease me or make fun of the neighbor's gossip. But when I looked at his face, I saw that he was serious, and he proceeded to explain to me that it really was some kind of neighborhood legend, a story people in the area had been telling for years, that this particular house must be haunted or at least connected to some kind of unexplained activity. He had heard about it long before we moved in, and now that he saw me living there, he was genuinely curious about whether I had experienced anything. I found that very interesting, especially because his information came from a different source than the first neighbors who had talked about hearing children crying. It meant that the reputation of the house was not just some random remark but something several people knew about and repeated. After his visit, I noticed that my "I block everything out" attitude was not as strong anymore. It was like a small crack had opened in the mental wall I had built. The fact that someone I trusted, who was not especially hysterical or overly dramatic, talked about the house in that way made it harder for me to completely ignore the subject. In the following days, I could not help myself. I kept thinking about the stories I had heard and the dreams I had had, and I started to wonder what might have actually happened in this house before we moved in. I tried to do some initial research, asking discreet questions here and there, trying to find out who had lived here before, whether there had been any accidents or tragedies, but my research did not bring up any useful or clear information at all. It was like the house's past was hidden behind a veil of rumors without any official record I could point to. When external information failed me, I changed my approach. Since I had always had some sensitivity, even if I tried to deny it, I decided to quietly start listening, again with my mind when I was all alone in that big new 3-story house. By listening, I do not mean just with my ears, but also with that inner sense you use when you walk into a room and try to feel its mood. I let myself be more aware of the atmosphere in different parts of the house instead of pushing all strange impressions away. I swear to you that less than one day after I finally began opening my mind in this way, after I stopped pushing everything down and allowed the possibility that something might be there, the first distinct happenings started to occur, as if they had been waiting for me to pay attention. The very first thing I noticed was that I started hearing, quite frequently, the tiny footsteps of what sounded like wet children's feet running across the tiled kitchen and living room floor in the afternoon. The sound was very specific and familiar. It was exactly like when my own small children come back inside from the swimming pool or from a shower, their bare feet still wet, slapping lightly but audibly on the tiles as they run or walk quickly, leaving little damp footprints behind them. That is a sound any parent who lives in a warm climate knows very well. The problem was that the times when I heard this sound did not always match the times when my actual children were around or in that part of the house. Sometimes I was alone downstairs while they were napping or playing in another room, and yet I would hear this soft, rhythmic patter, as if 2 or 3 little ones were crossing the floor and then disappearing into another part of the house. Even when I went to look, there were no wet footprints and no kids there who could have made those sounds. After a while this sound became familiar, not constant but recurring, and a part of me started to accept that something unseen was moving there. In some spots in the house, especially in my office, I began to feel a clear sensation of being watched, but not in a threatening or heavy way, more like a curious or nosy watching, as if someone was standing there, tilting their heads slightly and thinking, what is he doing there? While I worked on my computer or sorted papers. The feeling was not aggressive. It was more like a quiet presence that wanted to understand what I was doing, the way a child might stand in the doorway and watch an adult at work. My office itself added another layer to this perception, because what is now my office must once have been a small girl's bedroom, judging by the things we found when we moved in. There were several Barbie stickers still attached to parts of the wall and furniture, and there were children's drawings and writings in pink and blue crayon or marker on the walls, little hearts and names and doodles that showed a girl had spent a lot of time here, dreaming and playing. When I sit there at my desk, sometimes I get a sense that a young, feminine energy is still in that room, watching, curious about how her old bedroom has turned into an adult's office. Outside the main rooms, we also have a small balcony with stairs going down to the garage and up to the rooftop, and I have to say that when it comes to sensing, or listening to, any possible spirits, that area, especially the stairway that leads to the rooftop, is the least enjoyable place for me in the whole house. Up there, on those stairs, I sometimes encounter a very, very disgusting scent that appears out of nowhere, a smell that is hard to describe but I will try. It is like a mixture of urine, sour lemon juice, and rotten beef, sharp, acidic, and decayed all at once, a scent that hits the back of your throat and makes your stomach twist. Sometimes the smell is so strong and intrinsic that I honestly feel like I am about to throw up. I have to cover my nose or move away quickly. At first I blamed it on our dog, because sometimes she urinates under the stairs if she cannot go out in time, and it seemed logical that the smell might be because of that. But there were times when she had been going out regularly, and the area had been cleaned and there was no fresh urine, and yet the smell would suddenly come back as if something unseen had spilled itself into the air. I am not the only one who has noticed it. Other people have also smelled it on different days, which makes it harder to dismiss as my imagination. Speaking of the rooftop, we are lucky to have a gigantic, beautiful rooftop space on the 3rd floor of our house, around 100 square meters wide, a huge open area where you can see the sky and feel the breeze. I love that place during the daytime for relaxing, sunbathing, maybe reading a book or just lying there with my eyes closed, and it is also great for inviting friends over for barbecues or small gatherings. And in the sunlight it feels like a gift, a peaceful, happy area full of fresh air. But at night, everything changes a little. especially if I am standing at the stairway that goes up to the rooftop and the sky is already dark above. Only sometimes, not every single night but often enough for me to notice a pattern, I experience a very strange sensation there. I feel like I have no chance to move my body even one step further up the stairs, as if something unseen and strong is pushing back gently but firmly against me, saying in a silent voice, "Don't you dare come up here now!" Or, "This is not for you at this moment." Or something similar. It is really weird because it is not a simple fear of the dark, it is a clear internal resistance that feels like it is coming from outside as well as inside. On some nights, when I encounter this feeling, I stop, listen to it, and respect it, turning around and going back downstairs even if I had originally gone up to get something I needed, because the sense that I am not welcome up there is so strong that it feels like going against it would be like walking into someone's room without knocking. On other nights, usually when I am in a more determined or practical mood, I ignore the feeling and force myself to go up anyway, especially if I really have something to do, like bringing or taking some items that are stored on the rooftop. On those nights I turn on all the lights up there to make the place as bright as possible, telling myself that with enough light nothing can hide. But still, even under the lights, there are times when that deep, eerie sensation comes back and wraps itself around me, a strong inner voice whispering that I am disturbing somebody there, that I am intruding on something, and that I should leave. When that happens, I do whatever I have to do quickly and then go back downstairs almost immediately, wanting to put walls and floors between myself and that mood. As I said before, all these experiences only started when I opened my mind again, when I stopped fighting so hard against the idea that there might be something else here with us. It is as if whatever is in the house was always there, but it waited politely until I was ready to notice it again. And once I gave it permission in my heart and mind to exist, it began to show itself slowly through sounds, feelings, smells, and sensations. Despite all of this, I do not really feel threatened in a direct or violent way. I am cautious and respectful, yes, and sometimes uneasy, but I do not feel like these presences want to harm us. This is my house now, I am paying for it, my family and I live here, and I am a very self-conscious and grounded person. So while I can accept that there might be lingering energies, spirits, or memories in the walls and rooms, I also firmly believe that we have a right to be here and to create our own peace, and I move through the house with that quiet confidence, hoping that, in time, whatever or whoever is sharing this space with us will understand that we are not enemies, but simply living people trying to build a life in a place that holds more stories than we can see. Most of the strange and unexplained things I have experienced in my life happened in my grandmother's old house in Paranak, and whenever I think about that place, it feels like a mix of fear, nostalgia, and a strange kind of warmth, because even though so many creepy things happened there, that house was also the center of my childhood, my adventures with my cousins, and many moments that shaped who I am now. When I was younger, I was the kind of child who always looked for adventure, who wanted to explore every corner, climb every stair, peek into every dark space, and because of that I ended up seeing and feeling things that quieter children might have missed. I am 17 years old now, and even after everything that has happened, even after all the stories my family carries with them and all the experiences that kept some of us awake at night, I still find myself missing that house, the way it smelled, the echo of our laughter in the hallways, the sound of the wind passing through the trees in the garden, and even the heavy silence that would fall over certain areas as soon as the sun started going down. To help you understand why the house felt so unique and why so many people believed it was haunted, it is important to describe it a little. The house was one of the first houses built in that village and had been there long before many of the other homes were even thought of. It was already standing when most of the streets were still quiet and empty, and over time the village grew around it. By now it is probably more than 35 years old, maybe even older, and you could feel that age in its walls, in the way the floors creaked in certain places, and in the old-fashioned design of its rooms and corridors. My grandmother bought it when she was still young, full of energy and plans, and my mother lived there too, long before I was born, even when she herself was a teenager. In a way, that house carried 3 generations of memories, which made it feel like a living thing rather than just a structure of concrete and wood. One of the reasons people thought the house was haunted was its strange floor plan. Unlike modern houses that are built with simple, practical layouts, this one had an unusual design that made it both beautiful and eerie. At the center of the house there was an indoor garden, open to the sky above, with plants and trees growing right there inside the structure, so that sometimes it felt like nature and the house were tangled together. In the middle of that indoor garden, there was a hole in the ground, a dark, deep opening that everyone simply called the tunnel. It was not some small harmless pit that you could easily ignore. It was a real opening that seemed to lead somewhere unseen, and because it was right at the heart of the house, almost like a wound or a hidden mouth, it naturally became the focus of many of the rumors and fears about the place. People said that the tunnel was the source of all the paranormal activity, that it was a doorway or passage for things that did not belong to our world, and there was something about the way it just sat there in the center of everything, quiet and dark, that made it easy to believe those stories. The garden itself was another reason the house felt more like a haunted place from a storybook than a simple family home. It was so big that it sometimes seemed less like a garden and more like a small forest right in the middle of our living space. There were many trees, and the one that everybody remembered most were the mango trees. Their branches spread wide, their leaves thick and green, creating patches of shadow even when the sun was bright overhead. The ground had many ant hills too, small mounds of earth with tiny red or black ants moving constantly, as if the land was always alive with crawling life. When you stood in the garden and looked around, with the tall trees above you and the tunnel beside you, it was easy to imagine that you were no longer inside a house but in a wild piece of nature that had decided to grow right through the cement. Because of all this, the tunnel in the middle of the garden became the most feared but also the most fascinating part of the house. Everyone in the family knew it was there, and everyone had their own private thoughts about it. Some of my relatives avoided walking near it, choosing to stay closer to the path that led around the garden instead of cutting across it. No one really dared to go too close to the tunnel unless there was a serious reason, and usually that reason was cleaning, because from time to time we had to tidy up the garden, sweep fallen leaves, and clear away any trash that might have blown in, and during those times we would move carefully, staying focused on our tasks and pretending not to feel the way the air seemed to grow heavier when we were near that opening. Even as a child, who loved adventure and who normally enjoyed poking around, I had a quiet respect for that spot. Something inside me told me we were not supposed to disturb it more than necessary. It was not only the strange layout of the house and the indoor garden that made people talk. Everyone who stayed there for a long time had at least one story of their own, something they had seen, heard, or felt that they could not explain. My cousins and I would often sit together and swap stories in whispers, our eyes wide, while the adults in the next room did the same in lower, more serious voices. Some heard footsteps at night, even when everyone was already in their bedrooms. Some saw shadows moving along the walls where there should have been none. Others felt like someone was watching them from the garden window late at night. Because of all these events, it became normal to say that the house was haunted, not as a joke but as a simple description of what many people had experienced. Long before I was old enough to understand any of this, when the house was still new to my grandmother, and she was just beginning her life there, she decided to invite a medium to visit the house and check for anything unusual. At that time, she did not know exactly what she might find, but she was open to the idea that there could be more to the world than what our eyes could see. She wanted to know what kind of energies or spirits might be sharing her home, maybe to protect her family, maybe to find peace with whatever was already there. The medium who came was a person skilled in communicating with elements and spirits, and the way she worked was not like the fancy scenes in movies where lights flicker and tables shake. It was quieter, more focused, like a person trying to carefully read a message written in smoke. One of the methods she used involved a piece of paper and a candle. She would hold the paper over the flame for a certain period of time, asking questions in a calm, respectful voice, and then she would lift the paper up to see what answers had appeared. It might sound strange, but according to my grandmother and the other witnesses, the paper did show answers, written out clearly, almost as if an invisible hand had guided the marks that formed the words. The medium did ask several questions, though over the years many of the details were forgotten or blurred by time. But there are a few things my family never forgot. One of the questions that stayed in everyone's memory was simple and direct. "What is your name?" The medium held the paper above the candle, waited, and when she lifted it again, they saw the answer. The element, this unseen presence that was communicating with them, had replied in surprisingly neat, clear penmanship with just one word. Nita. That name, so short and ordinary on its own, became something powerful in the story of the house. It meant that whatever was there was not just a vague energy without identity. It had a name, a way to be called, a way to be remembered. The fact that the writing was neat made it even stranger, because it did not look like random scratches or burns, but like proper handwriting, like someone who had done this many times before had written it carefully. This particular incident took place in my grandmother's room, which made that space even more meaningful afterward. The idea that a presence named Nita was there, answering questions, during a quiet moment with the medium and the candle, stayed with my grandmother for the rest of her life. Another question that the medium asked, which my family remembers, was about how many of them were there. By them, she meant the spirits or elements that were residing in the house or near it. My relatives say that the answer indicated that they were not just one or two, but many. I personally forgot the exact number they mentioned, and each retelling might slightly change it, but the important part was that it was too many to dismiss easily. It was not a case of one lonely ghost wandering around. It was a gathering, a group, a crowd of beings who were somehow tied to that place. Knowing that there were that many unseen presences living or lingering there made the stories that came later feel even more believable. Soon after this first contact, my family came to understand that there were not only elements in the house, like nature spirits or neutral forms of energy, but also more specific beings that belonged to Filipino folklore and belief. There were tales of white ladies, those ghostly women dressed in long white gowns who are often seen in corridors, staircases, or near windows, appearing mostly at night, their faces sometimes hidden by their hair or by a soft glow. Then there were black ladies, similar in form but darker in energy and appearance, whose presence felt heavier and more menacing. People in the house spoke of coppers too, those large, dark, tree-dwelling beings who sit in big branches, often associated with smoking cigars and watching silently from above, which made sense in a property that had so many big trees, especially old mango trees that seemed strong enough to hold such a being. There were mentions of aswangs, creatures that change their form and are feared in many parts of the Philippines for their hunger and their connection to the night. My family also spoke about dwarves, small beings that live in anthills or under the roots of big trees, who can sometimes be playful or easily offended if their homes are disturbed. And these named beings were not the only visitors. The way my relatives talked about it, it sounded like there were others too, shapes and presences that were not so easily labeled, that would come and go. Some would stay near the tunnel in the garden. Others would appear in certain corners of the house or in my grandmother's room. Sometimes my family would say, "Someone is visiting again," as if the house was a meeting place, a kind of crossroads where different beings passed through. The important thing to understand is that after the medium's visit and the answers written on that paper, it became clear to my grandmother and to everyone else that the house was not empty, even when no human voices were heard. It was shared, in a way, with many unseen neighbors, some neutral, some gentle, some frightening. And it did not stop there. As the years went on, my cousins and I grew up hearing all these stories, adding our own experiences to the collection, and walking through that house with both love and caution. Even now, at 17, when I look back and remember the tunnel in the middle of the indoor garden, the forest-like trees, the ant hills, the strange floor plan, the name Nita written in neat penmanship over a candle flame, and the long list of beings that supposedly visited or stayed with us under that roof, I feel a mixture of fear and deep longing. Because for all its hauntings and mysteries, that old house in Parañaque was still our family home, and a part of me will probably always miss living there. Ever since I was a child, I always had this strange curiosity about the paranormal and the unseen, like there was a part of me that wanted to know if all the stories I had heard growing up were real or just creations of people's imaginations, and here in the Philippines, especially in places like Bataan where I was raised. That kind of curiosity is not unusual at all because ghost stories and talks about otherworldly beings such as Lamang Lupa, spirits, and lost souls are deeply woven into our culture and into the way people talk about their surroundings. It is almost normal to sit around with friends or relatives and listen to someone share their experiences, telling stories late at night, and the rest of us would either be scared, fascinated, or both at the same time. And as a kid in a municipality with a large population and so many neighborhoods and old houses, there were also just as many stories to match that size. Tales about white ladies on certain roads, strange figures at riverbanks, children laughing where no children were supposed to be, and many other unexplained things that people would whisper about in jeepneys, sari-sari stores, and school corridors. Because of all this, I grew up hearing story after story, some told in a joking tone and others in a very serious voice, and a part of me always thought, what if I could experience something like that for myself? It was not that I wanted to be in danger or to be truly terrified. It was more like I wanted some sort of proof, a moment that would make me say, so these things we talk about are really there. And in my mind I imagined that if I ever did see something, I would be brave and calm about it, or at least I told myself that. For a long time, all the ghost stories stayed as just that, stories, and nothing truly personal ever happened to me, no clear sighting, no strong sign, just little strange feelings now and then that could be easily explained away by tiredness or the wind. It was not until my second year in high school that I had what I consider my first real experience seeing something that did not fit into the normal world, and that night has stayed very clear in my memory. From the smallest detail of the time on the clock to the way the street looked under the lights. I remember that day as starting out completely ordinary, just like any other school day, with classes, homework, and the usual mix of boredom and laughter that comes with being a student, and there was nothing in the air that hinted that anything unusual would happen later. Sometime in the evening, while I was already at home, resting and probably preparing for the next school day, one of my classmates came knocking at our house. It was not unusual for classmates to drop by around that time because sometimes they needed help with assignments, or wanted to borrow notes if they had been absent. And when I opened the door and saw her standing there I could tell from her expression that she was a bit worried about falling behind. She explained that she had been absent the previous day and asked if she could borrow my notebook so she could copy the lessons and not miss anything important. I have always been the type who is willing to help my classmates, especially if it is something as simple as lending notes. And since I knew how stressful it could be to miss class and then struggle to catch up, I gladly lent her my notebook. At that moment, I also decided that instead of just handing it to her and letting her walk home alone at that hour, I would accompany her to her house. It was already around 8:30 in the evening, not extremely late but late enough that the streets in some areas were starting to get quiet, and I knew that walking alone as a girl at night, even for a short distance, could feel uncomfortable or even dangerous, so when I said I would walk with her, she did not disagree. In fact, she seemed relieved, because having someone with you in the dark always makes you feel safer, even if you do not say it out loud. So we left my house and began walking together through the familiar roads of our barangay, passing by houses with lights still on, stores that were closing, and a few people lingering by the streets, talking or sitting on benches. We returned to talking about school and other simple things, and the air around us felt calm and normal. After we reached her house and I handed her my notebook, we said our goodbyes, and I turned around to start making my way back home. It was at that point that I met one of my friends along the way, someone I knew well and felt comfortable with, and when he saw me walking alone he called out, and we stopped to talk for a moment. I told him that I had just accompanied my classmate home because she had borrowed my notes, and now I was heading back to my own house. Because the night was growing darker and the number of people outside was becoming fewer, I asked him if he could accompany me on the walk back home so I would have someone to talk to and I would not have to walk alone. He did not mind at all. In fact, he agreed easily, and we fell into steps side by side, making our way down the street, talking about random things like events at school, upcoming exams, funny moments with our other friends, and all the things that high school students usually talk about to fill up the time. As we walked, the surroundings gradually became quieter. The chatter of people faded, the houses seemed more closed off, and the air felt a little cooler, the way it does at night when the day has finally finished. The road we walked on was familiar to me, because my house has been there for quite a while, and I had used that path many times, during both day and night. The street itself was not very wide, a typical neighborhood road with a few streetlights spaced out at intervals. Some parts were well lit, while others fell into deeper shadows when you walked past houses with high fences or empty lots. Right across from my house stood an unoccupied, unfinished 3-story house that everyone in the area knew about. It had been under construction and then left incomplete for about a year, and no one had moved into it yet, so at night it looked more like a big dark block than a home. The walls were up, the basic shape of the floors and windows were there, but there were no curtains, no lights, no signs of life, just empty openings and rough concrete, making it look both mysterious and a little creepy, especially when you passed by at night and realized that no one was inside, that it was just standing there, like a giant hollow shell watching the road. In front of our house, near the gate, we also had a doghouse where our dog stayed. It was in a corner that was still within our property but close enough to the street that anyone walking by could see it and the dog, especially during the day. Our dog was used to people passing by and would usually bark if a stranger came too close, but at that hour he would often be resting, only waking up if something really disturbed him. So there we were, my friend and I, walking closer to my house, talking and laughing about little things, when something unusual happened. As we approached the area in front of our house, from a small distance away, my eyes caught sight of a girl walking ahead of us. She looked very young, maybe around 5 years old, small in size compared to the surroundings, and she was wearing a simple dress, a somewhat faded red dress with printed flowers on it, the kind of clothing that many children in the neighborhood might wear on ordinary days. Not fancy or new but comfortable and familiar. The color of the dress stood out a bit under the streetlight, worn but still clearly red, and the little flower prints made it look like something a loving parent or grandparent might have chosen long ago. I could not see her face clearly because her head was bowed downward, like she was looking at the ground as she walked, and her hair, or perhaps the angle of her head, hid most of her features from me. From where I stood, it looked like she was just a normal kid, heading in the same direction we were walking, and I saw her pass in front of us, some meters away, and move toward the area where our doghouse was located. My mind did not immediately jump to anything supernatural. At that moment, I simply thought she was a child from the neighborhood, maybe someone whose family lived nearby, maybe someone who had been sent on a small errand or who had decided to walk around without anyone noticing. Because she appeared so natural and ordinary, I did not say anything at first. I just noted her presence silently and continued talking with my friend, assuming that if she was going toward our doghouse, we would soon see her more clearly as we got closer, and I would need to make sure our dog did not get startled and bite her by accident. As we kept walking and drew nearer to the spot where I had seen the girl headed, my concern about our dog grew a little stronger. Even if our dog was usually calm, there was always a chance that he might react badly to a child coming too close, especially if she tried to play with him or look inside his doghouse. So I turned my attention away from our conversation and started looking around the area carefully, searching for the girl. I expected to see her standing near the doghouse, or maybe walking a bit further along the side of our yard, or even standing at a slight distance, but my eyes could not find her. The space around the doghouse was empty. The ground was plain, with no small figure standing there. The shadows were normal, just the uneven shapes created by the streetlight and the house, no extra shape of a child. Our dog was inside the doghouse, and to my surprise, he was silently sleeping. He was not barking, not awake, not reacting to anything, which was strange because if a real child had walked that close to his territory, he would almost certainly have made some kind of sound, even a bark or a growl, or at least shifted around. There was also no way for the girl to exit that area without us noticing. The part of the yard where the doghouse was had only a limited number of paths around it, and we were already close enough that any quick movement would have caught our attention. There were no open gates or hidden doors that she could have slipped through without being seen. It was as if she had been there one moment, and then vanished the next. The realization that I could no longer see her, combined with the sight of our dog sleeping peacefully like nothing had happened, confused me more than it scared me at that moment. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe she had run to one side quickly, and I had just missed the movement. Maybe my eyes, tired from the day, had imagined the shape of a little girl from a trick of the light and shadows. But I remembered the dress, the red fabric, and the printed flowers so clearly that it did not feel like a half-glimpse. So I turned to my friend, feeling a little unsettled but still trying to stay calm, and I asked him directly if he had seen the girl who walked toward our doghouse, because he had been right beside me when I saw her, and I assumed he had also noticed her. After all, there had been no one else on the street at that moment except for the two of us and that small figure, so it seemed unlikely that he would have missed her. I expected him to say, "Yes, I saw her too," or to give some simple explanation, but instead he looked at me with a puzzled expression and said, "Ha? Walla naman. Bake it?" Which in English is like, "Ha! There was no one. Why?" The surprise in his voice sounded genuine, like he truly had no idea what I was talking about. When he saw the surprised and slightly worried look on my face, he laughed a bit and added, half teasing and half trying to scare me in a playful way, "Hala! May multo esse inyo," meaning, "Oh, there's a ghost in your house." To him it was probably just a joke to lighten the mood, a typical reaction among friends when someone says they saw something strange. But to me, hearing him confirm that he had not seen any little girl at all when I was sure I had seen one walk right in front of us made my thoughts swirl even more. I tried to replay the moment in my head, the red dress, the small frame, the bowed head, the quiet movement toward the doghouse. It all felt too real, too clear, for my mind to simply erase it as imagination. My friend and I parted ways soon after that, with him heading off in his direction and me going into my house. As I walked inside and closed the door behind me, I could not stop thinking about that little girl. Her image stayed with me, not in a terrifying way, but in a deeply confusing one, like a question that refused to be answered. I thought about how, when I first saw her, I had assumed she was just an ordinary child and nothing more, and how that simple assumption had been shaken when I could not find her anymore and my friend had not seen her at all. I then started thinking about the unfinished house in front of ours, the 3-story structure that had been left unoccupied for about a year. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the direction she had seemed to come from matched the location of that empty house. I replayed the scene, the dark, silent structure across the street, the fact that no family lived there, that at night it was almost completely black inside because there were no lights or curtains, no toys in the yard, no sign at all that a small child should be walking out from that place. It was too dark for a young girl to be wandering around alone there, and it was not usual at all for a kid that age to be outside at around 8:30 or slightly later at night, especially in an area where most parents would call their children inside long before that time. The more I considered those facts, the more I began to wonder if what I had seen was not a living child but something else, and a quiet question formed itself in my mind: was she a lost soul? The thought made my chest feel tight for a moment, not just from fear but from a kind of sadness, because when I looked back in my memory at that small bowed head and faded dress, there was nothing threatening about her, nothing aggressive or frightening. She just looked like a lonely little girl walking toward our doghouse, head down, as if searching for something or someone. I did not know who she could have been in life, whether she belonged to a family that once lived in that unfinished house or somewhere else, or whether she had any connection to that place at all. All I knew was that on that night, in front of our house and under the quiet streetlights of our Burundi in Batan, I saw a child that my friend did not see, a child who vanished without a trace in a space too small for her to disappear in, and from that moment on, I could no longer say that I had never experienced anything paranormal, because even though I still did not want to scare myself by shouting, "Ghost!" at every unexplained thing, deep inside I understood that something out of the ordinary had happened, and my long childish wish to witness a paranormal occurrence had finally come true in a way I did not expect, not with dramatic sounds or terrifying faces, but with a simple, quiet image of a little girl in a faded red dress who may have been, and may still be, a soul that has not yet found her way home. That night started out as one of those simple, peaceful evenings that seemed so ordinary you would never expect anything strange to happen, the kind of night where the air is quiet, the house feels calm, and you think you will just drift off to sleep without any trouble at all. My younger sister, my mother, and I had decided to sleep together in the living room instead of in our usual beds. I do not really remember exactly why. Maybe it was because it was a bit hot in the bedrooms, or maybe because we just felt like being close to each other that night. But at the time it felt cozy and safe and a little special, like a small sleepover with family. We laid out our bedding on the floor, spreading our sheets and pillows in a row. My sister lay closer to my mother, and I ended up lying near the door of our room, the door that led from the living room to the bedroom. That door was so close to me that if I turned to my left and stretched even a little, I would have bumped against it. There was only about an inch or two of space between my body and the wood, so I could feel its presence there even with my eyes closed, just like you can sense a wall when you are almost touching it. At that time I was around 8 years old, still small, still innocent in many ways, and even though I had already heard some scary stories from other people, I did not really expect them to happen in real life, especially not to me, especially not when I was sleeping beside my mother and sister in our own home. Eventually, after talking a little and shifting around to get comfortable, we all drifted off to sleep, wrapped in that warm, drowsy feeling where the world seems soft and far away. I do not know how long I had been asleep when something unusual happened. All I know is that at some point in the middle of the night, I suddenly opened my eyes for no clear reason. It felt like I woke up in an instant, from deep sleep straight into awareness, without the slow, lazy feeling that usually comes when you wake up on your own. If I had to guess, I would say it was around 2 in the morning because the night felt very still and deep, and there was that special kind of silence that only seems to exist after midnight, when most people are already asleep and the world outside feels like it is holding its breath. For a moment I just lay there, wondering why I had woken up, because I did not feel thirsty, I did not have to go to the bathroom, and no one had called my name. Then, in that quiet, I heard a sound. It was a soft, repetitive sound, a gentle tick-tick-tick, like the ticking of a small clock or a light object tapping rhythmically against something hard. It did not sound like footsteps or like anything moving heavily, more like a delicate, steady tapping, almost as if someone was trying to get attention without making too much noise. At first I did not know where it was coming from, but after listening for a few seconds, I felt like it was coming from my left side, the direction of the door, which made sense because I was lying right next to it. I did not want to move my head too much, maybe because I was still half asleep and my body felt heavy, or maybe because a small part of me was already nervous and did not want to make any sudden movements, so I just rolled my eyes to the left, moving only them while keeping my head where it was, to see if I could spot the source of the sound. I was not really expecting to see anything at all, maybe just the door or the dark outline of the room, so in my mind I was prepared for nothing, just a shadow and silence. But instead, what I saw amazed me, and I still remember that feeling clearly even now. Sitting right beside me, in that narrow space near the door, was a girl. The room was not completely dark, even though it was night. There was a small amount of light coming in from outside, maybe from a street light or the moon or a distant lamp, and that faint glow gently outlined the shapes in the room so that I could still see the furniture, the door, the outlines of my mother and sister sleeping, and most importantly, the figure of this girl who had somehow appeared so close to me without me hearing her approach. She looked pale, not just the regular pale of a person with light skin, but an unnatural kind of pale, almost like a thick smoke shaped into the form of a person, like her whole body was made of white mist that had been compressed into something solid enough to see but not solid enough to be completely real. Even though she looked like smoke, I could still see her features, her hair, her face, her posture were clear enough to recognize, and she did not look like a blur or a shadow. She looked like an actual girl sitting there, only colorless and strange. The door behind her was half open, and she was positioned only about 3 inches away from me, so close that if I had stretched out my hand without thinking, I would have been able to touch her. For a moment I just stared at her, too surprised to even be afraid. My mind was trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. I watched her closely and noticed that she was holding something in her hand. It looked like a thin stick or rod. I could not identify exactly what it was in the dim light, but I could see that she was moving it slowly and deliberately, tapping it lightly against the edge of the door. Every time it made contact with the wood, the sound, tick tick tick, came out, matching the noise that had woken me earlier. In that instant, it became clear to me that the sound I had heard was not a clock or something ordinary, but this girl tapping the door right next to my head. I shifted my gaze back up to her face to see what kind of expression she had, expecting maybe a blank look or something neutral, but what I saw made a chill crawl slowly up my spine. She was looking directly at me, as if she had known all along that I would wake up and see her, and on her lips was a smirk, a small, twisted half-smile that was not friendly or kind, but not wildly angry either. It was the kind of expression someone wears when they know a secret that you do not, as if they are amused by something that you will only understand later, or as if they are enjoying your confusion. Her smirk seemed to say, without words, "I know something you don't." And that made the whole situation feel even stranger and more unsettling. I did not scream, at least not out loud. Maybe I was too stunned. Maybe something inside me instinctively held back, afraid of what would happen if I made a noise, so instead I just kept staring, frozen, my heart beginning to beat faster in my chest. As I lay there watching her, I suddenly became aware of another sensation that made everything 10 times more frightening. I realized that I could not move my body. I tried to shift, to pull my blanket up, to turn or sit up, but it was as if an invisible weight was pressing down on me, holding me in place. My arms and legs would not respond, and I felt trapped inside my own body, fully awake in my mind but unable to move any part of myself except my eyes. Panic started to rise in me then, not only because of the strange girl sitting beside me but also because I was helpless to do anything about it. While all this was happening inside me, I felt my mother stir nearby. She moved slightly, and out of the corner of my eye I saw her raise herself a little and reach toward me. She began to adjust my bed sheet, pulling it up to cover me more, like mothers often do when they sense that their children might be cold or uncovered during sleep. My eyes darted between my mother and the ghostly girl, and my confusion grew even stronger, because my mother was looking in my direction, but she did not react at all to the girl sitting right there next to me. She did not gasp, did not flinch, did not show any sign that she saw anyone other than me lying on the floor. She just calmly tucked the sheet around me as if there was nothing unusual in the room. The girl with the stick remained where she was, smirking, as if my mother's presence meant nothing to her. Watching my mother so close to the girl and seeing her act completely normal made the situation feel even more unreal. It was like I was experiencing a reality that only I could see, a layer over the ordinary world that no one else around me could notice. I wanted desperately to call out to my mother, to tell her, "Mom, look, there's someone here!" But my mouth would not move and my voice stayed trapped inside my chest, so all I could do was stare and hope that somehow my eyes could communicate my fear. After a moment, my mother finished fixing my sheet and lay back down, going to sleep again. I felt the small movements of the bedding beside me, and then everything grew still once more. I kept my eyes closed tightly for a short time, partly because I hoped that if I pretended to be asleep, whatever was happening would stop, and partly because I could not bear to see that smirking face any longer. I could sense my mother's steady breathing again, and the room felt quiet once more, except for the pounding of my own heart. After a while, curiosity and dread pushed me to open my eyes again, because I needed to know whether the girl was gone or not. When I slowly lifted my eyelids, I found that nothing had changed. The girl was still there, sitting in the exact same place, her pale smoky form outlined by the faint light, her stick resting near the door, and that same unnerving smirk still on her lips as she looked at me like I was some kind of interesting toy she was not finished playing with. I was still sleepy, my body felt heavy with the weight of the night, and a part of me just wanted her to disappear so I could roll over and go back to sleep as if nothing had happened. Because I was young and perhaps still trying to treat this like a dream, I tried something childish but desperate. I blinked my eyes hard, once, twice, maybe 3 times, hoping that by doing so I could somehow erase her, the way you blink away images after a bright light or the way cartoon characters make things vanish in an instant. But every time my eyes opened again after each blink, she was still there, unchanged, still smirking, still watching me. She did not flicker, did not fade. She remained as steady as any real person would. The most interesting part of that moment, and the part that still puzzles me when I think about it now, is that I do not know what came over me to make me do what I did next. Some people might call it bravery, others might call it foolishness, and I myself sometimes think of it as a strange mix of both. Instead of looking away or squeezing my eyes shut again, I decided to reach toward her. I wanted to know if she was really there or if she was just some kind of trick of my imagination, and perhaps some small voice inside me told me that if I faced her directly, I would understand more. So, struggling against the heaviness I had felt before, I slowly tried to lift my hand toward her face. I do not even remember feeling my arm move fully, but in my memory I am reaching out to her, leaning my eyes closer to hers, trying to meet her gaze. We were already very close physically, only a few inches apart, but in that moment it felt like I was closing an invisible distance as well. I looked deeply into her eyes, or at least where her eyes would be, and for that brief instant, it was as though the two of us were sharing a direct connection, me as a living child and her as something else entirely. Then, just as I reached for her and really focused on her face, she disappeared. There was no dramatic flash of light, no loud sound. She simply dispersed into thin air, like smoke carried away by a sudden wind that I could not feel, one moment solid enough to see, the next moment completely gone as if she had never been there. The space beside me was empty again, only the half-open door and the darkness remaining. My body slowly relaxed, the weight that had held me down seemed to lift, and I felt like I could breathe more deeply again. Eventually, whether from relief or exhaustion or both, I must have fallen asleep again, still lying there in the living room beside my mother and sister. When morning finally came and the sunlight filled the room, everything looked normal and harmless, like any other morning. The living room was just the living room again, with no pale girl, no tapping sounds, just our usual furniture and the gentle light of day. For a while I hesitated to say anything, because part of me wondered if it had all been a dream, just a strange experience created by my 8-year-old mind. But the memory felt too sharp, too detailed, too vivid to be dismissed that easily, and I could still hear the tick-tick-tick sound in my head and see the curve of that smirk when I closed my eyes. Eventually, I decided I could not keep it all inside, so I told my mother what had happened during the night. I explained how I had woken up, heard the sound, seen the girl, and how she had been sitting right there by the door, smirking and tapping with her stick, and how I had not been able to move until she vanished. I expected my mother to tell me that I had just been dreaming, that I had imagined everything, or that I had scared myself with some story I had heard earlier. Instead, her reaction surprised me and sent another wave of chills over me. She listened carefully, and then told me that she had heard that same sound too, the tick-tick-tick tapping, the night before when we were already supposed to be asleep and she had been washing the dishes. That meant that the sound was not only in my head, she had noticed it as well when she was still awake and doing chores, before she lay down beside us. Knowing that she had heard the same tapping sound made my experience feel more real, like it was not just my imagination playing tricks on me. Even though I sometimes wonder whether being 8 years old might have made me more open to seeing things that adults could not see, I am still very sure that I saw her, that pale girl beside the door, and I believe that what happened that night was more than just a simple dream. The date that all of this began is something I know I will never forget for as long as I live, because it is like a scar on my heart that never truly fades. It was August 9th, 1994, an ordinary school day at first, and I remember coming home the way I usually did, tired but relaxed, expecting nothing more than the familiar smells of our house, maybe the sound of my siblings playing, and the comforting thought that my beloved cat Misha would be there to greet me like she always did. Instead, as soon as I stepped inside, I walked into a scene that did not make sense at first. My younger siblings were crying, their faces red and wet with tears, and my parents were upset too, their expressions sad and troubled, and the whole atmosphere of the house felt heavy and strange. I froze for a moment, confused and worried, because it was rare to see everyone like that at the same time. My heart began to beat faster as I asked what had happened, and then they told me the words I did not want to hear. An accident had happened, and our beloved cat Misha was dead. At first I did not understand how it was possible. Misha had always seemed so strong and healthy, so full of life, the kind of cat who moved gracefully and confidently around the house, and who always seemed to know where everyone was. But they explained that someone in the house had accidentally broken a bottle of cough medicine, and the liquid had poured out over Misha's 2-week-old kittens, the tiny babies she had just given birth to. Being the good mother cat that she was, she did what came naturally to her. She licked her kittens clean, trying to remove the strange liquid from their fur with her tongue, not knowing that the medicine was poison for her small body. Minutes later, after doing what she thought was right, she began to convulse, her body shaking in a frightening way, and then, without any chance for us to help her, she died. Hearing this explanation felt like being struck in the chest. It was very hard for me to accept that Misha, the cat who was more than just a pet to me, was gone forever. She was not just an animal in our house, she was my very close friend, my companion, my comfort. I had grown so used to her presence in my life that the idea of her being dead felt unreal, like a bad dream I was waiting to wake up from. Inside I felt like my whole world had shifted, like something very important had been taken away. I could not accept the idea of letting her go, and because of that, when she died, I did something that many people might find strange. Her body did not leave our house right away. I could not bear the thought of burying her immediately, of putting soil over her and saying goodbye so quickly. Instead, her body stayed in our home for 3 long days. During those 3 days I would look at her again and again, as if expecting her to suddenly get up and walk toward me. My parents and siblings respected my feelings, even though they were grieving too, and they did not force me to rush the burial. Each day I tried to gather the strength to face the truth, to face the idea that my friend was no longer alive, but it took time. Only after those 3 days did I finally find the courage to lay her body to rest, to accept that I had to say goodbye to her in the physical world. As if the loss of Misha was not enough, I also tried my best to save her kittens after she died. I knew that they were very young, only 2 weeks old, and that they depended on their mother's milk to live, but I felt that I could not just stand by and watch them fade away. So I tried to hand feed them, to nurse them myself with small drops of milk or replacement food, trying very hard to do what a mother would do, even though I was just a girl learning as I went. I watched their tiny bodies move weakly, their eyes still small, and my heart hurt each time they cried. I did not want them to follow their mother too soon. But despite my efforts, despite my wish to keep them alive, one by one they grew weaker, and soon they too died and followed their mother across the Rainbow Bridge, that place where people say our animal companions wait for us in peace. Losing them felt like losing Misha all over again, and it left another layer of sadness on top of an already deep pain. The feeling of guilt started to grow inside me, even though I had not been there when the accident happened. I could not stop thinking that if I had just been home instead of at school, maybe I could have done something. Maybe I could have moved the medicine, or stopped it from spilling on the kittens, or reacted faster when Misha started acting strange. I tortured myself with what-if questions, as if replaying the scene in my mind could change the past. I could not forgive myself for not being there when my cat needed me the most. Even though logically I knew it was not my fault, and that no one had harmed her on purpose, my heart still carried the heavy weight of personal blame. It became one of the saddest times for our whole family, but especially for me, because my bond with Misha was different from everyone else's. She practically owned me, in the sense that wherever I was in the house, she would often be there too. We were hardly ever apart whenever I was at home. As soon as I came back from school or from any place outside, she would appear, either walking gracefully toward me or already waiting in my room. At night, she did not sleep somewhere far away. Instead, she slept with me on my bed. Sometimes she would curl herself near my legs, sometimes she would settle close to my chest or beside my pillow, and the sound of her soft purring helped me fall asleep many times. In the mornings, when my mother had difficulty waking me up because I was still sleepy and lazy, Misha would help. She would walk over me, nudge me, sometimes tap me gently with her paw or touch me with her cold little nose, and that would make me smile and open my eyes. It became a kind of routine for us, my mother trying, and if I did not respond, Misha stepping in to do her part. When I was lonely or sad about something that had happened at school or in life, I did not always run to another person to talk. Often, I would simply sit somewhere in the house, quietly, and Misha seemed to sense my mood. She would come to me on her own, jump up beside me, and then, in the way that cats sometimes do, she would give me what I thought of as a cat kiss, on the neck. She would bump or press her cold nose against my skin, or gently touch her whiskered face to mine, and even though she could not speak human words, I felt that she was telling me she was there, that I was not alone. In many ways, she was the best friend I ever had, aside from my mother. She understood me without needing explanations, and her presence was a constant source of comfort. After she died, the house felt very empty to me, even though all the people I loved were still there. The space she usually occupied, the sounds she usually made, even the small marks of her claws here and there were painful reminders that she was gone. In the days and weeks that followed her death, my sadness did not fade quickly. The following nights after she died, I often cried myself to sleep. I would lie down on my bed, where she used to curl up beside me, and the absence of her warm little body made me feel cold inside. I had a stuffed toy that was her favorite, a lamb that she seemed to like to play with or lie near, and I started hugging that toy very close to my chest as I cried, as if somehow holding it could bring me nearer to her again. The soft texture of the lamb reminded me of her fur in a small way, and the connection I felt through that toy was both painful and soothing. Months passed, and still I could not fully accept that she was gone. Time moved forward, life continued. I went to school and did my usual chores, but inside me it felt like a part of my heart was stuck in the moment of her death, refusing to move on. I think one reason it was so hard for me was that, among all the pets we had ever loved, she was the only one who died in such an accidental and sudden way, with no one there who was able to help her or relieve her pain in her final moments. With other pets, their passing may have been gentler or expected because of sickness or old age. With Misha, it was a tragic accident, and that made it harder to accept. She was also my very first cat, the first feline friend I had cared for so closely, and first love always leaves a special mark. One night, several months after her death, something happened that changed the way I carried my grief. That night I was lying on my bed like I had done so many nights before, slowly falling asleep after another exhausting wave of crying over my beloved Misha. My eyes were swollen, my chest felt tight from sobbing, and my face was probably wet with tears that I had tried to wipe away with the back of my hand. All the lights in our room were off. My younger sister and I shared the same room, and I had turned off the lights on purpose because I did not want her to see me cry again. I was trying to be quiet with my tears, to let my sadness out without drawing attention to myself. The darkness felt like a blanket that could hide my emotions. The house around us was calm. My sister was already asleep, breathing slowly and peacefully. The sounds from outside were distant and muffled. As I lay there, I was caught in that in-between state where you are not fully awake but not yet deeply asleep either, drifting softly toward a dream but still aware of your body and the bed beneath you. It was in that fragile state that I felt something very familiar. All of a sudden, something gently bumped my nose. It was a light touch, only for a brief moment, like a quick tap. The feeling was cold, just like the temperature of a cat's nose usually is. It happened so quickly that it might only have lasted a split second, but that single moment was enough to wake me completely. It was as if my whole body recognized that touch and responded to it immediately. I sat up inside myself, fully alert, because that was exactly the way Misha used to give me her special little kisses, by bumping her cold nose against my face. The sensation was so real that for a second I truly believed she was there, that she had come back to greet me the way she always used to. My heart pounded as I immediately reached out and switched on the light, hoping to find some simple explanation for what I had just felt. Maybe something had fallen from above, or the curtain had brushed against my face, or my own hand had moved in a strange way. But when the light flooded the room, all I saw was the familiar sight of my bed, my sister asleep, and the quiet objects in our room. There was nothing near my face that could have bumped my nose. There was no cat in the room or hiding under the bed. Misha had been our only cat before, and after her death we had not taken in any new cats. Our dogs, who might also sometimes touch us with their noses, slept outside, not in our room, and there was no way one of them could have come in without everyone noticing. There was simply no logical source for that cold little bump other than the memory of my cat. Realizing this made tears fill my eyes again, but this time the feeling was a strange mix of sadness and something warmer, like comfort. As I began to cry once more, overwhelmed by emotion, I suddenly became aware of something else in the room, something I could not see but could feel. It was a presence behind me, embracing me from the back. I have an old habit, something I have had since I was very young. I always sleep with my back turned toward a wall or something solid. It makes me feel safe, as if nothing can sneak up from behind me. That night I was facing the wall in that familiar way, my back pressed close to it, when I felt the presence. At first I thought it was just my imagination trying to comfort me, but the feeling grew clearer. It felt definitely male, somehow. I cannot explain exactly how I knew that, but that was the impression that came to me, like the quiet strength and energy of a man. More importantly, I did not feel any fear at all. There was no sense of danger, no feeling of negativity or evil. Instead, I felt peace, a soft blanket of calm and contentment that gently covered the heavy sadness in my heart. I could almost feel a pair of invisible arms wrapping around me, not tightly, but carefully and protectively, as if someone wanted to say, "You are not alone." I lay very still, letting myself feel the embrace, and then I heard something even more surprising. Right near my ear, or maybe inside my mind, there was a whisper. The voice was soft and soothing, like someone speaking to a child who has cried too much. It said, "Tulak kana," which in English means, "Please sleep." It was simple, just those words, but they carried so much kindness and reassurance that they went straight to my heart. I do not remember exactly when I finally fell asleep that night. I only know that at some point, my tears slowed, my breathing became steady, and the heavy weight in my chest loosened. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up the next morning. When I opened my eyes and saw the light of day filling our room, I felt different from how I had felt the previous nights. There was a sense of peace inside me, a gentle quietness that I had not felt for a long time. The sharp edge of my grief had softened, and even though I still missed Misha with all my heart, I felt like something inside me had shifted. From that day onwards, slowly, step by step, I began to accept that my cat had moved on to a better place. The pain did not disappear completely, but it changed shape, becoming less like a fresh wound and more like a treasured scar that reminded me of the love we had shared. I started to believe that she was at peace, that she was somewhere happy and healthy with her little kittens, and that one day, if fate and God allowed it, perhaps I would have the chance to see her again in another life or another world. As for the male presence, the unseen one who held me so gently and told me to sleep, I still do not know exactly who or what he was. I do not have a clear explanation for his presence. Maybe he was one of the unseen residents or spirits who lived quietly in our home, someone I had never noticed or felt before but who chose that moment to reveal himself because I needed comfort. Maybe he was a guardian spirit assigned to me or to our family, someone who watched over us from the shadows and only stepped forward when my heart was too heavy to handle alone. Maybe he was a guide passing through. I cannot say for sure, and I do not want to pretend to know. What I can say is that I am deeply thankful to him. In that moment when I thought I would drown in sorrow, he gave me calm. It feels to me that through his embrace and his soft words, and through the gentle nose bump that reminded me of Misha, he helped me understand or maybe even feel the message that my cat was safe, that she was not suffering anymore, and that I did not need to hold on so tightly to my guilt and pain. It was as if he was telling me that she was in a place where she could run and play, where she had her kittens with her, where they were all free from sickness and accidents and fear, and that my job now was to live my life, remember her with love, and allow myself to rest. Knowing that, or at least believing it in my heart, has helped me carry her memory in a gentler way, and even though the sadness sometimes returns when I think of August 9, 1994, I can now also smile when I remember her little cold nose, her morning kisses, and the feeling of that one last invisible kiss that told me goodbye and goodnight at the same time. In my country, there is a word we use that carries a lot of weight and history, and that word is tambalan. A tambalan is a person or sometimes a group of people whose role is to help others with problems that are not physical or ordinary, but problems connected to spirits, demons, strange disturbances, possessions and things that many people would call paranormal, and up to this very day. Even in a modern world where there are gadgets and technology and science everywhere, there are still many tambalans quietly working and helping families in different corners of the country, doing the work that priests, doctors or ordinary people sometimes cannot do. For generations, my family belonged to this line of tambalan. Long before I was born, even before my mother was born, my ancestors were known as the people you went to when someone was demon-possessed, or when a house was filled with unexplained activity, or when a child was seeing and hearing things that no one else could understand. They would pray, perform rituals, talk to spirits, and help souls move on. It was like a calling that passed from one generation to another. But somehow, by the time it reached my mother's generation and ours, no one actually took on the full responsibility of being a tambalan in the old, traditional way. No one started treating the possessed. No one officially continued the work of going from house to house or case to case. And yet even though we did not step fully into the profession, there was still something that we inherited. Something that could not be dropped or ignored. Something that came down to us through blood and spirit. We inherited what is called the third eye. Some of you may have heard that term before in books or conversations, and some of you may not be familiar with it at all. People define it in many different ways, but as I understand it, the third eye is a kind of spiritual sense that everyone is born with. It is like an invisible eye that does not see physical shapes but sees energies, spirits, visions, and truths that the normal eyes cannot always catch. Most people go through life with their third eye closed, or only slightly open, so they might feel things sometimes, but they cannot really grasp or control what they are sensing. But there are rare people all over the world who can manipulate this gift, whose third eye is awake and can be focused, strengthened and used, and my family happens to be one of those families. On my mother's side especially, this ability is strong. My mother has it, and so do my two aunts. My uncle has it too, and what makes it even more unusual is that my best friend, who is actually my aunt, also has it. She is my aunt because she is my grandmother's child, but she is only 14 years old right now, which makes her both my younger aunt by generation and my best friend by age and closeness. I know it may sound odd and confusing to others when I say my best friend is my aunt, and she is only 14, but that is how our family is, big and spread out in age, with younger aunts and older nieces. In addition to them, I also have this third eye. Sometimes we can sense ghosts, sometimes we see them clearly, and sometimes we can even talk to them. This is not like watching a horror movie where things are exaggerated and meant to shock. It is stranger and quieter than that. For my mother and my aunts, handling the third eye is more natural because they have been living with it for a long time, but for me, I am still not an expert in using or controlling it. I am practicing, learning, making mistakes, and little by little trying to understand how to open it when needed and close it when I must. My young aunt, the one who is 14 and my best friend, has learned to talk to ghosts in a direct, clear way. She communicates regularly with two spirits she says are her dead ex-boyfriends. To people who are outside this world, that might sound extremely creepy, like something from a horror story, and at first glance you might imagine dark, frightening scenes, but for her it has become almost ordinary. She talks to them like you would talk to old friends who moved away, and to her it is not scary. It is simply part of her reality. Even so, I know that the idea of a teenage girl chatting with the ghosts of two ex-boyfriends can be shocking, and I still find it strange sometimes. But standing beside her, I can feel that it is also sincere and not just for show. But let me go back and tell you about a couple of my own stories, the ones that mark how this third eye and the world of spirits have touched my life from a very young age. One of my earliest experiences happened when I was just 3 years old. At that age, most children are learning to talk, play with toys, run around, and explore the world in simple, innocent ways. They are not supposed to be thinking about spirits or invisible presences. At that time, my aunt, whom I will call MHY, not her real name, moved into our house. She was still young back then, just beginning her own life, and yet there was already something supernatural happening around her. The strange events did not suddenly begin in our house. They had actually started earlier, when she was still living in the province. There, something had attached itself to her, some kind of spirit that did not just pass by but stayed, like a shadow that refused to leave. When she moved in with us, it was as if this spirit did not want to let go of the family. For reasons we did not fully understand, this spirit's attention shifted and moved from her to me. At first, my aunt MHY would get possessed or attacked by this spirit. Her behavior would suddenly change. She would have episodes where she was not herself, and in those moments my other aunt, whom I will call Ms., also not her real name, would be the one to handle the situation. She was still in elementary school at that time, a young girl who should only have been worried about classes and homework, but instead she was already playing the role of a small tombolan. Whenever there was someone possessed in her school, even as a child, she would step in and help. Teachers and students would watch as she confronted something they could not see, and she was not afraid to do so. While other kids worried about exams or games, she was dealing with forces that most adults would run from, which tells you how strong her third eye and her courage already were. Then, after a while, it seemed that the spirit that had clung to Aunt MHY started to turn its attention toward me, perhaps because I was a small child, easier to influence, more open. That is when things really became personal. My mother says that as a little girl I started telling stories and descriptions that were very suspicious, not the kind of tales you would expect from a 3-year-old. I would come to her and say things like, "Mommy, me Aunt," and then I would say the name of the spirit, which my mother remembers but I will not write here. "Went to this place and then we went to that place." And I would describe adventures that sounded very real but had not actually happened in the physical world. I was talking as if I had been traveling with a friend or a playmate, but this companion was invisible to everyone else and not a normal imaginary friend. My mother began to worry. She could feel that these tales were not just childish imagination, and the fact that I spoke the spirit's name so naturally made her even more uneasy. Not long after that, I started having attacks. These attacks happened especially at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a time some people believe is spiritually significant. It is not like a normal fainting spell or a tantrum. My body would react in ways that were frightening and difficult to control. My parents decided to seek help, so we would go to church, thinking that the presence of sacred space and holy things might drive the spirit away or calm whatever was happening inside me. But instead of feeling peaceful in the church, I would start howling and going crazy, making sounds that did not feel like they belonged to a small child. It was as if the spirit inside me reacted violently to the holy atmosphere, twisting my behavior into something wild. The people in the convent did not know what to do. They saw a little girl acting in a terrifying way, and even though they were people of faith, most of them were afraid. We asked for help, but everyone in that convent refused to perform an exorcism on me. They did not want to face whatever was inside me. They were scared of what might happen or perhaps did not feel strong enough spiritually. Then one priest from another convent heard about our situation and agreed to help us. He was from a different place, with a different background, and he had the courage or calling to step into this frightening situation. My last attack, the one that stands out as the worst and final one, happened in a way that still makes my mother's voice tremble when she tells the story. She says that I was sitting very still, which is unusual for a small child, with my arms and legs stretched out stiffly. I was not moving or reacting to anything. The most terrifying part was that I was not breathing. My chest was not rising or falling. My parents panicked because they did not know if I was still alive or what the spirit was doing to me. In that moment of desperation, my mother had what she later called a crazy idea. But sometimes crazy ideas are what save us. We had a bottle of holy water in the house, water that had been blessed by a priest and kept for protection. My mother grabbed the bottle and quickly made me drink from it. It is not the usual way you would use holy water. Most people sprinkle it or mark a sign of the cross. But she poured it into my mouth because anything was better than watching me stop breathing. She says that right after that, my eyes opened and I started breathing again, like a light that had almost gone out suddenly flared back to life. Not long after that terrifying moment, we held a mass specifically for the spirit that had been attacking me, offering prayers so that it could finally rest. The intention was to give it peace and guide it away from me, away from our family. After that mass, the attack stopped. When I grew older, I heard this story and began to understand the seriousness of what had happened, and how early spirits and the third eye had become part of my life. That is one of my stories, and it shows the darker, more dangerous side of having a third eye. But there are other stories that are quieter and simpler, yet still powerful in their own way. Let me share one from my aunt and best friend, the 14-year-old who is very sensitive to spirits. One afternoon, she went to our grandmother's house. Grandma's home is a place we visit often, and for us it is full of childhood memories, food, laughter, and also a lot of spiritual energy because so many members of our family with third eyes gather there. The house has a glass sliding door, and when you stand outside that door, you can instantly see the interior of the living room and one particular couch positioned within your direct line of sight. That afternoon, the glass door was locked from the inside, and the radio inside the house was on full blast, playing music loudly in an empty room. My aunt arrived and, seeing the locked door, she began knocking and calling out names, expecting someone inside to come and open the door for her. She shouted, trying to make herself heard above the noise of the radio, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, suddenly, a man appeared before her. He was wearing something white and was sitting on the couch that she could see through the glass. He did not walk into view or fade in slowly. One moment the couch was empty, the next moment he was there. His presence was so sudden and unexpected that she felt goosebumps rise all over her body. The hair on the back of her neck stood up, that instinctive reaction the body has when it senses something unnatural or powerful. She did not scream, but she slowly began to back away from the glass, her eyes still fixed on the white figure sitting calmly on the couch. She tried not to turn her back on him because she did not want to feel vulnerable. Once she felt she was far enough, her fear finally pushed her to turn around and run, and she ran all the way back to her own house, her heart pounding, not daring to look back in case the figure would still be there or worse, would be standing closer to the door. That is one of her own encounters, and it shows how the third eye can sometimes reveal things in places we think we know well, like our grandmother's living room. My Aunt Ms., the one who used to handle possessions in elementary school, also sees ghosts in our grandmother's house. She says that there is a child spirit who likes to look at you when you are washing the dishes in the kitchen. There is a window there with chicken wire and metal grills, and when you stand at the sink and wash plates and utensils, your eyes level with that window, you might feel like someone is watching you. According to my aunt, there is a child who stands there, holding on to the grills, staring silently at the person inside. She has seen it more than once, small hands wrapped around the bars, a little face pressed forward, eyes unblinking as they watch. Sometimes, even when I do not see anything with my own eyes, I can feel its gaze on me when I am at the sink, the way your skin tingles when you know someone is staring from behind. That is why I never look outside when I am washing the dishes. I keep my eyes on the water, on the plate in my hands, on the soap, anything but that window, because I know that if I lift my head and look straight at the grills, I might see something I am not yet ready to face. These stories are only a few pieces of a much larger world that my family moves through every day. Being born into a line of Tumbalans and inheriting the third eye means that spirits, demons, and unseen presences are not just ideas in books or movies for us. They are part of our reality. Sometimes this is frightening, sometimes it is exhausting, and sometimes it is strangely comforting, because it reminds us that the world is much bigger than what most people can see, and that we are never completely alone, not in our joy and not in our pain. It happened when I was in grade 5, at an age when school days all seemed simple and predictable, and the scariest things I usually worried about were tests, recitations, or getting called out by a teacher, and not once did I imagine that something in the hallway outside our classroom would stick in my memory for so many years after. It was during our 20-minute break, one of those short pauses between subjects when everyone rushes to do their own little tasks. Some classmates went straight to the canteen to buy snacks, others stayed behind to talk and play, and I decided to use the time to return some of my books to my locker so my bag would not be so heavy for the rest of the day. Our lockers were not near our classroom. They were placed at the far end of the hallway, around 20 meters away from our room, which does not sound so far when you say the number. But when the hallway is long and quiet and the echoes of your footsteps are the only sound you can hear, it feels a bit more distant. Especially when most of your classmates are going in the opposite direction toward noise and food while you are walking alone toward a dead end. I left the classroom carrying my books in my arms, feeling the light buzzing of energy in the building, the voices of students spilling out of the rooms, laughter and footsteps and teachers' reminders blending in the background, and I turned toward that hallway that led to the lockers. As soon as I walked in that direction, the air around me seemed to change little by little. At first I did not pay attention because sometimes hallways did feel cooler than classrooms, but after only a few steps I noticed a sudden drop in temperature, like someone had opened a door to a cold storage room nearby or turned on an invisible air conditioner just for that stretch of corridor. The chill brushed against my skin and made the tiny hairs on my arms stand up, but I told myself it was nothing, maybe just a breeze coming from somewhere, and I kept walking, because I just wanted to finish putting my books away and go back to more normal, lively parts of the school where the sounds and warmth of people filled every corner. The lockers were lined up along one side of the hallway, and they were placed beside the industrial room, a room that students usually use for practical lessons or special activities depending on the grade level, and because of its location you could easily notice if someone entered or left that room. The door was clearly visible and anyone walking out of it would step directly into that end of the hallway where the lockers were. I had walked this path many times before and the presence of that room had always felt familiar, almost comforting, because it was one of my favorite places in school. But that day, as I reached the row of lockers and walked all the way to the end, to my own locker that was unfortunately placed at the very last part near the far wall, the air felt different. The coldness that I had momentarily noticed earlier seemed sharper there, as if the temperature had dropped another notch. Still, I reminded myself that this was where I always kept my things, that nothing truly bad had ever happened there, and that sometimes old buildings simply had strange drafts of air and uneven cooling. With my books balanced in one arm, I reached out with my free hand to grab the lock hanging on my locker door, feeling its familiar weight and the slight roughness of its metal under my fingers. I held the lock steady, pulled it in the way I always did, and as I was just about to insert my key into it to open the locker, something made me stop. It was not a loud sound or a sudden shout, nothing dramatic like that. It was just a small movement, a subtle disturbance in the corner of my vision that I sensed more than heard, and I had the strong feeling that it was coming from the door of the industrial room. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled again, sharper this time, and my grip on the lock loosened a little. I paused, the key halfway between my fingers and the lock, and slowly turned my eyes toward the door without yet moving my whole head. There, at the door of the industrial room, I saw the doorknob turning. It did not jerk or shake wildly at first. It turned in a calm, smooth way, like someone inside the room had quietly decided to open the door and step out into the hallway. I remember thinking very clearly that someone must be inside, maybe a teacher checking something, maybe a custodian arranging equipment, and that they had waited until break time when the room was supposed to be empty for lessons. Since our lockers were right beside that room, I was used to hearing doors open and close when people entered or exited during other times of the day, so at first I did not think of it as something strange. I just watched, expecting to see the doors swing open fully and reveal the inside of that room, and maybe I would see familiar tables, chairs, or shelves, and someone stepping out, surprised to see me there alone at the lockers. The doorknob finished turning, and the door began to open, but the way it opened was not like a normal, confident push. It opened slowly, very slowly, as if someone on the other side was moving it with great carefulness or as if there was resistance from some invisible force. The door crept open a little bit at a time, its edge moving away from the frame, letting a thin, dark line appear between the door and the wall. But frustratingly it did not open wide enough for me to see clearly what was inside. I could not make out any shapes, no silhouettes, no light from inside, only the narrow crack of darkness widening at a snail's pace. My heart started to beat a little faster, not in full panic yet, but in that uneasy way your heart behaves when it suspects something is not quite right. I waited for the door to open fully, telling myself that in just another second or two, whoever was inside would step out, and then everything would feel normal again. But instead, just when I thought it was about to swing wider, the door suddenly slammed shut. The sound of the door hitting the frame echoed sharply down the hallway, louder than it had any right to be. I jumped, genuinely startled, and felt my whole body freeze in place. It was as if someone had pressed pause on me. I could not move. I could not even bring myself to look away from the doorknob, which had returned to its original position. My eyes were locked on it as if it were the center of the universe, my fingers still resting lightly on my locker lock but no longer gripping it with any intention. The hallway seemed emptier and quieter than ever at that moment, the noise from distant classrooms fading into a distant blur as my attention narrowed to that single door. I told myself, again, that maybe whoever was inside had changed their mind and closed the door quickly because they forgot something. Or maybe the wind had pushed it shut. I wanted to believe these simple explanations. Before I could fully convince myself, the doorknob moved again. I watched it twist with the same kind of determined motion, and once more the door began to open. This time there was no slow, cautious feeling. There was a force behind it, a kind of urgency, as if someone was actively trying to open a stuck door. The door jerked slightly, opened, and then slammed again. But this time the impact felt different. It was as if the door had been locked from somewhere, maybe by a bolt or latch, and now someone was on the other side trying hard to push it open anyway, only to have it bounce back violently. The repeated motion of the doorknob, the way the door opened a little then crashed back into place, created a rhythm that made my heart race. The coldness in the hallway deepened, and my breath started to feel short. It no longer felt like a simple misunderstanding or a casual door movement. It felt like a struggle, an invisible tug-of-war that I had become an unwilling witness to. In that instant, fear finally broke through the thin wall of my rational thoughts. I freaked out. There was nothing heroic or calm about what I did next. Adrenaline took over. My hands moved quickly, almost on their own, as I shoved my books into the locker in a messy heap, not caring whether they were properly stacked or if my notebooks were bending at odd angles. My only thought was to get away from that place as fast as I could. I did not even bother to lock the locker properly. I remember my fingers fumbling with the lock, maybe half closing it, maybe not even securing it at all, and then my body turned and I started to run. My feet pounded against the floor as I sprinted down the hallway, away from the industrial room and its stubborn, slamming door. The long corridor that had felt empty and cold just moments before now stretched ahead of me like my only escape route, and I ran toward the safety of the more crowded, noisy areas of the school where my classmates and teachers were. Only after I had put some distance between myself and that strange door did I slow down, my breath coming in quick gasps, my heart still beating wildly in my chest. The entire experience had lasted only a short while, but it felt like time had stretched and folded over itself in that corner of the hallway. In the days that followed, my mind kept going back to what had happened. Even I myself could not fully understand what it was all about. Compared to stories of apparitions appearing in front of people or objects flying around the room, my experience might not sound extremely terrifying, and part of me wondered if I was making too big a deal out of it. It was not as if I had seen a clear ghostly figure, and yet there was something about that empty hallway, the sudden cold, and the slamming door that stayed with me, like a puzzle piece that did not fit anywhere. I hated thinking that the industrial room might be haunted, specifically that door area or whatever was connected to it, because that room had always been my favorite spot in the school. I had memories there that were warm, not cold. During times when I did not feel like being around too many people, I would wander over to that area and quietly hang out near the industrial room. Sometimes, when I had a little extra money, I would buy my favorite chocolates from the canteen and go there alone to eat them in peace, away from the noisy crowd. The hallway outside that room felt like my own small hiding place, a secret calm corner where I could have space to breathe, think, or even daydream without anyone bothering me. I also used that area as a place to escape when I wanted to hide from certain classmates, including one who acted like a stalker, constantly appearing wherever I went and making me uncomfortable. The industrial room's corner became my refuge, my hiding spot where I could feel temporarily invisible. So it was really difficult for me to accept the possibility that this place I loved, this quiet hallway and that room beside my locker, might be something more than just a simple school space, that it might be shared with unseen beings. I tried to tell myself that what happened that day was just a coincidence, maybe a draft of wind, maybe a faulty door, maybe someone on the other side playing a prank who I had somehow not seen. The problem was that no matter how I tried to convince myself, I could not fully erase from my mind the feeling of that heavy coldness and the way the door seemed to move with a will of its own. Before that incident, I had never seen any strange things there, and even afterwards I did not see clear figures or dark shadows in that room. All I could remember was that, from time to time, whenever I went near that area, the temperature felt different. Sometimes it was colder there than any other part of the building, and sometimes there would be little gusts of wind that kissed my skin in a way that did not match the still air of the rest of the school. I would look around, trying to find the source of those winds, but there were no open windows nearby, no doors that should create such a draft, and I had no logical explanation. Even so, because I was stubborn and because that place meant a lot to me, I kept going there on some days, trying to act as if everything was normal, and pretending I did not notice when the air chilled or when the hairs on my arms rose. Later on, after some time had passed and the memory of that day had taken on a slightly softer, less sharp edge, I found out that I was not the only one who had sensed something unusual around that part of the school. I learned from my teachers, who had their boarding rooms or offices next to that industrial room, that they sometimes felt like they were not alone in their space, even when there was no one else physically present. These were grown adults, not easily frightened by children's stories, and yet they mentioned casually that sometimes it felt as though someone was living with them, sharing the room silently. One of my teachers, in particular, had her third eye opened, and that meant she could sense and see things that most people could not. She did not talk about it to everyone. It was something we learned as a quiet fact, not a loud rumor. She said that in their room she saw small beings, dwarfs, playing around. These were not cartoon-like dwarfs with big hats and tools, but the kind of elemental creatures that exist in many local folk stories, who live close to nature, under trees or in the ground, and who sometimes move into places where they feel comfortable, like old houses or empty corners. According to her, they were not harmful. She never saw them attacking anyone or trying to frighten people on purpose. They would occasionally show themselves to her or make their presence felt as they played, moved things, or peeked from corners, but they were more mischievous than dangerous, more curious than cruel. Hearing that made me think about the incident with the door in a different way. I began to imagine that maybe those little creatures, those dwarfs, might have been responsible for the strange coldness and the slamming door, or that maybe they simply shared that space and sometimes their energy affected the way doors and air behaved. That teacher also confirmed that she believed these little beings came from the vacant lot next to our playground, which was divided from the school building by a wall. The vacant lot was overgrown with plants and grass, with a few old trees standing quietly, and children always said it felt a bit mysterious. If dwarfs, as the teacher suggested, lived there, it made sense that they might wander into nearby rooms and hallways now and then, especially near walls and corners where the inside of the school pressed against the boundary of their outdoor home. In the end, I still could not fully explain what had happened to me that day when I was in grade 5, standing at my locker near the industrial room door. I would probably never know for sure whether a human hand was trying to open that door, or whether something unseen was playing with it. Or whether dwarfs were moving around in their own way, or whether a simple fault in the door's mechanism combined with a cold draft had come together in a way that frightened me. But that experience stayed with me and changed the way I looked at certain quiet corners of the school. It taught me that sometimes places we think we know well can hold layers of presence we do not always notice, and that even our favorite spots and secret hideouts might be shared with others, visible or invisible. It did not completely stop me from loving that hallway or from remembering it with fondness, because it had been part of my daily life and my small acts of escape, but it added a thin thread of caution and wonder to my memories. And every time I think back to that cold stretch of corridor, the turning doorknob, and the door that slammed as if something on the other side was struggling, I feel again that mix of fear, curiosity, and respect for the unseen things that might live just beyond the edges of what our eyes can see. I remember moving into what was my new childhood home when I was around 8 years old. I can still picture the day we pulled up, the way the house looked bigger than anything I had lived in before, and how my stomach felt like it was full of excited butterflies. Our old place had been fine, but this house felt like a real upgrade in every way that matters to a kid. It had more rooms. It had more space to run. It had a front yard and a good-sized backyard, which to me felt like the best gift in the world. I didn't have to stay inside all the time. I could actually play outside, make up games, dig in the dirt, chase lizards, kick a ball, and just be a kid. At that age, I didn't care about square footage or property value or what year the house was built. I cared that it felt big, and that it felt like a place where a kid could have adventures. I remember walking through it for the first time while the adults talked about moving boxes and furniture. I looked down the hallways, opened closets, peeked into rooms, and imagined where I would put my toys, where I would sleep, and where I would hide if I ever wanted to scare my siblings. It had that new house smell, too, not exactly clean like bleach, but a mix of paint, wood, dust, and whatever smell houses have when they've been closed up and then suddenly filled with people and movement. But almost as soon as we settled in, something strange started happening. It wasn't the kind of strange that you can explain to a kid easily. It wasn't a weird stain on the wall or a broken cabinet door. It was something I heard. I started hearing voices. The first place I noticed it was in the back room that my grandparents took. The house had this hallway that always felt a little creepy to me, even in daylight. It was aligned with the garage door, which might sound like an odd detail, but the way the hall lined up made it feel like a tunnel. If you stood in the hall and looked straight down, you could see toward the garage side, and the hall seemed darker than the rest of the house, like the light didn't settle there properly. Maybe it was because there weren't many windows on that side. Maybe it was because of the way the doors were placed. I don't know. I just know that I never liked that hallway very much. My grandparents' room was at the back, and whenever I went back there, I would hear whispering. It didn't sound like a TV. It didn't sound like the radio. It didn't sound like the neighbors outside. It sounded like low voices talking in a way that was meant to be quiet. And what made it even stranger was where it seemed to come from. The whispering sounded like it was coming from the windows in the back of that room, the windows that faced out toward a cluster of banana trees in the yard. Those banana trees were big and messy, with wide leaves that would flap around when the wind blew. In the daytime they were just trees, just part of the yard. But at night, they looked like dark shapes, and the leaves could make shadows that moved like arms. When I stood in my grandparents' room, I would hear the whispering as if someone was right near those windows, speaking softly, close enough that the sound could slip through the glass. The part that really bothered me was that I could understand what I was hearing. It wasn't just random noise or the kind of whispering that's too unclear to make out. I don't mean I understood every single word perfectly, but I understood enough to know it sounded like actual conversation. That made it worse, because if it had been vague, I could have told myself it was wind or leaves brushing the glass. But it felt like voices. It creeped me out so badly that I started avoiding that room unless I had to go in there for some reason. If my grandparents called me into the room, I would go, but I would stay near the doorway. I'd keep one foot pointed toward the hall like I was ready to run if I needed to. I'd do whatever I was asked, then leave quickly. I didn't want to be near those windows. I eventually told my parents about it. I remember bringing it up carefully, because I didn't want them to think I was being dramatic. I said something like, "I hear whispering in the back room." My parents gave me the kind of look parents give when they think their child is imagining things. But my mom at least listened. My dad did what dads do. He went to inspect. He stood in that room with me. He listened. He looked toward the windows. He even walked over and put his ear closer to the glass, as if that would tell him something. But he didn't hear anything. He asked me when I heard it. I told him it was when I was back there, sometimes in the day but more often when it was quiet. He shrugged and said it could be the neighbors' voices bouncing off the banana tree's leaves. He explained it like the leaves could catch sound and make it seem like it was coming from the window. To him, it was a simple explanation. I wanted to believe him. I really did. I was a kid, and adults are supposed to know things. If my dad said it was the neighbors, then maybe it was. And honestly, as long as I didn't go into that back room much, I felt like I could handle it. I could avoid the creepy hallway and avoid the windows and just live my life. That plan worked until something happened that I couldn't explain away as neighbors anymore. I heard my name. The first time it happened, I was in my room playing, letting my imagination run wild like kids do. I was building something with toys, making up a story in my head, completely lost in my own little world. Then I heard my father call out to me, clear as day, using the exact tone he always used when he wanted me. It sounded like him. Not kind of like him. It was his voice. Underscore, 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 he called, saying my name. Without thinking, I yelled back, "Yes, Dad?" Because that's what you do. You answer. But no response came. That made me pause. Normally, if he called me, he needed something right away and would follow it with instructions. But this time there was nothing. The silence felt strange, like the house held its breath. I remember feeling a sudden nervousness, because I was a kid and I didn't want to get in trouble for ignoring him. My dad wasn't cruel or anything, but he was strict in the way many parents are. If he called you and you didn't respond quickly, you could get it, meaning you'd get a scolding, or be told you were being disrespectful. So I ran out of my room to find him. I moved fast, not wanting to risk any kind of punishment. I found him and said, "Yeah, Pop?" because I thought he needed something. He looked at me like I was the one acting strange and said, "What's the matter?" I told him, "You called me." He shook his head and said he hadn't called me at all. He said he'd been doing whatever he was doing, and he hadn't spoken. That confused me so much that I almost felt embarrassed. I stood there trying to figure out if I imagined it. I told myself maybe I heard something else and my brain turned it into his voice. Maybe the TV in another room had something on. Maybe it was the neighbors again. I didn't want to argue with my dad, so I just nodded and went back to my room. I tried to forget it. Then it happened again. Not immediately that same minute, but soon enough that it didn't feel like a distant memory. I heard my name called again in a family member's voice, and again it wasn't real. It was like something was testing me. A second major moment happened when I was in the kitchen eating breakfast one morning. The kitchen was bright with morning light, and the house felt normal. My mom was busy cleaning like she always was. The smell of breakfast was in the air. I remember the feeling of being half awake, chewing cereal or toast, thinking about school. Then I heard my mother call my name. It sounded exactly like her voice. Not from the window, not from far away, but like she was in another room and needed me. The voice was clear enough that I got up right away. I walked toward her bedroom, and I found her cleaning the bathroom. She had cleaning supplies out, and she was focused, like she had been working for a while. I asked, "What did you need?" She looked up, confused, and said she hadn't called me. This time, instead of brushing it off, she got concerned. She asked me what I heard and how it sounded. I told her I heard her voice calling my name, and earlier I had heard Dad call me too, but he said he didn't. My mother was a very spiritual person. She loved God deeply. She also respected people who had passed away, not in a scary way, but in a serious way. She was the type who believed there are things in the world you can't always see, and that you shouldn't play around with them. She didn't act like it was a joke. She told me something that stuck with me for the rest of my life. She said, "Never answer those voices." She didn't say it in a casual tone. She said it like a warning. She told me if I heard someone calling my name, and I wasn't sure it was real, I should not respond out loud. I should not answer back into the air. Instead, I should come directly to her or to my dad and check if they were okay, check if they actually called me. Basically, she told me not to acknowledge the voice unless I could confirm it came from a real person. I remember nodding seriously. I agreed, mostly because her tone made it clear this wasn't something she wanted me to ignore. I also remember feeling a little more afraid after that conversation, because it told me she believed something strange was happening too. Even if she didn't say, "Ghosts," her advice felt like she was treating it as something that could trick you. Over the years, the voices didn't stop. They weren't constant, like some loud haunting you hear about in movies. They didn't happen every day. But they happened often enough to become part of our life in that house. I would hear my name called from another room, and it would sound like my dad or my mom or even one of my siblings. Sometimes it would be a clear call. Sometimes it would be softer, like someone calling from far away. But it always sounded familiar. It always sounded like someone in the family. And the weird thing is, my oldest sister experienced it too. She would hear my parents calling her, and she'd go to them, and they'd say they never called her. After a while, my sister and I both learned the drill. We didn't answer the voice out loud. We'd just walk over and ask, "Did you call me?" If they said no, we'd exchange a look and go back to whatever we were doing. It became such a pattern that my parents started getting annoyed sometimes. Not angry, just irritated. They'd be in the middle of cooking or watching TV or doing chores, and suddenly my sister or I would appear and ask if they called us, and they'd say, "No, why do you keep asking that?" They didn't like having their day interrupted by something they didn't understand. There were also moments that made it even more obvious something was off. On a few occasions I would hear my name called by a family member's voice, and I would go to look for them, only to find out they weren't even home. That's not something you can explain as easily. You can't say, "Maybe Dad called you," if Dad isn't there. You can't say, "Maybe you heard Mom," if Mom is at the store. Those were the moments that made my skin crawl, because it meant whatever it was seemed to know the sound of our voices well enough to use them. It also seemed to know that we had started catching on. It wasn't just calling randomly. It felt like it was playing with us, testing whether we would answer, whether we would react. I got older in that house, and the whispering in the back room remained a thing in the background. I never got comfortable with it, but I didn't spend much time in that room either. My grandparents lived back there, and the room had its own atmosphere. Even when it was sunny outside, it always felt slightly dim, like the light wasn't as cheerful there. I don't know if it was simply because the room faced a certain direction or because of the hallway leading to it, but it never felt like a room I wanted to linger in. One day, something happened that stands out more than most of the voice incidents because it involved more than sound. It involved the kind of fear that hits you in your bones. It was a Sunday. My dad and I decided to do yard work, and the main task was chopping down the old banana trees in the backyard. Those trees had been there for a long time, and they had grown wild, with thick trunks and heavy leaves. They dropped mess everywhere. Old leaves would hang and rot. The trunks would multiply. It was the kind of thing that looks tropical and pretty from a distance but becomes a pain when it takes over your yard. So that morning, we worked hard. We pulled leaves. We weed whacked. We chopped the banana trunks down. We clipped the mock orange. We cleaned and hauled and piled up debris. It was honest, sweaty work. The sun climbed higher as we worked, and the day got hotter. Our hands got dirty, our clothes got damp, and the backyard slowly started looking cleaner, like we were taking control of it. I remember feeling proud, like I was helping and not just being a kid in the way. My dad liked when I helped. He didn't say it a lot, but I could tell it mattered to him. There's something about working alongside a parent that makes you feel older, like you're trusted. By late morning, it was getting too hot. The sun was strong enough that the air felt heavy, and we both started slowing down. My dad finally said we were done for the day and that I should go inside and take a shower. He said he was going to take the trash to the dump. We had piles of yard waste and bags and junk from cleaning up, and he wanted to get rid of it while we had time. I said okay, and I went inside. I remember being sweaty, dusty, and ready for the cool water. I walked into the bathroom and turned the shower on. At that point in my life, I had a habit of leaving doors open. It didn't feel like a big deal to me. The bathroom had 2 doors. One door led into a small bedroom, my bedroom. The other door led toward the back room, my grandparents' room, the one where I heard the whispering through the windows. I left both doors open while I showered because the bathroom could get stuffy, and I didn't want it to feel closed in. I stepped into the shower, and the water felt good, washing the sweat and dirt away. The sound of the shower was loud and steady. I started lathering shampoo into my hair, closing my eyes as I scrubbed. Then I heard it. A shrill scream. It was so sudden and so sharp that my whole body reacted like I had been shocked. My heart jumped into my throat. The scream was loud enough to cut through the noise of the water, loud enough that it sounded like it was inside the house, close. It sounded like my father. Not only did it sound like him, it sounded like him in pain, real pain. It sounded like the kind of scream a person makes when they're seriously hurt. And in that scream, my name was called. He screamed my name like he was begging for help, like something terrible had happened. I don't think I had ever been that afraid in my entire life. My brain didn't pause to think logically. It didn't say, "Wait, Dad is at the dump." In that moment, instinct took over. I felt pure panic. I jumped out of the shower so fast I nearly slipped. I grabbed a towel and wrapped it around myself, not even drying off, just covering up enough to run. Water was dripping off my hair, down my face, down my arms, but I didn't care. I flew out of the bathroom and ran toward the garage because that's where the screams seemed to come from. I remember the hallway feeling longer than it should have, like I was running through a tunnel of fear. My adrenaline was pumping hard. My mind was already preparing to see blood, to see my father injured, to see something horrible that I would never forget. I reached the garage area and looked around, wild-eyed. There was nothing. No injury. No accident. No father. And then, in a sudden cold realization, I remembered, my dad was at the dump. I stood there, breathing hard, dripping wet, towel clutched tight, and felt my heartbeat slow down just a little. Confusion rushed in right after the fear, and then embarrassment came too. The house was quiet. Nothing had happened. I had just run out of the shower in a panic for nothing. I turned to go back inside, shaking my head at myself. But before I could get back to the bathroom, something happened that I can still feel when I think about it. I felt a chilling breeze touch my bare chest. It was not a normal cool air from an air conditioner. We didn't have air blowing like that. And it was midday, hot, around 98 degrees outside. The kind of heat that makes the air feel thick and makes you sweat just standing still. A cold breeze should not have been there. It touched my upper torso like a hand made of cold air. It moved over one of my shoulders, then traveled down my spine, like something tracing me. It wasn't just. I felt cold for a second. It was a movement. It had direction. It had a path. It felt deliberate. Then it disappeared completely. That was the part that made it even more unsettling. If it were a draft, you'd still feel it lingering. You'd still feel some air movement. But it was as if the cold touched me and then vanished into nothing. My whole body shuddered. My skin tightened. The hairs on my arms rose. I stood there for a second, frozen, trying to understand where it could have come from. Where does cold air come from in the middle of a hot day, inside a warm house, in a garage area? And where does it go? How can something touch you that clearly, and then be gone with no trace? I didn't have an answer. I just felt shaken, and suddenly I didn't want to be standing there half-dressed and wet like a target. I hurried back to the bathroom, closed the doors this time, and finished my shower quickly. I didn't take my time. I didn't enjoy the water. I just wanted to be done and dressed and away from that feeling. When my father finally got back from the dump, I felt a wave of relief. Not because I was afraid of a ghost experience exactly, but because that scream had sounded so real that part of me had truly believed he was hurt. Seeing him walk in, normal and alive, settled my nerves. I told him what happened. I told him I heard him screaming my name in pain while I was in the shower, and that I ran out expecting something terrible. I told him I remembered afterward that he wasn't even home. I told him about the cold breeze that touched me like something moved across my body. My dad didn't have an explanation. He wasn't the kind of person to jump to paranormal conclusions, but he also didn't laugh at me that time. He listened and went quiet. He didn't know what it was, and he couldn't pretend he did. After that day, I became even more careful about the voices. I thought back to my mother's instruction: never answer, never acknowledge, always check with the real person. I realized the voice wasn't just copying normal calls. It could imitate pain, urgency, panic. It could use the most effective tone possible to get a reaction out of me. That scared me, because it meant it wasn't random. It meant it understood how humans respond. I lived in that house for years, and even as I grew older, I never stopped hearing things. Sometimes it was a call of my name. Sometimes it was whispering in that back room. Sometimes it was that feeling that something was near, the way the air can feel different when a room is empty yet you feel watched. I eventually moved on with my life. I grew up. I left that house behind. I thought maybe leaving the place would mean leaving the experiences too, because sometimes you think a haunting is tied to a building, tied to walls and windows and certain corners of a home. But to this day, I still hear something call to me that isn't there. The strange part is that the pattern continued, only it shifted with my life. Now, as an adult, I hear my wife call me all the time, but usually not by my name. It's more like I'll hear her voice say, "Babe," or "Honey," or say a short phrase that I can't quite make out. It's like the sound is cut off or muffled at the end, just enough that I can't tell exactly what she said, only that it's her voice calling for me. I'll respond naturally, because that's what you do with your spouse. I'll say, "Yeah?" or "What's up?" and then there's no answer. Or I'll walk into the next room and ask if she called me, and she'll look at me confused and say no. At first, I worried she would think I was imagining things. I worried she would think I was being dramatic or paranoid. But the funny thing is, she hears my voice calling to her sometimes too. She'll come into the room and ask what I wanted, and I'll tell her I didn't call her. We've both experienced it, so it removes the "you're crazy" part of it. It turns it into something we both acknowledge, even if we don't understand it. It doesn't happen every day, but it happens often enough that it's become a familiar annoyance, like the house or the air plays tricks with our voices. Sometimes it startles us. Sometimes it irritates us. Most of the time, we just look at each other and shake our heads. What really makes me pause, though, is what happens when I go back to visit my family at my old home. That house is still in the family. The rooms still feel familiar when I walk in. The hallway still has that same tunnel-like feeling. The back room is still the back room. The yard has changed some over the years, but the feel of the place is the same. Now my sister has a son, and sometimes when I'm visiting, something happens that makes me feel like time has looped around. On occasion, her son will come out of his room and say, "What is it, Mom?" in that exact tone kids use when they think their parent called them. The first time I heard him do it, I felt that old chill of recognition. Because I knew that voice in his mouth, I knew that reaction, and I knew what it meant. The part that makes it almost funny in a dark way is that when he does it, my sister and I will be sitting there talking. We'll be in the middle of a conversation, and she hasn't called him. She'll look at him confused and say, "I didn't call you." And he'll look back like, "But I heard you." In those moments, I always tell him, gently but seriously, "Make sure you don't answer the voice back." I tell him like my mother told me. Don't acknowledge it. Don't call back into the air. Don't respond with, "Yes?" into an empty hallway. Just come and check with the real person. Make sure it's actually your mom or your dad calling you. That's it. My sister and I usually laugh after I say it, not because it's truly funny, but because it's such a strange full-circle moment. We remember doing the same thing when we were kids. We remember walking up to our parents over and over, asking if they called us, and watching them get annoyed because they didn't understand why we kept doing it. We remember learning the rule, don't answer, just check. Sometimes we'll exchange a look that says, without words, "It's still here." And then we'll go right back to talking about normal things, because what else can you do? If you stop your whole life every time something strange happens, you'll never live. But inside, I still wonder what it is. I've asked myself 1,000 times whether it's something tied to that house, something that learned our voices and kept using them. I've wondered if it's a kind of presence that follows families, not places. I've wondered if it's something that simply enjoys getting attention and doesn't care whether it scares you or just annoys you. I've wondered why it chooses familiar voices, why it calls names, why it tries to pull people out of rooms and into hallways. I've wondered why it sounded like my father in pain that day, as if it knew that would make me run without thinking. I don't have answers. I only have a lifetime of moments that feel connected. What I do know is that the first time it started, I was 8 years old, excited about a new house with a front yard and a backyard, thinking I was stepping into a better life. And maybe I was, in many ways. But along with the bigger rooms and the banana trees and the creepy hallway, something else came too, something that learned our voices, something that whispered by windows, something that called my name when no one had spoken, something that screamed like my father while he wasn't even home, and something that left a cold trail down my spine on a scorching hot day. I also know that the lesson my mother gave me still stands. Don't answer. Don't invite it closer. Don't let it train you to respond. Just check on the real people you love, make sure they're okay, and keep moving forward. And now, years later, when my wife and I hear each other's voices calling through empty rooms, and when my nephew answers a voice that wasn't his mother, it reminds me that whatever it is, it hasn't stopped. It has just woven itself into the background of our lives, like a strange echo that isn't an echo at all. I have always been the sort of person who walks toward the dark corner instead of away from it. Even when I was very young, I was more curious than afraid. While other children hid under their blankets, convinced that something terrible was lurking under the bed, I would lift the blanket and peek over the edge, half hoping that I really would see something staring back at me. My heart would pound, my hands would shake a little, but my curiosity was always stronger than my fear. If there was a monster, I wanted to see it. If there was a ghost, I wanted to know who it was, what it wanted, and why it was there. I think that is just how my mind has always worked. I have never liked the idea of turning away from something just because it cannot be easily explained. As I grew older, my interest in the paranormal did not fade away. It changed shape and became a quieter but deeper fascination. I read books about hauntings and strange events. I watched documentaries about spirits, and old houses where people claimed to hear footsteps on empty stairs. I listened to stories told by friends and relatives about things they could not understand, about dreams that felt too real and about objects that moved when nobody was near them. I was never the one laughing at those stories. Instead, I would lean in and ask for more details, trying to imagine exactly how it had looked and sounded and felt. A part of me believed very strongly that the world was full of things we could not see, and another part of me wanted, more than anything, to meet them. This strong belief, or maybe this strong desire, often led me into situations that most people would avoid. I would volunteer to go first into a dark basement, or to walk the dog at night down the quiet, empty street. I was the one who suggested late-night games of telling ghost stories or trying silly little experiments to see if anything unseen would answer us. Of course, things rarely happened when I wanted them to. The strange experiences I have had in my life have not usually come when I was prepared for them, sitting with a flashlight and my heart racing, waiting for a sign. They have happened in small, ordinary moments, when I was not expecting anything at all, when my guard was down and the day felt normal. It is almost as if whatever is on the other side chooses its own time to show itself, and it prefers to arrive quietly. Most of my friends do not believe in the paranormal. They smile when I talk about it, and shake their heads and tell me that I am imagining things. A few of them will listen politely, then change the subject. Others will come along if I want to visit somewhere that is supposed to be haunted, but they treat it as a joke, a fun story to tell later, not something that might actually be real. Sometimes I have wished that, just once, one of them could see what I saw or hear what I heard, so I would not feel like I was standing alone between two worlds. On some occasions there has been another person there when something strange happened, but even then, they often explained it away or refused to think about it too deeply. That is why what happened with Lauren and the little red piano was so important to me. I knew, at least for that afternoon, that I was not the only one who sensed that we were not alone. At the time, I was working as a live-in nanny. I had taken the job because I liked children and because it seemed like a good way to have both a place to live and some steady work, while I tried to decide what to do next with my life. The little girl I was caring for, whom I will call Lauren, was 3 years old then. She was the only child of her mother, Jocelyn, a single mother who worked long hours. Jocelyn often left early in the morning and returned late at night, tired but always loving. She did her very best for her daughter, and part of that was hiring someone she trusted to stay with Lauren during the day and in the evenings until she came home. That someone was me. The apartment where they lived, and where I stayed too, was in an older building. You could tell its age as soon as you walked in. The stairs creaked loudly when you went up and down, so there was never any way to sneak around quietly. The walls were thin, almost like paper, and we could often hear muffled voices and footsteps from the neighbors. Pipes rattled sometimes in the early morning when someone turned on a tap. The wooden floors had small scratches and worn spots where many people had walked over them for many years. There was a certain charm to it, a feeling that the building had seen a lot of life, of families coming and going. But there was also a stillness underneath the normal everyday sounds, a kind of quiet that I noticed when Lauren was asleep and the television was off. In those moments, I would sometimes feel as if the apartment were listening, like something unseen was paying attention to every movement and every word. The living room was where Lauren and I spent most of our time. It was a simple room, not very big, with a couch against one wall, a small coffee table, a chair, and an old television set in the corner. There were a few pictures on the walls, mostly cheerful scenes and a couple of family photos. A large window looked out onto the street, and when the sun was shining, it filled the room with a warm light. Lauren's toys were scattered through the room in a way that only a child can manage, always half tidy and half messy. There were dolls, blocks, stuffed animals, and among them, her favorite toy for a while, a small, plastic children's keyboard, bright red with colorful buttons. This little red piano, as we called it, had several functions. It could play simple pre-recorded tunes if you pressed certain buttons. The keys made cheerful, electronic notes when you tapped them with your fingers. Attached to the back of the piano, by a thin cord, was a small plastic microphone. When Lauren spoke or sang into it, her voice came through a tiny speaker with that slightly tinny sound that all cheap toy microphones have. She loved that microphone. She would press it close to her mouth and sing songs she knew, or simply babble nonsense words, giggling when she heard herself echoed back. To her, it was not just a toy. It was a way of making her own noise in the world. On the afternoon that everything happened, it was quiet in the building. Jocelyn had already gone to work hours earlier. The neighbors seemed to be either out or resting. The only sounds were the low, steady voice of the television. Lauren liked to watch Treehouse, a children's channel, and the small noises that Lauren and I made as we moved around the living room. I was sitting in the chair, my legs curled up under me, listening to the television in a half-hearted way while I read a book. I do not remember now what the book was, only that it was interesting enough to hold my attention but not so absorbing that I forgot where I was. I could see Lauren out of the corner of my eye, sitting on the floor with her legs crossed, her little red piano in front of her. She tapped the keys with her small fingers, producing a string of random notes that did not form a song but made her smile anyway. Then she picked up the microphone and began to speak into it, testing it with little, hello, sounds and giggles. Every so often, she would glance up at the television and laugh at something on the screen, then go back to her toy. Everything about that moment felt ordinary and calm. The light coming through the window was soft. A slight breeze rattled the thin window pane. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how nice it felt to have such a simple, quiet afternoon. Nothing seemed out of place until Lauren suddenly stopped what she was doing. One moment she was playing with the microphone and tapping at the piano keys, and the next she froze, her hand in midair. Her head turned slightly, as if she had heard something that did not come from the television or from outside. Her shoulders tensed. Then, without saying a word, she stood up quickly and turned toward me. Her face was different. The usual relaxed, playful expression was gone. Her eyes were wide, and there were tears forming at the corners. She came hurrying across the small space between us, not exactly running, but skipping in that unsteady way that young children do when they are upset and want comfort but are not quite sure if they are allowed to cry yet. She reached my chair and lifted her arms in that universal gesture that means, "Pick me up." I set my book aside at once and scooped her into my lap. Her little body was warm and shaking slightly. I could feel her heart beating faster than usual through the thin fabric of her shirt. "What's wrong?" I asked her gently, brushing some hair away from her face. That was when she looked up at me with big, frightened eyes and said the words that I can still hear clearly in my mind. "She scared me, Sammy. She scared me." The way she said it made something in my chest tighten. Her voice was small but very serious. It was not the kind of pretend fear children use when they want more attention, or when they are playing a game. It was real, solid fear. I held her a little closer and tried to keep my own voice calm. "Who scared you, sweetheart?" I asked. "Who is she?" I waited for her answer, expecting a name, or maybe a description. Maybe a character from the cartoon on television had upset her, or maybe she was talking about a girl she had seen on the screen. But Lauren did not say anything more. She just repeated, in the same slightly broken tone, "She scared me, Sammy. She scared me." At that moment, a part of me felt the familiar flutter of interest that comes whenever something strange touches the edge of my world. Another part of me felt protective and concerned, focused only on the trembling 3-year-old in my lap. I stroked her hair and rocked her gently, thinking I would reassure her that she was safe, that there was nothing in the room that could hurt her. I opened my mouth to say, "There's nothing to be afraid of." But before I could finish the sentence, a clear musical note cut through the air. The sound came from the little red piano on the floor where Lauren had been sitting just moments before. It was a single, bright note, as if one key had been pressed down firmly. I turned my head at once, my eyes fixing on the toy. Before I could fully process what I had heard, 2 or 3 more notes rang out in a short, uneven sequence. They were not part of one of the preset tunes the toy could play. I knew those melodies well by then. These notes sounded more like the beginnings of a simple pattern, as if someone were pressing individual keys, trying them out. Then, just as suddenly as they had begun, they stopped. The room felt different in that silence. The television was still on, but I could not hear it clearly anymore. It was as if all my attention had narrowed down to the little red piano and the empty space around it. The toy still lay where Lauren had left it. The microphone cord trailed across the floor. There was nobody else in the room. There was nothing that should have made those sounds. The air felt strange, heavier than before yet not cold. I realized that my arms had tightened around Lauren, holding her more firmly. I glanced down at her to see how she was reacting. To my surprise, her fear seemed to have passed. The tears in her eyes had dried. She was no longer looking toward the piano. Instead, she had turned her attention back to the television, drawn in by something colorful and cheerful on the screen. Her body had relaxed in my lap. It was as if whatever had scared her was gone now, and her 3-year-old mind had already moved on to the next thing. Children have a way of doing that, of dropping something heavy and confusing as soon as their sense of danger fades. "Lauren," I asked softly, not wanting to frighten her again but needing to know more. "Can you see her now?" My eyes flicked back to the piano, half expecting another sound, another note played by an invisible hand. Lauren did not even look at me. She did not turn her head toward the toy. "Shh," she murmured in that distracted way small children have when they are not really listening. Her gaze stayed on the television. To her, the moment was over. To me, it had only just begun. I sat there for a few seconds longer, my heart beating too fast for such a quiet room. I could not ignore what I had heard. I knew the toy well enough to know that it did not play by itself. You had to press the keys or push the buttons with some force to make it make noise. It did not have a random demo mode that would suddenly start up on its own. I thought of Lauren's words. She scared me. I thought of her sudden tears, her refusal to say more, and the way the notes had started just as I was about to tell her that there was nothing to be afraid of. It felt too connected to be accidental. Slowly, carefully, I set Lauren down next to me and stood up. She did not object. She was absorbed again in watching Treehouse, swinging her feet gently and humming under her breath, as if nothing unusual had happened. I walked across the room to the little red piano. It looked utterly harmless sitting there, small and plastic and bright. I picked it up, feeling the familiar weight of it in my hands, and turned it over to check the switch at the back. It was still in the on position, just as it had been while Lauren was playing. For a moment, I considered pressing a few keys to see if there might be some kind of glitch causing it to play on its own, but something stopped me. I did not want to invite another sound. I did not want to feel that same prickle on the back of my neck again. Instead, I slid the switch to off. The little light that showed it was powered lit for a moment, and then went dark. I held it in my hands for a second longer, then I crossed the room and opened the closet door. The closet was cramped and full of things that did not have any other place to go. Extra shoes, coats, a vacuum cleaner, a box of old magazines. I found a small space on the top shelf and placed the piano there, pushed a little toward the back. I closed the closet door firmly and stood there with my hand on the knob, listening. There was only the murmur of the television and the soft sounds of Lauren's cartoon. I went back to my chair and sat down again, feeling a little shaken but trying not to show it. I did not want to frighten Lauren or make her think something was terribly wrong. To her, the invisible piano player was already fading into whatever mysterious place children store things they do not understand. For me, though, it stayed clear. The room returned to normal, but part of my mind did not. For the rest of that day, and for many days afterward, I found myself thinking about that moment. Who had been with us that afternoon? What had Lauren seen that I could not see? Did she see a woman standing near her piano, reaching out a hand toward the keys? Did she see only a shape, a presence, a shadow that made no sense to her? Children sometimes see things that adults cannot, or perhaps they are simply more open to things we have learned to block out. Whatever it was, it had been real enough to frighten her, and real enough to make the piano sing without visible fingers. I wish I could say that I knew exactly who she was. I wish I could say that I saw a figure, or heard a whisper, or felt something more than the heavy air and the sound of the notes. But I did not. All I had were those few seconds of music and the frightened words of a 3-year-old. Even so, that was enough to convince me that we had not been alone. Somewhere, somehow, someone else had been in that living room with us, drawn perhaps to the sound of a small child's toy keyboard and the joy of tiny fingers on plastic keys. I often think that if what I believe is true, and if spirits do linger in places where they once lived or loved, then it is not so strange that one of them might be drawn to a piano, even a toy one. Maybe in life she had played a real piano, in another room, in another house, in another time. Maybe she had spent hours practicing, fingers moving over black and white keys, filling her home with simple songs. Maybe, as she passed by some thin place between her world and ours, she heard the bright little notes of Lauren's toy and could not resist reaching out to touch it. Perhaps she meant no harm at all. Perhaps she was as startled by Lauren's fear as Lauren was by her presence. In the end, I do not know, and I doubt I ever will. What I do know is that from that day on, whenever I saw Lauren's little red piano, even after we eventually took it out of the closet again and she played with it like before, a part of me always pictured an unseen guest sitting beside her, listening, maybe smiling, maybe remembering. And I think it is fair to say that, in that apartment, in that old building with its creaky stairs and thin walls, Lauren was not the only one with a love for music. She, without knowing it, had a silent partner at her tiny instrument, an invisible piano player who, for just a few notes on a quiet afternoon, decided to share the melody. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was 12 years old, my family and I moved into an old house in the town of Conception Bay in Newfoundland. I will not give the exact address, partly out of respect for whoever lives there now and partly because, even after all these years, that house still feels like a very private part of my life. It was a big, creaky place with uneven floors and corners that seemed to hold on to shadows even in daylight. From the moment we first pulled up in front of it, I knew it was not like any other house I had ever lived in. We were told right from the start that this house had been in the same family for generations, passed down from one set of hands to the next, and we were the first outsiders to ever own it. At 12, I did not fully understand what that meant, but I did understand that we were stepping into a place that already had a long story behind it, one that did not begin with us. The land around the house carried its history openly. In the front yard, half swallowed by grass and low weeds, there were the old stone foundations of what had once been a small general store. People in town told us that years ago this store had been where locals came to buy flour, sugar, tea, and other simple things. You could still trace the shape of the building if you looked down from the front steps, imagining where the door might have been, where the counter might have stood. It gave the yard a strange feeling, as if another building, long gone, was still faintly present beside the house, reduced to a ghostly outline on the ground. The house itself, we were told, had served not only as a family home but also as a nursing home at one point. Old people had lived out their last days in its rooms, their memories and worries, their hopes and fears, settling into the walls like layers of paint. At some point, long before we came, the entire house had even been moved about a kilometer from its original location, dragged or rolled to where it now stood. I remember thinking how strange it was that a whole house could be moved like that, as if it were a large piece of furniture, and I wondered what that journey had felt like for the people who once lived there, watching their homes slide slowly across the landscape. Because of all this history, the house had a lot of character, as people like to say about old places. The floors creaked in very particular ways, each hallway and room having its own set of sounds. Some windows rattled in the wind even when closed. The staircases were narrow and slightly crooked, polished in the middle from years of feet going up and down. There were odd little turns in the layout, strange alcoves and built-in cupboards that did not match the style of newer houses. The ceilings were higher than we were used to, and certain rooms had a faint smell, not unpleasant but old, like wood and dust and traces of lives lived there long before I was born. As we carried boxes inside and tried to take in our new home, I remember feeling both excited and unsettled, as if we had stepped into a story that had already begun without us, and we did not yet know our part in it. Not long after we arrived, a friend of mine, who happened to be related to the original owners of the house, came by. She looked around with that mixture of curiosity and familiarity that only someone with ties to a place can have. At some point during that first week, she turned to me and asked, very casually, "So, has anything happened yet?" I remember the way she asked it, as if she were asking if I had tried the local ice cream shop or gone swimming in the bay. I frowned and asked her what she meant. She just shrugged and smiled in a way that made me feel both intrigued and uneasy, and she did not explain further. At 12, part of me thought she was just trying to spook me for fun, but another part tucked that question away in the back of my mind. I did not know it then, but I would soon understand exactly what she had meant. Almost as soon as we moved in, all of us, each in our own way, began to feel that we were not alone in the house. None of us said it out loud at the time. We were busy unpacking, settling in, getting used to a new town and new routines. But in quiet moments, especially late at night or when I was in a room by myself, I would feel it. It was not an obvious sensation, not like suddenly hearing a loud noise or seeing something move. It was more like a constant awareness just under the surface of my thoughts. I would be walking down a hallway, and I would feel that if I turned around quickly enough, someone would be standing behind me. I would lie in bed at night, eyes closed, and feel that if I opened them suddenly, a face might be hovering above mine, or a figure might be standing at the foot of the bed, looking down at me. It was not exactly fear. It felt more like caution, like the feeling you get when you are in a forest, and you know there are animals around even if you cannot see them. You are not necessarily in danger, but you are not alone. At that age I was old enough to try to be logical about it. I told myself that old houses creaked and settled, that new surroundings always felt strange at first. I tried to convince myself that the sense of unseen company was just my imagination, fed by my friend's mysterious question and the knowledge that many people had lived and even died there. But the feeling persisted. It was always there at the edge of things, especially in the evenings when the light outside began to fade and the house grew quieter. About a month after we moved in, I had my first clear encounter with what I would later accept as one of the house's other inhabitants. On that day, my older sister and I were the only ones at home. She was upstairs, on the top floor, and I was downstairs. It was one of those ordinary afternoons that blur together in memory. I remember going into the kitchen to get myself a snack. I made something simple, something I could carry easily, and then I headed toward the living room, thinking about nothing more unusual than whatever television show I wanted to watch. As I walked, I passed the bottom of the staircase and, out of habit, glanced upward. The sunlight was streaming in through the hall window at the top of the stairs. It was a bright, almost golden light, the kind that makes dust motes look like tiny floating stars. That light poured down the stairwell and illuminated the landing, creating a clear view of the railing and the upper hallway. In that moment, I saw a figure standing there. It was the silhouette of what I believed to be my sister. The figure was holding the railing and leaning slightly forward, looking down at me. The body shape, the height, the way the person stood, it all matched what I would expect from my sister. I only saw it for a split second, but it was clear enough that I had no doubt in that instant of who it was. As soon as my eyes met that figure, it reacted. It turned and ran away, vanishing from my line of sight so quickly that it almost felt like a game. I rolled my eyes. At 12, I already knew my sister could be playful, and my immediate thought was that she was just being silly, playing some kind of childish prank, hiding and running off the second I looked up. I felt more annoyed than frightened. I carried my snack into the living room and set it down, then decided to go upstairs and ask her what the point of that was. Even as I climbed the stairs, I was thinking how strange it was that a 17-year-old would bother with such a trick, but I still fully believed it had been her. When I reached the top floor, I walked down the hall and into her bedroom. She was lying on her bed, propped up on her pillows, watching television. She looked relaxed, her body settled in a way that did not suggest she had been running around. She did not seem out of breath or flustered. In fact, she barely glanced at me when I walked in. I remember feeling a little confused. From where I had seen the figure on the landing, my sister would have had to run pretty fast and slip into her room, then throw herself down and act completely calm in a matter of seconds. It did not fit what I was seeing now. Still, I said, "What was the point of that?" expecting her to laugh or shrug and admit she had tried to scare me. Instead, she turned to look at me with a blank expression. "What are you talking about?" she asked. I explained what I had seen, her figure at the top of the stairs, holding the railing, watching me, then running away when I looked up. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from her face. Her skin grew pale, and her eyes widened with a kind of alarm that was not fake. She shook her head and told me, firmly, that it had not been her. She said she had been in her room the whole time, watching TV, and had not stood on the landing or looked down at me at all. In that moment, the air between us felt very still. We looked at each other in silence, realizing we were both thinking the same thing. If it was not her, then who had I seen? The shape had looked like my sister. The height and build had matched. The way the figure gripped the railing had seemed so human, so familiar. Yet my sister's reaction was real. She was not teasing me. She was honestly disturbed that I had seen someone where she had not been. A cold feeling spread through me, not just fear but the dawning understanding that my earlier sense of not being alone had not been imaginary. After that day, we all became more aware of the others in the house. Even though we still did not talk much about it openly at first, each small event seemed to confirm that the house was shared. For my part, I found myself beginning to talk out loud sometimes when I was alone, addressing the unseen presences. I did not feel that they meant us harm. In fact, most of the time their presence felt watchful but not aggressive. Still, I made it clear in my own way that I did not want to see them directly. I would say things like, "I know you're here, but please don't show yourself." Or, "You're scaring me. I don't want to see you." It may sound strange, talking to empty air, but in that house, it felt necessary, like setting boundaries with unfamiliar roommates. Over the years that followed, many small incidents took place, the kind that can easily be brushed off one by one but, when added together, form a clear picture. One summer day, for example, I was home alone. The house felt warm and bright, sunlight filling the rooms, and there was nothing particularly eerie about the atmosphere. I was in the kitchen doing something ordinary when I heard a loud crash from the living room. My heart leaped, and I rushed in to see what had happened. A large painting that usually hung securely on the living room wall had fallen to the floor. This painting was not hung carelessly. It had been firmly fastened, and it had never shifted before despite other days of heat or cold, or doors slamming, or people walking around. Yet now it lay on the floor, leaning against the wall at an angle, as if someone had lifted it off its hook and dropped it. There was no one else in the house. I checked the hook and found it intact. It made no sense that it would just fall on its own. On other nights, when my friends slept over, they would sometimes whisper to me in the dark, asking who was walking around upstairs. We would all be lying in sleeping bags or sprawled across the floor, the house quiet except for what sounded like steady footsteps moving back and forth above us. My friends, who did not know the house as well as I did, would assume it was one of my family members. I would shrug and say it was just the house creaking, knowing in my heart that houses do not creak in the clear, regular rhythm of footsteps. I did not want to scare them, and I did not want to admit out loud what I suspected, so I kept those excuses ready. But inside I knew better. My mother and I also began to notice something else unusual. Small balls of light that would float through the air, usually in the kitchen and family room. They were not like reflections from a mirror or a passing car's headlights. They did not appear in a pattern we could predict. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I would see a soft, faintly glowing sphere drift by at about chest height, move a short distance, and then disappear. When I turned my head fully, it would be gone. My mother would comment on them sometimes, saying, "Did you see that?" And I would nod. Our dog seemed to notice things as well. She would suddenly wake up from sleep and stare fixedly at a spot on the wall, or in the air, her eyes tracking something invisible to us, her ears alert. At times she would follow whatever she saw with her gaze, then relax again once it left, as if reassured. For the most part, these experiences became part of the background of our lives. We still laughed, cooked, argued, celebrated holidays, and invited friends over like any family. The ghosts, if that is what they were, did not dominate our everyday existence. Yet we never entirely forgot about them either. They were like quiet housemates who stayed mostly in their own rooms but occasionally reminded us they were there. It was in our last year living in that house, however, that the most intense events occurred, the ones that I still think about with a mix of fear and gratitude. By that time, my parents had divorced, and there were only 3 of us living in the house: my mother, my sister, and me. One night, I was asleep when I was jolted awake by a sound so terrifying that it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was my mother's scream. Not a small startled cry, but a long, desperate, blood-curdling scream that cut straight through the walls and into my bones. Within seconds, my sister and I were both out of bed and running down the hall toward our mother's room. Our minds raced with horrible possibilities. We did not know if someone had broken into the house, if she was hurt, if something awful had happened. When we burst into her room, we found her sitting up in bed, her face pale, her eyes wide and filled with raw fear. She looked as if she had just seen something unbearable. We rushed to her, asking what was wrong, our voices panicked. She took a few shaky breaths and then told us it was just a bad dream, that we should go back to bed. Her voice was trembling, but her words were calm enough that we did as she asked, though neither of us slept well after that. At the time, we accepted her explanation because we had nothing else to cling to. Nightmares could be terrible, we knew that. Maybe that was all it was. It was not until we had moved out of that house, long after the event itself, that she told us what had really happened. One day, when we were talking about the old place and the things we had experienced there, she finally confessed the truth about that night. She said that she had woken up suddenly with the strong feeling that someone was in her room. It was not like waking from a dream, she said. It was like suddenly snapping from sleep to full awareness, with her heart pounding and her body stiff, as if a presence had pulled her out of the depths of sleep. As soon as her eyes were open, she saw an old woman sitting in a chair just a few feet from her bed. The woman was solid and clear, not a vague shadow or a fleeting shape. She looked like a real person, except that she had not been there when my mother had gone to sleep. At first, my mother thought it might be the ghost of her own mother. The idea flashed through her mind quick and sharp. There was a strange kind of hope in that thought, the hope that maybe this strange visitation was from someone she loved and missed. But as her eyes focused and she took in the details of the woman's face, she realized it was not her mother. The features were different. My mother did not recognize this woman at all. The old woman sat perfectly still, her hands resting in her lap, her back straight, her clothes plain. She did not speak. She did not move. She simply stared at my mother without blinking, her gaze steady and unflinching. There was nothing obviously threatening in her expression. She did not look angry or cruel. But there was something deeply unsettling about being watched so intently by a stranger who appeared in your room in the middle of the night. My mother said she felt frozen, unable to look away, a mixture of fear and shock holding her in place. Then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, the old woman disappeared. She did not fade slowly. She was simply there one moment, and gone the next. It was only then, when the chair was empty again, that my mother found her voice and screamed. She told us this story years later, and as she spoke, I could see the fear returning to her eyes. It had not been just a bad dream. It had been one of the house's inhabitants making herself clearly visible. My mother said that this same old woman appeared to her at least one other time in the months that followed, always in that same room, always sitting in a chair, always watching. The final event, the one that I am most thankful for, happened in that last year as well. By then, my mother had begun to have health issues. She suffered from several small strokes during that time, quiet attacks that left her weak and frightened. One of them took place while she was in the kitchen, going about her normal routine. She told us later that she suddenly lost feeling in her legs. There was no warning, no gradual numbness. One moment she was standing, and the next she felt her legs give out beneath her. She sank to her knees, the world tilting around her. As the sensation of numbness spread, she realized she was about to fall forward. Her arms felt weak, and she could not hold herself up. If she fell face first onto the hard kitchen floor, she could be badly hurt. She tried to brace herself, but her body would not respond properly. Then, in that critical moment when she knew she was going down, she felt something. Two strong hands grabbed her by the shoulders from behind. She felt herself being gently but firmly turned and lowered onto her side instead of onto her face. There was no one else in the house at the time. No one had come in through the door. But the touch on her shoulders was real. The guidance of those unseen hands kept her from crashing down in a dangerous way. Lying there on her side, she was able to call for help. She survived that stroke with less injury than she might have had if she had hit the floor head-on. To this day, she swears that it was our unseen housemates, the same presences that sometimes frightened us, who helped her in that moment, making sure she did not fall the wrong way. In her mind, and in mine, that act of kindness changed the way we thought about the spirits in that house. They were not only shadows in the corner or figures on the stairs. They were also guardians, in their own mysterious way. When we finally moved out of the old house in Conception Bay, I was surprised by how different the world felt. Our new home, though comfortable and pleasant, did not have the same weight in the air, the same layered feeling of many lives pressing in on you. On our first night there, I lay in my bed and listened to the quiet. The floors did not creak in familiar patterns. The walls did not hold secret sounds. There were no soft orbs of light drifting by the kitchen doorway. For the first time in 10 years, I felt truly alone in the house. It was a strange kind of emptiness, both comforting and a little sad. I realized then just how much spiritual activity had taken place in our old home, how much we had gotten used to sharing our space with those who had been there long before us. Even now, when I think back to that house with its long history and its unseen residents, I feel a mix of gratitude, respect, and a lingering sense of wonder. Whatever was there, whatever those presences really were, they were part of our lives for a full decade, watching us grow, scaring us sometimes, and in one crucial moment, perhaps even saving my mother's life. It all started when I was 12 years old, around this same time of year, which is actually what made me think about everything again and pushed me to write my story. I was in middle school then, and like a lot of girls that age, my friends and I were into silly little games, crushes, and harmless, magic, tricks. We were always reading things online or in magazines about love spells, dream signs, and ways to find out who your true love or soulmate would be. It was not serious for us. It was just another way to have fun, to feel like we had some secret power in a world where adults were always in charge. One day, my group of friends decided that we were going to try a spell that promised to show your soulmate in your dreams. It sounded exciting and mysterious, but also simple and not dangerous at all. It was not a ritual with candles or anything dramatic like that. It only involved drinking a certain mixture and putting a specific little object under your pillow before bed. That was it. It seemed harmless, almost like one of those sleepover games where you chant something and then try to dream about it. None of us truly believed that it would work. We laughed as we talked about it, teasing each other and guessing which boy might show up in our dreams if it did. I remember the feeling of being curious, nervous, and excited all at once as I prepared everything that first night. I mixed what I was told to mix, placed what I was supposed to put under my pillow, and lay down wondering if anything at all would happen. I did not feel like I was calling on anything evil. It just felt like childish fun. I actually ended up doing the spell more than once, on different nights, because I wanted to see if it would ever work the way it claimed. Some of the times, nothing happened at all. I would just fall asleep and wake up with normal dreams or no dreams that I could remember. That made it feel even more like a joke, like something you do for a laugh and then forget. But slowly, and in ways I never expected, things started to change. The first strange thing did not happen right away. It was at least a month after I first did the spell. Time had passed, and by then I was not even thinking about it anymore. I was just living my normal life, going to school, doing homework, chatting with friends, and daydreaming about things like most 12-year-olds do. Because of that, what happened next was even more shocking for me. I was daydreaming, and then at some later point, I had a very particular dream that I still remember clearly. In this dream, a vampire was biting my wrist. I know that sounds like something from a movie or a book, and at that age I did like stories about vampires and other supernatural things. But this did not feel like a normal dream. In the dream, when the vampire's teeth touched my skin, I did not just see it. I felt it. I actually felt something puncture my wrist. The feeling was so real that it pulled me out of sleep in an instant. When I woke up, I sat there breathing fast, trying to understand what had just happened. My wrist still felt strange. It is hard to describe the feeling in exact words. It did not feel like a sharp, cutting pain. It did not feel like ordinary teeth-piercing skin. The closest thing I can compare it to is the little shock and pressure you sometimes feel when using a stapler, that quick punch feeling when the metal goes through paper. It was as if my wrist had been pushed through by something, but without the normal sensation of being bitten. It felt more like the recoil of a small machine than an animal bite, but whatever it was, it felt real. I looked down at my wrist, half expecting to see nothing and to realize it had all been in my head. Instead, I saw 2 clear puncture marks on my skin, in the exact same place where the vampire had bitten me in the dream. They were not deep bloody wounds like in horror movies, but they were there, clear enough to see. They did not bleed, not even a little. The skin was broken, but dry. That detail stood out to me so much, because any other scratch or cut on me would bleed at least a bit. But these did not. They just sat there like neat little holes, like something had pressed into my skin and then vanished. I watched them over the next hours and the next day. They healed in only one day, which was unusual for me. Normally, any cut or small mark on my body took longer to disappear. But these little punctures were gone so quickly it was almost like they had never been there. The whole thing felt completely unreal, like a strange mix of dream and waking life. Even now, I know that this part probably sounds sensational, or unbelievable to many people. I know that if someone else had told me this when I was younger, I might have had trouble believing it too. But it did happen, and for me it was important. I include it because it was the beginning of everything and because it left a strong mark on my mind, even if not on my wrist. After that, I started to sense a presence around me. It was not like suddenly seeing ghosts in every corner, but more like knowing that someone else was there when no one visible was. At night, when I went to bed, the feeling grew stronger. I would lie down and feel something like a heavy weight pressing on my stomach. It was not painful, but it was noticeable and strange. At first, I thought it might just be anxiety or my imagination. I had always been a person who could get lost in thoughts and worries, and I told myself this was probably just a mental thing. But it kept happening. My dreams also started to feel different, as if they were no longer just random images from my own mind. It felt like someone else was sharing them with me or trying to guide them. The more time went by, the more this presence began to touch me. It started slowly, almost shyly. Then, over time, it became more bold and more physical. It reached a point where this unseen presence was going down on me almost every night. This is uncomfortable to write, but it is the truth of what I experienced. At first, I thought this was just some strange form of teenage fantasy or something my mind was doing without me wanting it to. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head. But as things went on, it became harder and harder to explain away. One of the reasons I could not deny it any longer was because my underwear started getting ripped in that area. It did not happen all at once. It happened slowly, over time. I would put on a pair that had been fine, and later I would notice small tears in the fabric exactly where the touching took place. It was not the usual kind of wear and tear from regular use. The location and the way it happened made me feel like something else was involved. The more my clothes changed, the more I had to accept that whatever I was dealing with was not only in my imagination. When it touched me, the physical feeling was strange but not painful. It felt warm and gentle. The best way I can explain it is that it was a bit like the feeling when a part of your body starts to fall asleep, that tingling, slightly numb sensation, except in this case it was pleasant, not uncomfortable, and I still kept my normal senses. There was a soft warmth to it, as if something warm and invisible was brushing against my skin, leaving a lingering chill and heat at the same time. It never felt like a real human hand or mouth. It did not have that solid, clear, physical texture. It always felt a little less than that, like a half-physical touch that was somewhere between a strong feeling and a real contact. After a while, this presence did more than just touch my body while I was lying in bed. It started to take me out of my body. I know that sounds odd, but I mean that it triggered out-of-body experiences in me. I would lie there, and it would put pressure on the area we often call the third eye, the spot in the middle of the forehead. As that pressure built, I would feel a strange shift, like I was sliding sideways out of myself. Then, suddenly, I would feel like I had left my body, and I would see and experience things from a different place, as if I were floating or standing away from where my actual body lay. The things I saw and felt in those moments seemed real. They were not like normal dreams where everything is fuzzy and changes from one scene to another. They had a clearer, more stable feeling, as if I was somewhere else entirely. Not all of these experiences were sexual. Some were just me moving around, seeing things from a different angle, or being in spaces that were familiar or unfamiliar. That is one of the reasons I am not entirely sure how to classify this presence. It did sexual things, yes, but it also did other things and brought me into odd states that did not always involve sex. Over time, I started having out-of-body experiences during the day too, without the presence needing to help. These unprompted experiences happened when I was alone, and when I felt strong emotions. They were always short, but they were real enough that they scared me. I would be doing something, thinking something very intensely, and then suddenly I would feel that same shift out of my body and into another point of view. I began to wonder if I had more than one entity around me, or if there was only one that behaved in different ways. The experiences seemed to conflict with each other sometimes. In my regular waking life, when I felt it close, it often seemed calm, gentle, and even caring. But in my dreams, the images it used became more and more disturbing. The thing that appeared to me in those dreams did not feel caring at all. It felt cruel, mocking, and dark. I am sure these were not just ordinary dreams, because I often woke up from them feeling hands or pressure on the same parts of my body that had been touched or attacked in the dream. The timing matched. The negative dreams usually happened close to when I was about to wake up, not at the start of sleep. When I had those unpleasant, assisted, out-of-body experiences earlier, they used to happen when I was falling asleep. Later, when things changed, the experiences started happening when I was closer to waking up. The feeling of control was different too. In the earlier stages, I felt like I had some say in what happened. Later, I felt like my free will was gone in those states. It was as if I were drugged. Everything was hazy and thick. I could feel what was happening to me, but I could not control my words, my reactions, or my movements. In many of those later dreams or attacks, something was attacking me while I struggled to wake up. The negative energy around it was overwhelming. I would try to move, to call out, to escape, but my body would not respond. It squeezed my head, pushed my face down, plugged my ears, and held me down. Sometimes it pinned my arms or pressed on my chest. The worst part of all of it was not even the physical sensations. It was the feeling of pure anger and hatred rolling off it. It felt like being trapped under a heavy blanket of darkness that wanted nothing good for me. During some of those attacks, I would try to call out to God for help. Even though I am not Christian, I do believe in God, some higher power. In those moments of fear, I would try to shout the name of God in my mind or out loud. I tried to cast it out in the name of God. Most of the time, I could not speak. My lungs felt frozen. My mouth would not move properly. On rare occasions when I did manage to force the words out, nothing seemed to happen. There was no sudden comfort, no flash of light. Once or twice, the presence even seemed to mock me, as if it knew what I was trying to do and found it funny or pathetic. That made me feel even more hopeless and frightened. Because I was so afraid, I surrounded myself with Catholic things even though I was not Catholic. I put rosaries, charms, and religious items in my room and around my bed, hoping they might protect me somehow. I prayed every night, asking God, or any kind force, to help me, to drive this thing away, or at least to keep it from hurting me. Still, the bad experiences continued for a long time. It was confusing to feel cared for by this same presence sometimes, and then attacked by what felt like another part of it. I did not know if I was dealing with something that had two sides or with two different beings altogether. During the day, I kept having those unassisted out-of-body experiences too. Over time, they got longer. I would slip out, and then come back feeling like only a short moment had passed. But later, people told me I had been gone longer. One of my friends mentioned that I had said things to her that I did not remember saying. She told me that my eyes had looked different when we were talking, as if something else was behind them, and that our conversation felt strange. When she repeated some of the things I had supposedly said, I had no memory of them at all. That made me worry that I might not always be in control of myself, that something else might be using my body or my voice from time to time. At this point in my life, I became very depressed. I felt trapped in a situation I did not understand and could not talk about freely. I tried getting help on the internet, searching for answers on websites and forums, reading about spirits, dreams, astral projection, and paranormal experiences. I spoke to people who claimed to be psychics, mediums, or spiritual advisors. But the information I got back was always conflicting. Some said it was a guardian. Some said it was a demon. Some said it was my own energy, or a part of myself. It was confusing and made me feel even more lost. I did not dare tell many people in real life. I did not want my family to think I was crazy. I was afraid of being laughed at or dismissed. I only confided in a few friends, and those were mostly the same ones who had done the original spell with me. None of them had the same experiences I did. They might have had small strange dreams once or twice, but nothing like what I was going through. That made me feel singled out, as if something had chosen me alone. For reasons I still do not fully understand, the very violent and unpleasant attacks eventually stopped. It did not happen overnight, but slowly they became less frequent, and then they disappeared. I still sometimes have disturbing dreams, but they are not like those old attacks. The dreams I have now often include unpleasant or obscene things that I would never choose to think about, but even though they make me uncomfortable, they do not make me feel the same pure fear and hopelessness. The energy in them is different. It still feels dark sometimes, but not as crushing as before. The good side of the present stayed. The entity that felt warm and gentle never completely left me. To this day, it is still with me. For 13 years now, it has been by my side, even when I tried to ignore it. Every night since it first came, it has hugged me as I fall asleep. Sometimes I feel an arm around my waist or a soft pressure on my back, like someone lying behind me. During the day, it shows itself in lighter, more tender ways. It holds my hand, brushes my hair, kisses my cheek or forehead, or does small things like that. These touches are not sexual. They feel like the gestures of someone trying to reassure and comfort me, someone who wants me to know I am not alone. The sexual part, in my normal waking world, has always been limited. In reality, it has only ever gone down on me. It has never gone any further than that physically. In dreams, however, it has gone further. There, it has done more with me, as if the boundaries of my body were not as fixed. In real life, when it touches me sexually, I do get aroused, but it never feels like it completely takes over. It does not usually go on for a long time, and I do not feel completely drained or weird afterward. I do not feel like my energy is being stolen or that something bad is happening to me physically. I will admit that there are times when I enjoy the closeness and the sensations, but I do not enjoy the darker dreams that sometimes come with it. Those dreams always carry some perverse or twisted elements that I would not choose for myself, and they leave me feeling uneasy. As the years went by, the sexual contact became less frequent. In the beginning, it was almost every night. Now, it happens perhaps once a week, or even less, and usually only in dreams. That is another reason why I am still unsure how to define this thing. If it were only a sexual parasite, I would expect it to always push for more, to always want to drain or use me. but its behavior has changed with time, nearly like a person who goes through phases. I also had a 3-year relationship with a real person while this entity was with me. During that time, it did not act in a jealous or possessive way. It did not lash out at my partner. It did not try to stop me from dating. It just kept on doing what it had always done, almost like an invisible background companion. There are also the good things it has done for me, things that make everything even more confusing. For example, when I was younger, I used to have very bad cramps during my period. They were so painful that sometimes it was hard to stand up straight or go about my day. For the first while after this presence arrived, when I had my period and the cramps started, I would feel it touching my stomach gently. When it did that, the cramps would ease or even go away completely. It was as if it was pulling the pain out of me or calming my body from the inside. That is not something I can easily label as bad. Another important moment came in my last year of high school. We had provincial exams that year. These exams were serious and stressful. They counted for about half of our final grade in the course, and if you failed the exam, you could not pass the course at all, no matter how good your marks had been before. I had studied hard, but the day before my exams, I developed a fever. I felt awful. My body ached, my head hurt, and I felt weak and dizzy. I was so worried about what would happen. I did not want to miss the exam, and I did not want to go in feeling sick and confused. That night, as I lay in bed, I felt the presence pressing against my head for a long time. It was not just a quick touch. It stayed there, almost like it was carefully doing something. The feeling was like someone placing their hand on my forehead and slowly drawing something out, pulling the sickness away bit by bit. I drifted in and out of sleep while it did this, too tired to fully think about it. The next morning, I woke up feeling completely fine. The fever was gone. My head was clear. I went to my exams, did very well, and passed. I cannot say with full proof that the presence healed me, but the timing and the way it felt made me believe it had something to do with it. Another time, I was walking down a set of stairs. I do not remember exactly what I was thinking about, but I know my emotions were strong at that moment. As I stepped down, I had an out-of-body experience right there while I was still walking. My attention shifted in that strange way, and I lost touch with my physical movements. I was about to fall down the stairs, my body unbalanced and heading forward. While I was out, I felt an arm grab me and hold me back. When I came back fully into my body, I realized I had not fallen. I was still standing, steady on the step. If that grip had not been there, I could have tumbled down and gotten badly hurt. Again, that made me feel like this presence was not only interested in using me, but also in protecting me. Despite all this, the constant confusion and the mix of good and bad eventually became too much for me. About 5 years ago, I decided that I would do my best to ignore it. I was tired of trying to make sense of everything, tired of thinking about it all the time, tired of asking questions and getting no clear answers. I thought that maybe if I stopped paying attention, it would go away or at least leave me in peace. So I stopped talking to it, stopped trying to reach out, and tried to treat every touch as if it were not there. As a result, it does interact with me less now. It is quieter, more in the background. I also go out of my body a lot less by myself. Those daytime experiences are rare now. They still happen, but they are not as strong or as frequent. Still, the presence has never truly left. It is still there in little ways every day. I can feel it sometimes beside me when I walk, when I sit alone, when I try to sleep. It is a bit like having an invisible companion always nearby, one you did not ask for but one that has become part of your life. Deep inside, I still want to communicate with it directly at least once. There are so many questions I want to ask. I want to know what it is, where it came from, why it chose me, and what exactly it wants. I want to know why it sometimes helped me and why it sometimes hurt me. I also want to know if it has its own name, its own story. I have tried several methods to make contact. I have tried automatic writing, where you let your hand move freely on paper and hope something will come through. I have tried leaving open letters, writing messages to it, and asking for replies. I have spoken to it out loud, asking simple questions, begging for answers. So far, it has never given me a direct, clear response. There are no writings on the page afterward, no whispered words in my ear, nothing like that. In dreams, I sometimes try to talk to it, but in those states, I cannot fully control what I say. My mouth and voice in the dreams seem to be guided by something else. Whatever it is, it often answers with confusing or conflicting things, nonsense phrases, or images that do not help me understand more. I wake up feeling like I had a conversation but cannot remember the details clearly or trust them as real answers. Now I am left in this place of not knowing. I live with something I can feel but not fully define. I have experiences that are both frightening and comforting, both dark and kind. I have a history with this presence that has lasted 13 years, almost as long as I was alive before it came, and yet I still do not know what to call it. Some people might say it is a spirit, an incubus, a guide, a parasite, a guardian, or a mix of many things. Some might say it is all in my mind, shaped by stress, belief, and sleep states. I cannot completely rule out any of these explanations. What I do know is that this is my reality. These things have happened and still happen to me. I am not sharing my story to convince anyone of one way of thinking. I am sharing it because it has shaped my life in deep ways, because I have carried it mostly in silence, and because a part of me still hopes that somewhere, someone might understand or at least listen without judgment. Whether it is best to keep trying to communicate with it or to leave it alone, I still do not fully know. For now, I try to live my life as best I can, to stay grounded, to focus on the people and things I can see and touch, and to accept that some parts of my life may always stay halfway in the shadows, just out of reach of clear explanation. When I think back to my first sleep paralysis, it still feels unreal, like a scene from a movie that I watched too many times and somehow ended up believing. At that time in my life, I slept well. I did not lie awake at night worrying or thinking too much. I went to bed, closed my eyes, and that was it. I would drift off and wake up the next morning feeling normal. Nights were quiet, ordinary, nothing special. I never expected anything strange to happen to me, especially not in my sleep, and definitely not something that would make me question the line between the natural and the supernatural. To understand why that night affected me so deeply, it helps to know a little about my mother. She is not like most people when it comes to spiritual things. All her life she has seen things that others cannot see. She has talked about seeing ghosts, demons, and strange figures more times than I can count. As a kid, I would listen but not fully understand. To her, these things were real as the furniture in our house. She has what people call a sixth sense, a strong awareness of the invisible world, and she has always been very close to God. She prays, she reads religious books, and she takes her faith seriously. At the same time, our family line has many people who are involved in sorcery. She used to tell me how her grandfather, her great-grandfather, and others practiced magic and did things they should not have done. So, our family history is like a mix of strong faith and dark spiritual activity. I grew up hearing these stories but did not think I would personally step into that world. On the day before my first experience, my mother told me something that I did not pay enough attention to at the time. She said that she had seen a white, ghostly figure in my brother's bedroom. She described it as a pale shape, human-like but not solid, almost like a person made of fog or light. She said that as soon as that figure noticed her standing there, it did not walk out or fade away slowly. Instead, it went up quickly, rushing through the ceiling as if the solid roof did not exist. She said this calmly, like it was something she had seen before, but I could tell it bothered her. She is not easily frightened, so when something unsettles her, I notice. The detail that stuck with me later was the simple fact of the house's layout. The room above my brother's bedroom is my room. When you stand in their room and look up at the ceiling, you are basically looking at the floor under my bed. So when she said the figure shot up through their ceiling, it meant that, in some strange way, it had risen directly toward my room. At that moment, I did not put too much weight on that part. I sort of believed in ghosts and spiritual things, but from a distance. I believed they existed, especially because of everything my mother and family had seen, but I did not really think I would have a direct encounter. It was like believing in storms but thinking the worst ones would always hit some other town, never yours. That night, I went to bed the way I always did. I did not feel special, or warned, or nervous. I did not lie awake thinking about that white figure. I did not pray more than usual or double-check my room. I simply got under the covers, found a comfortable position, and drifted off. Everything felt normal until I woke up in the middle of the night, sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. The house was quiet. The darkness had that heavy feeling that only happens in the deepest part of the night, when most people are asleep. At first, I did not even understand why I had woken up. Then I realized I could not move. It was the strangest and most terrifying feeling. My mind was fully awake. I could think. I could notice things. I knew I was lying in my bed, I knew where I was, but my body would not respond. I tried to lift my arm. Nothing happened. I tried to move my legs. They felt like they were made of stone. Panic started to rise in my chest, slow at first, then faster. I tried to call my mother, to shout out, "Mom!" like I used to do when I was younger and had a nightmare, but my voice was gone. My mouth felt heavy and locked. No sound came out. I was trapped in my own body. On top of that, my ears suddenly started buzzing. At first it was a low sound, then it grew louder and louder, like someone had turned on a high-pitched machine right next to my head. The room, which had been silent a moment before, filled with this strange, vibrating noise. As the buzzing grew, all the normal sounds disappeared. I could not hear the house, the outside, nothing. It was like being cut off from the world. Then my vision began to change. At first I could still see the shapes in my room, the furniture, the shadows, the faint outline of the window. But slowly, everything started to dim. It was like someone was turning down a light inside my eyes. The edges of my sight got darker, and the darkness spread until I could not see anything. I was awake, yet deaf and blind and paralyzed. It felt like the world was disappearing and I was sinking into some deep, lonely place. In that moment, I remembered the only thing I could do. I started to pray. I could not speak out loud, but I prayed in my mind, calling out to God, asking Him to help me, to make this stop, to protect me from whatever was happening. I clung to prayer like someone hanging on to a rope over a cliff. It was all I had. After several seconds that felt much longer, the paralysis broke. I could move again. The buzzing in my ears faded away. My sight returned. It was like being pulled out of deep water and finally taking a long breath of air. I did not stay to analyze anything or calm down in bed. I jumped up, ran out of my room, and went straight to my mother. I told her what had just happened, my voice still shaking, my heart pounding. She listened and took me seriously, which both helped and scared me more. That night left a mark on me. Even though it ended quickly, the feeling of helplessness and the sudden loss of control stayed in my mind. I had never heard of sleep paralysis before. I did not know it had a name, or that other people experienced something similar. All I had was what my mother had seen earlier that day, a white figure going up into the ceiling toward my room, and what I had just gone through hours later, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to see, trapped in darkness with only buzzing in my ears and a desperate prayer in my mind. About a year later, it happened again, but the second time was different, and in some ways even worse. It did not happen in the middle of the night. It happened in the afternoon. I remember being very tired that day. It was winter, and even early in the afternoon the light outside starts fading faster. It was about 3 in the afternoon when I decided to lie down and take a nap. Because it was daytime, I felt safe. Naps always feel more harmless than nighttime sleep. You do not expect scary things to happen when the sun is still up. I lay down in my bed, closed my eyes, and drifted off. When I woke up, it was around 4:45. The room was almost completely dark, but there was still a faint glow coming from outside, the leftover light of the day. It was just bright enough for me to tell that time had passed. I could feel that heavy afternoon sleepiness, the kind where your body is warm and you know you have been out for a while. On my desk next to my bed is a lamp. It is one of those lamps that turn on when you touch the metal part. I have done this so many times that it is automatic. Usually when I wake up, I do not even look at it. I just reach out my hand and tap it without thinking, and the light comes on. That afternoon, I did the same thing. I lifted my arm to stretch it toward the lamp. But before my fingers reached the lamp, they touched something else. There was someone standing between me and the lamp. At first, it did not fully register. My hand bumped against what felt like a chest, and my brain quickly started trying to make sense of the shape under my fingers. It was not the cold, hard metal of the lamp. It was not the empty air I expected. It was a body. A tall human shape wearing a cloak made of thick fabric. I could feel the folds of it under my hand, heavy, slightly rough. I could feel that there was a solid form underneath the clothing. It felt male to me, from the way the chest was shaped, but he was not just an ordinary man. He was wearing a long black cloak with a hood that covered his head. In that split second, I felt every detail. The texture of the cloth. The way it hung. The distance between my face and where his chest must have been. I remember that so clearly that it still surprises me. It did not feel like a dream where everything is foggy and soft. It felt real. I turned my head quickly to look at what I had just touched. Standing beside my bed, in that space between me and my lamp, was a tall figure in a black cloak. The hood was raised, hiding his head, and where his face should have been, there was only darkness. No eyes, no mouth, no skin. Just a black empty space. Yet I knew he was looking at me. There is a feeling you get when someone's attention is fully on you, even without seeing their eyes. That is how it felt. The moment our awareness met, he moved. He leaned toward me very fast, bending from his upper body until his head, or rather the dark area where his face should be, came close to mine. As he did that, something like a force pushed me back down onto my bed. I had been almost sitting up when I turned my head, but in the next second I was pinned flat on my back. It was not his hands holding me down. The cloaked figure did not physically touch me with his arms. It was as if an invisible pressure pushed me into the mattress, holding my body still. While he moved closer, he made a sound. I can still hear it in my memory. It was not a normal word or sentence. It was some kind of chant, almost ancient sounding, made up of deep, low notes and higher ones. The tone of his voice changed a lot, going low, then rising, then low again. There were no clear lyrics, nothing I could repeat as a language I know. It was like a dark, strange song with no words. The sound filled the space between us and seemed to vibrate inside my chest. Then the paralysis hit, just like the first time. One moment I could move enough to turn my head and reach out my arm. The next moment I was completely locked. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. My throat felt frozen. My chest was tight. The buzzing sound came back in my ears, rising quickly, blocking out everything else. Bit by bit my hearing dropped away. The chant, the room, the world, everything went silent except for that high-pitched noise. My vision also began to fade again. The outlines of the cloaked figure, the few shadows in my room, all started to dim and then disappeared into blackness. It was the same terrible feeling of being awake but cut off from my senses, trapped and helpless. The difference was that this time, there was a clear image and presence attached to the experience, not just darkness and fear. There had been a figure standing right next to me. I had touched it. I had heard it. Again, I tried not to panic. It is easy to say that now, but in the moment, every part of my body wanted to explode into fear. I forced myself to pray again. I called out to God in my mind, begging Him to make it stop, to free me, to take away whatever this was. I clung to that prayer as hard as I could. After about 2 seconds, although it felt much longer, the paralysis broke. Suddenly I could move. The pressure holding me down disappeared. The sound in my ears faded. My vision cleared. The figure was gone. There was no one standing between me and the lamp. The lamp looked normal, unmoved. My room was quiet and still, as if nothing had happened. But I knew it had. My body still remembered the feeling of being pinned, my hand still remembered the feel of that cloak, and my mind still held the sound of that chant. I did not stay in bed to think about it. I jumped up, my heart racing, and ran out of my room straight to the kitchen where my mother was. I told her what had happened again, just like the first time. The words came out fast and shaky. She listened as I described the black cloak's shape, the chant, the force that had pushed me down. She did not laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She took it seriously, which in some ways made it more real and more frightening. The whole thing, from the moment I reached out to touch the lamp to the moment I could move again, probably lasted around 6 seconds. It was incredibly fast, but those few seconds were so full of detail and fear that they stretch in my memory. They left an impression that was far larger than their small amount of time. After that second event, I never had sleep paralysis again. Not like that. No more waking up to find myself trapped in my body, no more buzzing ears and fading vision, no more strange figures by my bed. Life went back to normal, in that sense. But I was not the same inside. I carried those two experiences with me, wondering what they really meant and why they happened at all. Later in life, I started reading about sleep paralysis. When it happened to me, I did not even know the term existed. I just thought something supernatural had attacked me. As I talked to more people and heard their stories, I discovered that many others had similar experiences. Some described waking up in the night unable to move. Some said they felt a presence on their chest, like a heavy weight. Some saw shadow people, dark figures in the room. Some heard strange sounds. It was both comforting and confusing to know I was not the only one. I made more serious research. I read articles and explanations. The scientific side said that during certain stages of sleep, the body is paralyzed so that we do not act out our dreams. Sometimes, they say, we wake up mentally while that paralysis is still in effect, creating a state where the mind is awake but the body cannot move yet. Hallucinations can happen in that state, mixing dream images with waking reality. The buzzing and the pressure, they say, can be the brain's way of reacting to that strange in-between stage. That explanation makes sense in many ways, especially for some people's experiences. But there was something that still bothered me. In almost everything I read, people said they woke up already paralyzed. Their eyes opened, they became aware, and they found that they could not move. It began with that paralysis. But my second event did not start that way. When I woke up from my afternoon nap, I could move. I stretched my arm. I was almost sitting up when I reached for the lamp. My body responded normally at first. It was only after I touched the cloaked figure and saw it lean toward me that the paralysis hit. That detail sticks in my mind. It does not fit neatly into the usual description. I remember the movement clearly. I know I was not frozen from the start. That is part of why I still wonder if there was more to it than just a brain glitch. Maybe it was a mix of both. Maybe there is a spiritual side that uses these weak moments in the body and mind. Maybe my family background, with its mix of faith and sorcery, plays a role. Maybe it is all science and my memory is bending things a bit. I do not know for sure. What I do know is how it felt. I know the physical sensations. I know the fear. I know the relief when prayer seemed to break the hold on me. Those 2 nights, one in deep darkness, one in fading winter light, changed the way I think about sleep, the unseen world, and my own mind. I cannot say with full certainty that it was a ghost, a demon, or just sleep paralysis. But I can say that it was real to me in those moments, so real that even now, when I lie down at night, a small part of me remembers and hopes that I will not have to go through it again. This has happened to me twice, and both times it was in the same general part of the house, so it has stayed in my mind in a way that's hard to shake. The first time was a normal day, nothing special, and that is part of what makes it feel so strange. I was walking from the kitchen toward the laundry room, just doing the usual things people do at home. The kitchen and laundry room are close, and that area is like a short path I've walked so many times that I could do it without thinking. I wasn't scared, I wasn't expecting anything, and I wasn't even focused on anything spooky. I was just moving from one room to the next. Right as I crossed into that space, I suddenly felt a hand grab my shoulder. It wasn't a light touch like someone trying to get my attention. It felt like a real grip, 5 fingers wrapping down into my shoulder the way a person's hand would. Then, almost in the same motion, it pulled me around, turning my body like someone wanted me to face them. It wasn't like I bumped into a wall or caught my shirt on something. This was a clear, physical pull, like a person guiding me to turn. My first reaction was automatic. I turned fast, ready to see my mom or one of my siblings standing behind me, maybe messing with me or needing something. But when I turned, there was nobody there. Not just nobody right behind me, but nobody at all. The space behind me was empty. The laundry room area was empty. The kitchen behind that was quiet. There was no sound of someone stepping back, no sound of someone walking away. There wasn't even a place where someone could have grabbed me and then quickly hidden without me seeing them. It wasn't like we were at a crowded place where someone could vanish into a group. It was my house, and the layout just didn't allow that kind of quick escape. I remember standing there for a moment, frozen and confused, because my body still felt like it had been touched. The feeling of the fingers on my shoulder didn't disappear the second I saw nothing. My skin still had that pressure memory, like when someone pokes you and you can still feel it for a second after. I looked into the laundry room and then back into the kitchen. I even checked the nearby corners as if I could catch someone hiding, but there was simply no one. The hand had pulled me around to face nothing. I tried to explain it away right then, because that's what you do when something doesn't make sense. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe my muscles twitched. Maybe my shirt pulled funny. But deep down, I knew the difference between clothing shifting and an actual hand. This felt like 5 clear fingers digging in, like a grip that had purpose. It didn't feel like a random sensation. It felt like someone wanted my attention. Time passed, and even though I didn't forget it, life kept moving. I have a big family, and the house is always full of noise and activity during the day, so it's easy to get distracted. But about a year later, something happened again, and it was close enough to the first spot that it brought everything back. The second time was late at night. I was in my room, lying on my bed on my stomach, listening to music. The house was mostly quiet in that way it gets when everyone has finally settled down. I could tell the difference between daytime noise and the stillness at night. At night, even small sounds feel louder, like the house is holding its breath. I wasn't trying to scare myself. I was just relaxing and listening to music, letting my mind drift. Then I felt a hand press against my back. Not like a tap, not like the mattress shifting, but a firm press. Again, I could feel 5 fingers clearly, like a palm and fingers making contact. For a split second, without thinking, I assumed it was my mom or one of my siblings. That was my first thought because who else would touch me in my room? That's how normal it felt at first, like a familiar hand getting my attention or checking on me. But then my brain caught up with reality. It was late at night. Everyone else was asleep. I hadn't heard anyone walking down the hallway. I hadn't heard a door open. I hadn't heard a whisper or a giggle, or anything that would suggest someone was sneaking in to mess with me. The more I remembered how late it was, the more that calm feeling turned into fear. I felt a slow shudder run through me, starting in my chest and moving through my arms and legs. It was like my body reacted before my thoughts could organize. My heart started beating faster, and I suddenly felt very awake, like all the sleepiness disappeared in 1 second. I turned my head and tried to look around, then pushed myself up and looked behind me, expecting, hoping, to see a person. But again, there was nothing. My room connects to the laundry room, and the distance from where I felt that hand on my back to the spot where the first shoulder grab happened is only about 6 feet. That detail is part of why I can't just brush it off. It's too close. It's too similar. Both times I felt a real hand, and both times there were 5 distinct fingers. The sensations weren't vague. They were specific, like someone physically touching me in a way that should not be possible if no one is there. After that second time, I started feeling nervous about my room in a way I didn't before. It's hard to explain to someone who hasn't felt it, but once you've had something like that happen, you start paying attention to every little thing. You start thinking about the dark corners, the quiet moments, the shadows that you never cared about before. It's like the room you've known your whole life becomes slightly unfamiliar. Sometimes I get so uneasy that I sleep with a light on. I know that sounds childish, but it's not about being a kid. It's about the feeling I get when the room is fully dark. In the dark, I seem to see more weird things, or at least I notice more. It could be my eyes playing tricks on me, because I know our brains try to make shapes out of shadows. But I'm not fully convinced that's all it is, because some of what I've seen feels too clear to be a simple mistake. One night, I saw what looked like a man. It wasn't like seeing a person in full detail with a clear face and clothing you could describe. It was more like a shadowy figure, the shape of a person where there shouldn't be one. The outline felt wrong for the room, like it didn't belong there. I remember blinking and looking again, thinking it would disappear right away, but the fear hit me before I could talk myself out of it. The scariest sighting, though, was a different night, and it wasn't as simple as a shadow. I still have trouble putting it into words, because part of me doesn't want to give it too much attention, but I also can't pretend it didn't happen. That night I was lying in bed, and at some point I rolled over onto my other side. It was a normal movement, the kind you do half asleep without thinking. But as soon as I turned, I ended up face to face with something rising up along the side of my bed. The best way I can describe it is like someone was sitting next to my bed and leaning over me. Imagine the side of your bed, and someone is on the floor or sitting low, then slowly lifting up like they're bringing their face close to yours. That's what it felt like. I didn't see a clear face with features I could explain, but I saw the presence of a figure in that spot, close enough that it felt like it was invading my space. My reaction was pure panic. I didn't sit up and confront it. I didn't turn on a light and investigate. I did what fear makes you do when you feel trapped. I rolled back over, fast, and pulled the covers over my head. I stayed under the covers the rest of the night, barely moving, listening to every sound, hoping morning would come quickly. I know blankets don't protect you from something unknown, but in that moment, hiding was the only thing that felt possible. It felt like if I stayed still, maybe whatever it was would go away. Most of the things I've seen have been in my room or right around that area, which makes the whole situation feel more personal, like it's centered on me or on that part of the house. There was another time that still confuses me when I think about it. I was walking through the laundry room, doing something simple, and as I passed, I briefly glanced into my room. It was one of those quick glances you do without stopping. In that quick glance, I saw what looked like a child standing in my room. The reason I didn't react right away is because I have 5 younger siblings. Seeing a small figure in the house is normal for me. Kids are always moving around, stepping into rooms, then disappearing the next second. So when I saw the child-shaped figure, I didn't stop and stare. I didn't freeze. I just assumed it was one of my siblings and kept walking toward the washing machine. But then something happened that made my stomach drop. After I reached the washing machine, I turned back. The distance was tiny, maybe 2 feet, and I glanced into my room again. In that amount of time, if a child had walked out, I would have seen them. The laundry room is basically a straight path, about 10 feet through, and the way the doorway lines up, you can't really slip out without being noticed if someone is looking. There wasn't another exit from my room either. There is only one entrance. When I glanced again, the room was empty. The figure was gone. That wouldn't be too weird if my siblings were playing and ran out, but I didn't see anyone pass by. The space didn't show movement. It was like the child was there for a second and then wasn't. I went into my room and looked around properly this time. I checked the corners. I looked behind furniture, in the places a kid might hide if they were trying to scare me. There was nobody. The room felt still, like it had been still the whole time. Then I walked to the living room and asked my mom where the kids were. She told me they were all outside in the front yard. Every single one of them. That's the part that made it hard to laugh off. If one kid was missing, maybe I could have thought they were hiding or sneaking around. But if they were all outside, then who did I just see in my room? I tried to make myself believe I saw a trick of light, or a hanging piece of clothing that looked like a child for a second. But I know what a kid's shape looks like. I know what movement looks like. And in that quick glance, it felt like a small person standing there, not an object. My most recent sighting was a few weeks ago, and it happened in a way that felt almost casual at first, which somehow made it more unsettling. My room is set up so that my bed is against the wall, and my door is positioned so I can see the shadow my doorway casts on the opposite wall. It's something I've noticed many times. The light in the hall or nearby rooms creates a certain shape on the wall, and because I've seen that shadow so often, I know what it normally looks like when someone walks past the doorway. That day I wasn't feeling well. I was lying in bed, just resting, not doing much, mostly staring at the wall and the doorway shadow the way you do when you're sick and bored. My family was awake and in the living room. I could hear them talking and moving around out there, so I knew I wasn't alone in the house. That should have made me feel better. While I was watching the shadow, I saw the outline of a person appear for a brief moment. It was clear enough that my brain immediately recognized it as a human shape. The thing is, it didn't move the way a person normally moves. It didn't walk away. It didn't pass by like someone stepping into the hall and then continuing down. It just appeared and then disappeared from the wall, like it blinked out. Right away I thought maybe someone leaned into the doorway and then leaned back. So I called out or at least listened for footsteps, expecting to hear someone near my door. But there was nothing. I got up and checked the doorway to be sure. No one was standing there. And I could still hear my family in the living room, which was another reminder that nobody should have been silently standing at my door and then vanishing. Sometimes that's what bothers me the most. It's not just the sight of something strange. It's the way it happens in the middle of normal life, like the house is letting me see something for a second and then taking it away before I can prove it. There's also something that happened a long time ago that I still remember clearly because I wasn't alone when it happened. This was in my sister's room, which is on the other side of the house but still connected to mine in the sense that it's part of the same home and the same feel of the place. I was about 6 years old, and my brother and I were on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed. We thought our sister was on the top bunk. Kids talk to each other like that, just calling out without checking, so I called up. "Are you up there?" I expected an annoyed yes, or what, or maybe no answer at all. But what we heard was a very clear yes. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a sound that could easily be confused with the house creaking. It sounded like a person answering from above us. My brother and I immediately reacted like kids do. We looked at each other, then climbed up to see her. But when we got up there, nobody was there. The top bunk was empty. We were confused and a little freaked out, so we went looking for her. We found out she had gone to the kitchen. That meant that at the moment we heard yes, my brother and I were the only ones in that room. I've tried to tell myself that maybe she answered from the hallway and it echoed, or maybe another family member said it, and we assumed it was her. But the voice sounded like it came from the top bunk area, right above us, close and direct. When you're a kid, you don't always understand the way sound travels, but you do understand when something feels close. And that, yes, felt close. What feels odd to me is that most of the experiences I personally remember are centered around my room. If it was just one random event, I might be able to shrug it off. But it has been touches, shadows, and figures, and it keeps coming back to the same area, especially the space between my room and the laundry room. My little sister has seen things too, which makes it harder to tell myself it's just my imagination. She once told me she saw a woman leaving my room. The way she described it wasn't like a dream story or a silly kid story. She described it like she truly saw someone, like a person walking out. She has also seen strange things in other parts of the house, not only around my room, so it doesn't feel like it's only in my head. At the same time, The fact that she noticed a woman leaving my room sticks with me because it matches the feeling I've had that something is connected to that space. Sometimes I sit in my room and try to think through it in a logical way. I ask myself if I'm just jumpy, if I'm the type of person who gets scared easily, if stress could be making me see shapes. I know how easy it is for the brain to turn a shadow into a person when you're tired. I know how fear can grow when you think about it too much. But then I remember the physical touch, the grip on my shoulder, the hand on my back, and it's hard to explain that away as just being tired. Those didn't feel like I thought I saw something. Those felt like something actually touched me. There are a few other details about my house and the land around it that make me wonder if there is more to it than just coincidence. I'm not saying any of this proves anything, but it adds to the uneasy feeling. I once had a dream about a woman buried under my room. It was only a dream, and I know dreams can be random, pulling ideas from things you've seen or heard. But it was one of those dreams that felt heavy and real, the kind you wake up from and still feel weird for a while. In the dream, the idea wasn't just that someone died a long time ago, but that there was a woman under the room, like the ground was holding a secret right beneath where I sleep. I don't know if dreams mean anything, and I'm not claiming it's a message or anything like that. I'm just saying it's another piece that sits in my mind and connects itself to the other experiences whether I want it to or not. Across the street from my house, there is a graveyard. It's not a huge one like you see in movies, but it's there, and it has always been a part of the neighborhood. The graveyard belongs to a family that all died from a sickness, from what I was told. They were buried together in a large grave. When you grow up near something like that, you hear stories about it, and even if you don't believe every detail, it becomes part of the background of your life. You walk past it, you glance at it, and you feel that quiet, heavy feeling that graveyards have. When I was around 11, my brother and I went walking in there. We were kids, curious and not thinking about consequences. While we were there, I took a piece of the grave that had broken off. I didn't take it because I wanted to be disrespectful. At the time it just felt like a weird, interesting object, like something old. I brought it home and I still have it on my shelf. Now that I'm older, I know people would say that's a bad idea. People always talk about not taking things from graveyards, not disturbing the dead, not bringing that energy into your home. I don't know if that's real or just a superstition people repeat, but I can't deny the thought has crossed my mind many times, especially when I'm lying awake at night and the house feels too quiet. Sometimes I stare at that piece on my shelf and wonder if I made a mistake by keeping it, even if nothing else changed in my life right away. And there's even more history tied to the land itself. I'm aware that my house sits on land where a tobacco farm used to be. I've been told that slaves were buried all over our land. That is a hard thing to even say out loud because it's such a painful part of history, and it makes the ground beneath your feet feel different when you think about it. I don't have proof of exactly where anyone was buried, and I don't know the full story, but just knowing that the land might hold graves that aren't marked, graves that people forgot or never honored properly, makes the area feel heavy in a way that's hard to ignore. Sometimes I wonder if that could connect to what I've seen. Why I've seen what looked like a man, why I've seen what could have been a woman, why I saw a childlike figure. And then I immediately tell myself that I might be building a story in my head because I'm trying to make sense of random events. I don't want to accuse my house of being haunted just because I'm scared. I don't want to take tragedies from history and turn them into a scary story for myself. But I also can't pretend the history doesn't exist, and I can't pretend it doesn't make me wonder. The strange part is that the experiences don't feel like a single clear pattern. Sometimes it's a touch. Sometimes it's something I see. Sometimes it's just a feeling that something is off. The touches were the most direct, the hardest to explain. The sighting of the figure rising beside my bed was the most terrifying, because of how close it felt. The child in my room bothered me because it looked so normal in that split second, and then reality didn't match it at all. The outline in the doorway shadow bothered me because it behaved in a way that didn't match any normal movement. Because it happens mostly in my room, I've developed habits. I keep lights on more than I used to. I hesitate before turning off the lamp sometimes. I avoid staring too long into dark parts of the room, because I don't want my brain to start filling in shapes, but I also don't want to miss something if it happens again. It's a strange balance, wanting to look and not wanting to look at the same time. When I hear small noises at night, like the house settling, or a soft sound from the laundry room, I immediately think about those hands. I think about those 5 fingers. I've also tried to pay attention to how my body feels in those moments. The fear isn't just in my head. My heart rate changes. My skin gets cold. My stomach tightens. It's like my body recognizes something before my thoughts can explain it. And then, afterward, I'm left with the awkward feeling of checking empty rooms, looking behind doors, and knowing I'm going to find nothing even though I feel like I should find something. I've asked myself whether someone could be playing a prank, but the physical setup makes that hard to believe. The first time, there was no way for someone to grab my shoulder and pull me around and then vanish without sound. The second time, it was late, and I didn't hear anyone enter. With a house full of people, you usually hear footsteps, floorboards, breathing, a whisper, anything. But both times were silent, like the touch came out of nowhere and left no trace. Even the moments where I thought it could be one of my siblings, it didn't fit. Like the child figure I saw, if it had been one of them, they would have been in the house, not all outside. And I would have seen them move, because kids don't teleport from one place to another. They run, they bump into things, they laugh, they slam doors. This was nothing like that. It was a still figure in a glance, and then nothing. I don't talk about this all the time, because I know how it sounds. I know people can think you're overreacting or trying to get attention, and that's not what this is. If anything, I wish I didn't have these memories. I wish my room felt like a normal room at night, just a place to sleep and listen to music and feel safe. I don't want to be the person sleeping with a light on, feeling nervous when the house is quiet. I don't want to be scared of the space that's supposed to be mine. But I also can't ignore that it has happened more than once, and it has happened in ways that feel too physical and too specific to be nothing. The 5 fingers both times. The exact sense of a hand. The location, always near the same part of the house. The way my sister has also seen things. The old yes in the bunk bedroom when no one was there. The dream about a woman under my room. The graveyard across the street. The piece of the grave on my shelf. The history of the land. I know none of this adds up into a neat answer. It's just a collection of moments that keep me looking over my shoulder in my own house. Sometimes I feel silly for being afraid, and other times I feel like I'm not afraid enough. Like I'm trying too hard to act normal when something is clearly not normal to me. Those are the experiences I can remember right now, the ones that stand out the most and come back to me when I'm alone in my room. I'm pretty sure there are more small moments that I'm forgetting, the kind you push away and only remember later when something triggers the memory again. If I remember more, I'll write them down too, and if anything else happens, I'll add it, because even if I don't have a clear explanation, I want to keep track of what I'm experiencing, especially since it keeps happening around the same place. My sister and I used to work together cleaning houses and small business buildings. It started as a practical thing. We both needed steady money, and cleaning was something we could do well without needing a fancy degree or special connections. We liked working together because we already knew each other's habits, we trusted each other, and we could move fast without talking too much. We had our routine down. One of us would handle bathrooms and floors while the other took care of dusting, wiping down surfaces, trash, and whatever else needed attention. If we were behind schedule, we didn't panic, we just worked harder and kept moving. A lot of the time it was quiet work, the kind where you're alone with your thoughts, listening to the vacuum, the spray bottles, the cloths rubbing against counters, and your footsteps moving from room to room. Most places we cleaned were normal. Some were messy, some were neat, some had weird smells, some had pets that followed us around, but nothing truly unusual. Then there was this one place that was different from the moment we started cleaning it. It was the kind of building that didn't let you forget it after you left. Even when we were driving home, tired and ready to eat dinner, we would bring it up again, like the place followed us in conversation. We always called it Betty's house. It wasn't named that on any sign. The business that rented it had their own name on the front, and inside it was set up like offices, with desks, file cabinets, and those plain office chairs that squeak if you lean back too far. But everyone who had been around long enough knew the old story, and we heard it early on. Years before it became offices, it had belonged to an older woman named Betty. She had lived there for a long time, and from what people said, she died in one of the rooms upstairs. I never met Betty, obviously. We were only cleaning the building after it had already been converted into office space. But the way people talked about her made it feel like she was still part of the place. They didn't talk about her like a stranger from history. They talked about her like someone the house still remembered. The building itself looked like what you'd expect if someone pointed to a typical older model house in a quiet neighborhood and said, "That one." It was gray, plain, and a little tired looking, like the paint had seen too many seasons. It wasn't falling apart, but it wasn't bright or welcoming either. The windows looked narrow. The porch was simple. The front door had that solid, heavy feel older doors have, like it was made to last. Inside, the layout was still shaped like a house even though it was offices now. You could tell where the living room used to be. You could tell where a dining area might have been. Even the hallways had that home feel, not the wide open feel of a real office building. The stairs were what always stood out to me. There was a narrow staircase that led upstairs, and it felt tight even when the lights were on. The steps were close together, and the walls around them seemed to squeeze sound. If someone walked on those stairs, you heard it. If someone creaked a step, you heard it. If something shifted upstairs, the sound didn't just stay upstairs, it traveled. The upstairs area had been turned into more office rooms, but it still felt like bedrooms. Doors opened into smaller spaces. Closets had been repurposed for storage. The air up there always felt a little heavier, like it didn't circulate well. Even on warm days, it felt cooler upstairs, and not in a comforting way. It felt like the air didn't belong to the same day as the outside world. The employees who worked there were polite to us. They would say hello when we came in and sometimes apologize for leaving coffee cups or papers out. A few of them worked late sometimes, and those were the ones who would quietly mention the noises. Nobody announced it loudly like they wanted attention. It would come out in small comments, almost like they were testing whether we were the kind of people who would laugh. One person said they heard footsteps upstairs when they were the only one in the building. Another said they heard a door close softly in a room that was supposed to be empty. Someone else said they heard what sounded like a chair moving across the floor when nobody was up there. Usually the person telling the story would look embarrassed right after, like they regretted saying it out loud, because adults don't like admitting they're scared of something they can't explain. At first, my sister and I listened but didn't take it too seriously. We didn't walk in thinking, "This place is haunted." We walked in thinking, "We have a job to do." We had cleaned plenty of older houses where pipes made sounds and floors creaked and the wind made windows rattle. We assumed most of the Betty stories were just the kind of thing people create when they're stuck in a building late at night and their mind gets jumpy. But the longer we cleaned there, the more we started having our own experiences. And once you experience something yourself, it's harder to shrug it off as someone else's imagination. One night my sister and I were cleaning like we always did. It was after office hours, so the building was mostly empty. The employees had gone for the night. The front office area was quiet, the phones were silent, and there was that after-hours feeling where even small sounds seem louder. We had our supplies with us: vacuum, mop, trash bags, spray bottles, cloths, and the keys the company gave us so we could come and go. We moved through the rooms, cleaning desks, emptying bins, wiping fingerprints off glass, doing the normal work. At some point, while we were downstairs, we heard a noise upstairs. It sounded like furniture scraping across the floor. It wasn't a light sound, like a tiny shift. It was the kind of scraping you hear when a chair or a small table gets dragged instead of lifted. The sound came from above us, and lasted just long enough to make us both stop what we were doing and look at each other. We didn't even have to speak at first. The look on my sister's face matched what I was feeling: confusion first, then that slow rise of uneasiness. We knew nobody was up there. We had seen the employees leave. We had locked the front door behind them. The building wasn't the kind of place where random people could just wander in unnoticed. Still, our first thought wasn't ghost. Our first thought was, someone is in the building. We stood still and listened. The building was quiet except for the hum of whatever small electrical things were still running. No voices. No footsteps. Just the fading memory of that scraping noise. My sister whispered something like, "Did you hear that?" And I whispered back, "Yeah." We both looked toward the staircase, and the staircase looked darker than the rest of the hall, like it was a shadowed tunnel leading upward. We had two choices: ignore it and continue cleaning, or go check it out. If we ignored it and someone was actually up there, we'd be the ones who looked stupid later for not checking. Also, if someone was up there and needed help or was breaking in, we didn't want to pretend we didn't notice. We didn't want trouble, and we didn't want to be blamed for anything that happened on our shift. So we decided to go upstairs and see for ourselves. We started walking toward the staircase together. We didn't split up. We stayed close, because even if you tried to act brave, you don't want to be alone in a quiet building at night. As we moved, the air felt colder near the stairs, not freezing, but cooler in a way that didn't match the rest of the building. The moment we stepped onto the stairs, the noise stopped. It wasn't like it faded away naturally. It stopped as if someone heard us coming and chose to become quiet. That made my stomach tighten. My sister and I froze for a second, listening again, waiting for another sound to confirm something. But there was nothing. We kept going, step by step, careful and slow. The stairs creaked under our weight the way old stairs do. I remember feeling like each creak announced us. I remember the walls feeling too close. My mind kept imagining someone standing at the top, waiting. It was an uncomfortable thought, not because I wanted to believe it, but because it was the kind of thought that comes automatically when you're in a situation you can't explain. The light switch for the upstairs area was all the way at the top of the stairs. That meant the staircase itself was darker as you went up, and you had to climb into the dark to reach the switch. We knew that, but we hadn't thought about how creepy it would feel until we were actually doing it. We kept going anyway. When we reached the top, my sister reached for the switch. She flipped it on. Nothing happened. No light. No glow. Nothing. She flipped it again, thinking maybe it didn't catch. Still nothing. She tried a few more times, and the lights stayed dead. We stood there at the top of the stairs looking into a dark hallway and dark office rooms, unable to see anything clearly. Downstairs, there was still some light coming from the areas we had been working in, but upstairs felt like its own pocket of darkness. We didn't have flashlights with us. We had our phones, but at that time, neither of us had the kind of bright phone light that easily lights up a whole hallway the way phones do now. Even if we did, we weren't eager to step into that upstairs darkness and start searching room by room. We stood there for a moment, listening. There were no footsteps. No breathing. No shifting. Just silence. The building felt like it was watching us hold our breath. My sister said something like, "Nope," and I agreed. We backed down the stairs and returned to our work downstairs. We tried to laugh it off lightly, but the laughter sounded forced. We both felt it. Whatever made that scraping sound had stopped the moment we approached, and now the upstairs lights suddenly wouldn't work when we needed them most. We went back to cleaning, because what else could we do? We had a job to finish, and we weren't going to stay there all night arguing about it. Still, we moved a little faster after that, the way you do when you want to be done and out of a building. Later that same night, I was moving through the hallway near the stairs. At that point, the light downstairs was on in that area, so I could see well enough. My sister was working in the back of the house, cleaning another office room. I could hear her moving around, vacuuming, shifting a trash bag, the sound of a cloth wiping a desk. Her noises were normal and comforting because they were proof I wasn't alone. That's when I heard sounds like someone was on the stairs. Not a loud stomp, but a steady, subtle sound, like steps or weight shifting on the staircase. It sounded like someone moving carefully, not rushing. I stopped walking and just stood there in the hall, facing the stairs, listening. For a moment, I expected to see someone come down. That was the natural conclusion. If someone was on the stairs, they would eventually appear. I stood there watching the staircase like it was a doorway. But nothing came. The sound continued for a bit, then changed slightly, like the movement shifted higher or lower, and then, after a few minutes, it stopped. The staircase went quiet again. The building went back to that deep, empty silence that feels too still. I waited a little longer, thinking maybe someone was hiding at the top, maybe someone was frozen like I was. But nothing happened. When I finally walked back to my sister, I told her what I heard. I said I heard someone on the stairs, like footsteps or movement. She looked at me and said she hadn't heard anything at all. From where she was working, the sound wouldn't travel as clearly, but still, it bothered me that I had heard it so distinctly, and she hadn't heard a thing. That night wasn't the last time something strange happened at Betty's house. There were other nights when we would see a shadow in the room that used to be the living room. That room had been converted into office space too, but it still felt like a living room in shape and placement. It was one of the darker rooms, even in daylight. At night, it looked gloomy no matter how many lights were on. The corners seemed deeper, and the walls seemed to swallow light. Sometimes, when we were cleaning in that room, one of us would catch movement out of the corner of an eye. Not a clear person walking across the room, but a shift, like a darker shape sliding where it shouldn't. If you turned quickly, there would be nothing there. If you looked away and looked back, you might catch the sense of it again. It was like the room played tricks, except it didn't feel like a harmless trick. It felt like something present that didn't want to be stared at directly. Every room in that house felt dark and gloomy in its own way. Some rooms felt neutral. Some felt heavy. Some felt like you were being watched from behind. That was one of the strongest sensations we both noticed. You would be cleaning a desk, focused on wiping dust, and you'd suddenly get that feeling that someone was standing just behind your shoulder. Not the feeling that someone was walking by in the hall, but the feeling of someone close, in your space. It would make you straighten up and glance behind you, expecting to see your sister. Sometimes you'd see nobody and feel stupid for checking. Other times you'd see your sister across the room and realize she hadn't been near you at all. We would talk about it in small doses, because if you talk about it too much while you're in the place, it feels like you're inviting it to pay attention to you. So we kept our focus on cleaning, but the atmosphere still affected us. We would find ourselves rushing through certain rooms, not because they were hard to clean, but because they felt uncomfortable to stand in for long. After a while of hearing strange noises and feeling that someone is here, presence, my sister and I decided to try something different. We weren't trying to be dramatic. We weren't trying to start a conversation with a ghost. We just wanted to work in peace. We wanted the house to calm down and let us do our job. So we started walking into the house and speaking out loud. We would say something simple like, "Hi Betty, we're here to clean. We're not here to bother you." We didn't shout it. We didn't challenge anything. We said it calmly, like you'd speak to a person in the next room. We tried to sound respectful, because if Betty had lived there, and if her presence was still attached to the place, we didn't want to be rude. It felt like being polite was the safest approach. And strangely enough, it worked. When we did that, the house would quiet down. The tension would ease. The air would feel lighter. The weird noises would stop for the rest of the night more often than not. We could clean without constantly looking over our shoulders. It was like acknowledging her, in a respectful way, made the activity settle. Once we realized it helped, we made it part of our routine. We'd walk in, set our supplies down, and say our little greeting. Sometimes my sister would say it, sometimes I would. If we forgot, it was almost like the house reminded us. A noise would happen upstairs or in the old living room area, and one of us would give the other a look and say, "We didn't say anything yet, did we?" Then we'd speak out loud, and the house would settle again. When we were done for the night, we would also say goodbye. We'd say, "All right, Betty, we're leaving now. See you tomorrow night." We didn't say it because we wanted to be friends with the spirit. We said it because it created a clear ending, like closing a door politely. We were there for a purpose, we were leaving, and we were not staying. That mattered to us. It gave the work a boundary, and it gave us a feeling of control in a place that sometimes felt like it had its own rules. One of the strangest parts was how the employees seemed to notice the activity too, even though many of them didn't want to talk about it in detail. There were nights when we would arrive and an employee would still be there finishing something. Sometimes someone was behind on paperwork. Sometimes someone had a deadline. Sometimes they just stayed late because they didn't want to go home yet. Those were the nights when, without us saying anything, the employee would casually mention something like, "Betty was active today." They would say it like they were talking about the weather. Not joking, not dramatic. Just a statement. And my sister and I would look at each other, because hearing someone else say it confirmed that we weren't making things up. It wasn't just in our heads. It also seemed like there was more activity around holidays. We noticed it because the building's schedule changed. People would take days off. There would be fewer employees. Sometimes the building would be emptier than usual, and you would think that would make it quieter. But those were the times when noises seemed to pop up more often. The scraping sound upstairs. A knock somewhere. A sudden creak that sounded like weight shifting in a room. It wasn't every holiday, but enough that we started connecting the pattern. The employees connected it too. More than once, someone would mention a holiday weekend and say, "It was weird in here today," or, "I didn't like being here alone," or, "It felt like someone was walking around upstairs." They rarely went into details, but the tone in their voices said enough. As time went on, my sister and I became a little more used to the place. We didn't relax completely, but we stopped being shocked every time something happened. We accepted that Betty's house had a personality. We accepted that certain rooms felt heavier. We accepted that the upstairs had its own mood, especially when the lights didn't cooperate. We accepted that the old living room space could feel like it was holding on to shadows. But even with that acceptance, we never fully got comfortable. We still felt the need to stay together in certain areas. We still felt the need to keep the cleaning work moving, not lingering too long in rooms that felt thick. And we still relied on that polite routine, greeting Betty, explaining why we were there, and saying goodbye when we left. Looking back, what stands out to me most isn't even one single dramatic event. It's the consistency of the atmosphere. It's the way the house always felt like it had eyes. It's the way the stairs could sound like someone was moving when nobody was there. It's the way the upstairs light failed at the exact moment we needed it, right after we heard something that sounded like furniture being dragged. It's the way a shadow could appear in the old living room and then be gone when you turned your head. It's the way the building could feel calm after we spoke respectfully, as if the simple act of acknowledging her presence made the activity settle down. We never tried to provoke anything. We didn't run around asking for signs. We didn't bring ghost hunting tools. We didn't challenge the house like people do in scary movies. We just cleaned. We just wanted to do our job and get paid and go home. But working in that house taught me something I didn't expect to learn from a cleaning job. Some places hold on to energy. Some places don't feel empty even when they are. And sometimes, the only way to get through a night in a place like that is to treat it like you're sharing space with someone you can't see. That's why we still call it Betty's house, even though it's offices now and people come and go without thinking about who lived there before. To us, it never felt like just a building with desks and files. It felt like a home that still remembered being a home, and like a woman named Betty still had some kind of presence there, especially upstairs where she died. And even if someone wants to argue that it was old pipes, old floors, and tired wiring, I can only say this: the feeling of someone standing behind you in an empty room doesn't come from pipes. The sound of furniture scraping upstairs when the building is locked doesn't come from your imagination when two people hear it at the same time. And the way a place calms down after you speak out loud and show respect isn't something we expected, but it happened enough that we couldn't ignore it. So we cleaned, we worked, we greeted Betty, and we left, night after night, knowing that in that gray old house with the narrow staircase, we were never truly alone.